everyone, and welcome to the second round of NLC Aurora Open. I'm wondering, and I couldn't be more excited to be your analyst desk host for the first 3 matches. And I have the utmost pleasure of being joined here today by no other than Solari and Rev. How excited are you guys for today's matches?
Very, very much, honestly. You can imagine, first of all, I'm very happy to be in such a company today. You guys have been looking for an opportunity to work with you for a long time. And secondly, just looking at the schedule today gets me so much excited.
Yeah, this group has looked one of the closest ones. It has not given Div 1 any losses yet, but it has been close on multiple occasions. So I'm really excited for some havoc in Summer's Rift.
Yeah, absolutely. Because today, for those at home who are a little bit lost, we have Group A today. So, looking at the standings, what were you surprised to see in terms of meta reading, in terms of teams coming in, strategies, and so on? Maybe starting with you, Solari.
Hydras were the biggest surprise to me, to be honest. I remember last week, when we just started with Group A, when it was the first day, I remember something was told about Hydras are to be expected on the very bottom of the tournament board by the end of the day, or just in general in that group. And look at them, all of a sudden, they're going 2-1, only had 1 loss so far to JDXL, and you shouldn't be surprised actually to see that loss, because it's still JDXL feeling rather strong. But honestly, whenever Hydras got the wins, I was very pleasantly surprised to see them.
Exactly, and they seem to have found what suits them in the meta and not be punished by them. 3 games of MF Amumu, every game stomping the bottom lane, okay, with one exception of course, but that doesn't matter. And what I see from the other teams, maybe except JDXL of course, is their hesitation to adapt. They have seen already 2 or 3 matches from all of the other teams in their group, and they don't seem to adapt, they don't seem to move their bounds, they just go from what OPGG has given them.
Yeah, absolutely. But today that can change, and looking at the schedule we're having, it's not that we have the same teams trying to adapt to each other or trying to adapt to the other team, so they already have an idea of what to expect. And in terms of what can change today, especially starting with Zal, because they had a hard time, they didn't get any win. What were your positive highlights from this team?
I had one big one, and it's Fine Forever. I've been watching the guy even before he was in that team, and honestly, he continues to surprise me, because we were talking about lack of adaptability in the picks, and definitely Fine Forever is the person in which I saw the attempt in taking that step towards adaptability to whatever other teams were throwing at Xal so far. And in general, I love seeing the way he moves around the map. I love seeing his proactiveness, and maybe I want to see a little bit more synergy with the rest of the team coming from him and from the bot lane in general. But if there is somewhere where we start with the good points for Xal and something that you can work on, definitely that's the place and that's the man.
Yeah, he and Adas, though, seem to have some characteristics that we seem to find in the minor Asian regions right now at Worlds, where they might be behind, but they're not afraid to still play the game. They're not afraid to skill shift and try and pick opportunities. We see many Western teams not do that. They get 2k behind and they default to, okay, we're going to turtle, we're going to wait for the enemy to throw, but that's not the game anymore. You need to find your own wins.
And I think it's possible for Zal to do that, especially coming to this week with some more screen time, with some more synergy, like you mentioned. Now, as for JDXL, as you already mentioned, they are expected to pass as the first seed. They have 3 wins. Although they still need to fix a couple of things to the later stages of the tournament. What exactly would you feel like it's the most important thing that they need in order to be better?
Maybe it's not the most important thing, but it's just something that caught my eye. They have a lot going on the bot side of the map always, and you can understand why, because their bot lane is just so strong and they want to be playing around it. Then you have the mid lane, who is usually the facilitator for the team. What's happening on the top side of the map? I'm lacking a little bit of emphasis happening there.
Yeah.
especially with Kreis having carry picks all of the time. He had
Yeah.
one Gragas, which was full AP if I remember correctly, and then also Fiora and Vladimir. Those picks need resources. And
Yes.
I'm gonna transition this to my point, which could sound a bit double-edged, but they need to ego check themselves. Because yes, on paper, they are the much better players, but these are new thirsty players who want to prove themselves, who hadn't had this opportunity since the days of amateur League of Legends. So right now they are here, they're hungry to win, and they're gonna fight tooth and nail to get anything away from you. So in those points, you can have 3 strong lanes. You can have 4 or 5 picks who all need resources. You need to get a weak side, you need to respect the enemy tempo plays and play around them.
Exactly. So I really expect them also to appear more on the same page, more as a team, and not only like really skilled individuals, really skilled players. Now, the fight for the second seed is still on. So we have Hydra on one side that surprised everyone last week, and Lucent on the other that were a bit shakier than expected. Now, the first match is exactly a match between these two teams, and it is a crucial game for them both. Yeah. So the first time around it was a close game with a slow start, with lots of picks and team fights for both sides. And even though Lucent found creative ways to search for plays, it wasn't enough, and Hydra got the victory screen. What will change this time around?
That's a good question. What should change, maybe?
Yeah.
Because if we look at the game that they had last week, that was such an interesting game, because I feel like Hydra and Lucent were so similar to each other on the map. You could even see the kill score going absolutely the same between the teams until that last Baron fight. And why is it always with the what is it with the Baron fights, with the Baron calls? It's always when you make one little mistake around the pit and boom, you're done. And that was the case last time. So if I have one prediction for today, it's don't make Baron calls if you're 100% not sure that everything is going to go smooth, because it's not.
It's not.
On the other side, I'd like to see the draft change a bit, because they looked that they all defaulted to comfort from the side of Lucent, and they did not have a lot of synergy. You have a Sejuani with 0 melee picks, except for a Braum, so you're kind of expecting your engage to be a Hail Mary Sejuani ultimate, maybe the Gnar from top getting a good Gnar bar, flanking, but that doesn't happen when the enemy teams know how to ward, have their cleanse, or actually can flash in time. So it's really difficult to play without a coherent team comp and without proper engage.
Yeah, maybe it's about not just draft what you want, but also draft considering what your enemy is drafting against you. If they're all a lot of range and they have things like Vigor on their side, will he even manage to get to them?
Yeah, exactly. And that's the most interesting thing that we can see today, is some adaptation in terms of themselves and of the enemy's team. Now they have actually games they had time to watch the games, to see, to study their enemies and study themselves, and maybe bring some new picks, bring some creative ways of making different strategies for the matches. Now, I have a question before handing off to the caster desk, which is, who do you think will win this time around?
Ooh.
That's a hard one. I mean, Lucent, I was in love with Lucent because it was a team filled with ex-GLL players, so they were close to my heart. But to be honest, I feel like an NA fan when I'm watching them, because I'm disappointed over and over again. Those players have so much to live up to, and they seem to just not have the mental or the communication as a team to actually go through the game plans and get all these wins. So I think I'm gonna stick with Hydras. They have pleasantly surprised me.
Okay. Yeah, I will give them this advantage of pleasantly surprising me as well last week. So I will also go with Hydras. I'm sorry, Lucent, but well, that's it.
We shall see. I think there can be really, really interesting things going on. So yeah, I'm really excited. I want to see different picks. I want to see, I'm all for spicy picks, especially during, I mean, it's a great way. And we've seen this week at Worlds, lots of different champions, lots of different meta readings, and I think this is the most exciting thing. I don't know about you, but I really love to see those.
Yeah.
And especially, as Torok said, I think more and more teams actually realize that in day 2 of Aurora Cup that you don't have to stick with the world's meta. You're a patch ahead.
Yeah.
Things have changed. The meta has shifted. I know everyone is glued to the screens every late night when World is going on and everything's so interesting. But there are analysts working behind the scenes in order to bring you the freshest, the best champions and team comes around. So I'm really eager to see what this new meta will bring and if teams are willing to step away from what they see in Worlds.
And honestly, usually when we come to the unusual picks, it's usually the lower division teams that bring us all the surprise. So fingers crossed that today we will see some of those.
Yeah, fingers crossed. Without further ado, let's head into the champion select with our caster desk for the first match. Oh, we do have a slight delay. So yeah, what we were talking about and going back to what you were saying about this is one patch ahead, so you don't have to stick with those. You can have creative ways, different ways to do this. Again, I am really, really excited for this. Any particular picks that you two might want to see?
May I say, sorry Solari, but may I say that Blitzcrank can be flexed to jungle and top now?
And top lane, yeah.
I don't know. I cannot add anything to that, honestly. Please, guys. That's it.
We shall see. And now let's head on to the champion select of the first game with our caster desk.
Hello there. Thank you very much, One Ring Wraith. I am Middlecott, joined by Maguire, whose name I've definitely mispronounced there. How are you doing, man? I'm so excited to go through these games with you.
That was not too bad. I've heard so many different types and styles of my name, so you definitely did not butcher it. And well, I can see you just finished your swimming session since your swimming cup is on top of your head. But I'm glad that we will be able to, jump into the draft and cast the first 2 games of today's Aurora Cup.
Yeah, it's going to be really exciting. I think the matchup that we've got in particular to start us off is a very important one. Obviously, the way that this group has panned out is we've got JDXL undefeated on the top, and we've had Zal with no wins on the bottom of the table. But Hydras and Lucent are the 2 teams that have got the opportunity to really leapfrog each other if they can grab a win in this matchup here today. Something I want to touch on very, very quickly is in the first time these 2 teams met up, Hydras, they were very focused on banning out some aggressive AD carries in the first rotations, but Lucent lost all 3 of their bans, targeting out Panda.
Yeah, but no big surprise. There's a Kalista ban from the side of Hydro Esports. Last time where we saw Lucent winning against Xal Esports, it was Mirai who completely popped off 15-3 on Kalista. So no doubt in my mind, this should be your first ban when you're going against Lucent, because last time he had a good performance on Tristana, but just not good enough, not strong enough to swing the scales in favor of Lucent.
Yeah, and then as we got through, we have seen some sort of fairly different ban strategies emerging. I like the Olaf ban responded to by the Aatrox ban, because I think the Olaf is one of those champions that can match up into the Aatrox. But with Maokai on the table, kind of just the default B1 pick at this point.
Yeah, who will be a threat to Maokai in top lane? I guess everyone saw what happened last day in Worlds when Odo Amne was pretty much unkillable. And this champ is really good because you can flex him to jungle, you can flex him to top. Even so, you could make a point for him standing in the supportive role, but that is not as popular right now as it was before. Sejuani, this is quite typical answer. If you don't want to show too much, she's also a good flex into jungle, into supportive role, as well as top. So she's kind of this weaker version of Maokai, at least in my mind, unless you make something happen with her ultimate on level 6, because she's much better in getting those engages, especially on those lonesome targets.
Yeah, and when you've got all that engage in this Sejuani, pairing that up with something like the Kai'Sa, who can really take full advantage of any of that CC, generating those additional plasma stacks, and obviously a champion that loves to dive in the backline as well. So we're already seeing quite an aggressive duo built up here from Lucent. We'll have to see how Hydras respond. Blind Zoe, that's not something that we typically see.
Well, when you think about Colonel, his champion pool is also not something that we typically see. He's brought Veigar 2 times to the table. Additionally, he played Heimerdinger. So it just feels like Zoe might be this comfort pick for him. He's so confident in her that he's happy to first pick her. Not first pick, but blind pick her and see what kind of answer will Lucent come up with.
Yeah, as the AD carry actually answer coming out from Hydras is going to be the Aphelios. So we're going to see Imperial on a champion not named Misfortune for the first time in this tournament. Has had 3 games on this one. And do you know what? I like the Aphelios. It's one of these hyper carries that can match into the Kai'Sa. Also has a fairly decent time in lane against the Nautilus. I think this is a perfect pairing. Lucent, we know exactly what they want to do.
It's a really old school pairing with Kai'Sa. She likes those engaged supports that can benefit from especially adding a lot of crowd control, so her plasma stacks will be easier to detonate. And all in all, Kai'Sa is not that strong of a laner. She needs some kind of engagement tool, which Nautilus will definitely bring to the table. So I'm happy with Nautilus, I would be happy with Amumu, with Leona, with even Alistar, because those are the champs that are really popular during the last couple of days if you look at the world's meta. So this is a good pick. Let's see what other champs will be banned in the second rotation of pick and bans, because it feels like Lucent wants to target those supportive champs who will be able to support Aphelios and kind of disengage from Sejuani as well as Nautilus.
Well, I think that's what the sort of Tahm Kench ban signifies. I wouldn't be surprised to see a Thresh taken off the board as well, because that's sort of a quite classic pairing with that Aphelios. And
maybe Brown.
Maybe Brom as well, actually. Yeah, there's quite a few of those champions that fall into that role. As you say, the ban comes through. I like the Akali removed, taken away from Kurosh. He's a guy that really, really excels on a lot of these assassin-type champions. And when you've got a Zoe and a Aphelios, those are 2 champions that an Akali absolutely wants to get on top of. A LeBlanc as well. I wouldn't be surprised to see that hitting the board as well.
Yeah, when you suggested banning Thresh, I was kind of on the fence because he's not as good in providing the defensive stats and this strength in straight up 2v2, but he's much more versatile in terms of giving you Lantern, and also synergizes really well with Zoe. When she gets the bubble, he will be able to land his hooks and provide you with a lot of opportunities to capitalize from that. So I'm wondering what is Hydra Esports going to pick for a supportive role now, because they could just say, okay, we don't need support that will bring you safety, we will bring the fight to you, and go with Amumu, go with Leona, go with something else.
Okay, we are going to get Kurosh said, has already played this once before in the Aurora Cup. Didn't go particularly well, but he was laning against Morozki, so that's always going to impact it somewhat. But I like that we've got this very aggressive composition already coming through here from Lucent, and that's going to cause a couple of problems here for Hydras, because I'm not sure what they can pick in terms of disengage. Trundle would make a lot of sense, though.
But if you think about it, for now, Lucent, they only have 80 damage. Not Kai'Sa nor Sejuani, they will not be able to bring so much AP into the table that if you think about Maokai, if you think about Trundle, and even this Taric pick, who is probably going to go through, they have so many good options in terms of their items and overall playstyle that they will be likely to stack armor, stack those defensive stats, and Zed, Kai'Sa, they will have hard time. Unless you pick Heimerdinger, who'll probably end up in the top lane.
Wait, that's locked?
Yes. And I believe we saw something like this last week, because Heimerdinger, he's just given a free lane against Maokai, because Maokai cannot do much, not even much, he cannot do anything about Heimerdinger, so he'll just pushing the waves, getting farmed up, getting stronger with the levels, and providing this much needed AP damage for the side of Lucent.
Well, I do like that you were asking for some AP damage, Rugar. I'm not sure either of us expected the Heimerdinger, although considering the conversations that we have been having around this tournament, maybe should have expected it a little bit more than otherwise. I feel for Lucent, they've got a sort of very clear identity with the core of their comp, with a few crazy things mixed in, but Hydra's, I mean, myself, I'm having a little bit of a harder time understanding what they want to do. Magai, would you be able to sort of give us any insight on that?
When it comes to Hydras, I feel like this is a good comp around the objectives because you have really good and strong engage as well as those two backline carries. Of course, you will have to eliminate the threat of, getting engaged by Zed or jumped by Kaisa. But I feel like their composition is much easier to carry out in those teamfight scenarios. And when you look at the meta of Worlds of last 2, 3, 4 weeks, usually the fights and the games are decided on those neutral objectives like dragons, like barons, and it just feels like it will be easier for Hydra Esports to bring good fights with their composition unless they will get heavily snowballed by Zed and by Heimerdinger in the top lane.
So do you think that it is on heavy snowballing for Lucent? Do you think that this is a composition that needs to necessarily get ahead in the early game, or do you think there's still ways that they could play it out if we're coming into mid game with a more even position?
Well, I'm not saying that they need to, come out of laning phase with like 5k or 10k. This would be a big stomp, but it would be much welcome if Zed got 1 kill or if he got a good roam of, if Heimerdinger is given this freedom to farm up, to get the plates, to finally get those 2 first items because he's really strong then. And when it comes to team fights, if Maokai has more items than Heimerdinger, or even the same amount, he will probably bring you more value in those fights because he's strong, he's pretty much unkillable. He will provide you with the CC much needed, with the initiation. So I feel like it will be much easier for Lucent if they get ahead during laning phase, because if not, the strong team composition for those team fights during mid game will probably be enough for Hydra's Esports to also scale up for the later stages of the game. Because with Zoe, with Maokai, with Aphelios, you have this strong scaling as well as a lot of range, which is pretty underrated statistic if you think about it. But in the late game, the team with more range usually is the first to get the priority on those Drakes or Barons, or just overall start up the fights quicker.
Yeah, I like that you really talk about it as an underrated stat, because I was scrolling through Twitter today and I was watching this was an LFL AD carry. I think it was Inax. It was just like some clip of him coming back after sort of not playing League for a little while, and the clip was him absolutely popping off on Jinx, and the entire time he was in Rockets, stepping back, constantly keeping out of damage range of the people trying to get on top of him. And you see this AD carry completely clean up, and you realize that the only reason she's able to do that is because you are playing with that distance. You are playing at that point where the enemy team can't quite get on top of you. I have just had a little bit of a word from production about the head-to-head and the tiebreaker rules as we are coming into the final day of this group. So, if two teams are tied in terms of game score at the end of the day, then their head-to-head record will be used to break that tie, and the team with the preferential head-to-head record will be advancing. Hydras are 1-0 up versus Lucent. If they win here, no matter what Lucent does for the rest of this game, they can't catch Hydras. So all of a sudden, Maguire, the stakes on this one, I think, have gone through the roof.
Well, it's really difficult if you start with one to scoreline during the first week, because then you pretty much have to beat everyone else to guarantee yourself a second position, or at least escape from groups. So right now, they pretty much, they are responsible for their own score line. So now they have to make up for it by winning against Hydra's Esports. The good news are that they, at least for me, it depends from player to player, but at least for me, they were not given the toughest challenge of JDXL in the first game, because in case of getting crushed, maybe the morale will lower, maybe the players will not be as prepared and ready for the next games. When you go up against Hydra's Esports, who were a little bit out of your reach last time, maybe you will get much more motivated and put all your effort and heart into the game. Because after winning with them, well, you're 2-2, your head-to-head is not that bad, and you can go ahead, with games against a little bit weaker Zal Esports, and then take this big challenge of a JDXL.
Yeah, you do put yourself in a position where you've sort of had the most lead-up time to the game where you need to win it the most, right? You've had all day, you've had all last week to get ready for this game, and the ones after against Zal and JDXL are still obviously important games, but I feel like the results are a little bit more already decided, or you're going into those games sort of fairly understanding of how you should come out of it. This one is for all the money. But for Hydra's, to sort of have that little bit of a cushion of that 1-0 in the head-to-head coming into this matchup means that even if they do drop down, if they can pick up a win versus JDXL or Zal, they can still take themselves out of reach of Lucent.
When you think about Hydras, you can definitely make a point of them being kind of stomped or at least confidently beaten by JDXL.
Yeah.
That was one of those games where they really struggled. I don't know how much of it is because of the different and kind of a weird team comp, picking Ivern into the jungle. I don't think that was an issue, but that was maybe something that got them out of the comfort zone, or maybe that wasn't really predicted by the team going into the draft. But when it comes to other games, they were quite confident with their gameplay, and the biggest part, like the most not surprising, but the most important part of the gameplay, at least for me, was that they were not afraid to pick up those fights. They were really proactive. They kind of, had the approach of bring the fight to them, even if they are, behind in gold, maybe even if they're a little bit in the weaker state of the game right now. And that might have just gotten them this little edge over the teams from the second division, because usually with the teams from the weaker level of play, they are not so happy to pick up to pick up those fights. They're not so happy to be proactive.
Yeah.
They would much rather opt to, maybe a little bit more scaling, maybe team fights. And Hydra Esports, they have this cool approach to challenge everyone around
It's like no
them.
fear. It's like no fear, essentially, right?
Yes,
And
yes.
I think whilst we've got this little bit of time, we can sort of branch out into a bit of a bigger discussion, because I think when you look towards even events like Worlds and stuff, you can see that the teams that play without fear, that are willing to try and impose the way that they play League of Legends onto the opposing team rather than the other way around, they tend to do a lot better. And I think that's something that's really impressed me about a lot of the EU teams, is that even if you are dropping down significant goal disadvantages versus these teams which on paper are better than, you go, okay, we're going to calm down, we know what we want to do, we're going to go for the plays where we think we can hit them, we're going to sit back a little bit when we don't necessarily need to, and we don't lose our heads, we don't lose track of the way that we're meant to be playing League of Legends just because a couple of things haven't gone our way.
Unless you're a Fnatic and your support is Helisang and he'll just decide to flip a coin. That also can happen. But yeah, definitely, like, I was watching the game, it was Fnatic against Top Esports or JDG. I don't remember.
I think it was
JDG.
Yeah.
And they started off with 0-4.
Yeah.
Sivir pretty much got the first item by like 8-minute mark or whatever. You would think that the game is lost, but they really brought the fight to the Chinese players. Challenged them constantly, testing the limits. Of course, Helisang was doing his own things, but the rest of the team was really trying their best and having this approach of, you could even see Wunder at the end of the game. He was smiling, he was happy to not get stomped and to have this say in the game that, okay, we are down 4 kills, but we are not afraid to engage on you, we're not afraid to start the fights with you. And this approach actually paid off, because I don't want to say that they were close to winning the game, but they definitely were more competitive than in case of, just, okay, they're 0-4, we will give them Dragon, we'll, scale up, get the items.
They like brought it back, and they were there, and I believe that we are going to be jumping into the game. Thank you very much for all your patience. We just had a little bit of a break there, a little bit of a Kit Kat. Hydras versus Lucent. The winner of this doesn't guarantee qualification to the next stage of the Aurora Open, but they put themselves in a damn good position. Raya,
Oh,
how are we feeling?
Yeah, finally got to the game. I think that we did not mention that, but today in Hydra's Esports, there will be not Selfway due to unforeseen circumstances. That Shiva, he will be subbing in for him, and this also might be one of those unknown quantities about Hydra Esports, how they will perform with the support that is a substitute.
I mean, Shida's going to feel a little bit more comfortable because he is piloting the set, a champion who I think we're starting to see crop up a little bit from time to time. Whenever support tank meta starts to come back, you see set not too far away, but also a champion that he's played a couple of times in the top lane, so the mechanics should be a little bit better. Both junglers starting on the top side of the map with leashes from their respective top laners, so pathing towards the bottom side where, ooh, action is almost getting down right at the moment.
Yeah, it feels like you pretty much have to play around the bot side of the map, because in top lane, you're not getting your Maokai ahead. And Heimerdinger, he actually got the red buff? What happened? No, it feels like one of the towers got the red buff from Flawless. No way.
Well, that's not a great start to any jungler state. I mean, no, it's 200 IQ that the Heimerdinger is going to be able to harass with auto attacks for it. It's in the bot lane, actually. Level 2 all-in, started by Shida and Imperial, and Mirai and Marco forced to get themselves out there. Flash off of that Kai'Sa. That is a cooldown you can definitely punish.
Definitely, especially when you have your set with Hex Flush, he will be looking for those bushes to hide in, and then of course the Hex Bush. I don't feel like the red buff. I mean, of course, I knew you were jokingly saying that this is the reason to kind of get things spicy for Heimerdinger, but Maokai, if he's ever in danger, he will just back up to the base, lose some minions. He doesn't really care as long as he's close in levels to his opponent. He will be happy to provide his team with good engages and the value in team fights. So it really is a big hit towards Flawless, because he will be lacking behind Trundle, and Trundle is one of those champs who will have quicker clears, who will be healthy, and who can set up dives, just like this one. Kai'Sa without the flash, she is a fodder right now.
Yeah, teleport is going to be pulled, and Hydra's, I think, wisely will back off the play, but Lucent say they want to still make it happen. Marco, with that engaging exhaust, dropped out on Shida, and first blood to DBL. You can run away from the top lane, Shida, but DBL will still track you down.
There's 5 men from Lucent right now in the bot lane. Heimerdinger, he had to use his teleport. I don't know if this really was worth it. Of course, he got the first kill, but if you think about it, he's losing this really important experience in the top side, and now he has to go back there with his TP. No
the
way.
Ignite's going to burn him down, and Colonel just picks up the kill. This is an excellent response there from Hodges, but I've got to say, still got the flash available on that Zed. That was a little bit too aggressive for my mind.
Maybe this is the reason why Zoe was picked so high in the draft, because Colonel, he got to land all of his skill shots on top of the enemy, and yeah, I don't know if there was a window of opportunity for Courage to flash away to kind of save himself, but it looks like there wasn't, because he just straight up died. I don't like this back from Lucent, because it gives Imperial a possibility to start up the freeze, and he'll be happy with that, since the enemy bot lane does not have flashes, and you still have Trundle in jungle. If you set up a good freeze, the enemies, they will have, hard time farming those waves, and might also be threatened by a potential gank from Trundle.
I mean, it just becomes impossible to walk up at that point, right? Because there's so much CC and actual all-in potential that Imperial and Shida still have. Like, they've still got the exhaust, they've still got the ignite, and obviously they've both got excellent crowd control tools on their back. So Mirai on this Kai'Sa that we were so excited for in the draft, to see an aggressive AD carry for this guy that has been a real carry for Lucent, has been put in a position where it's going to be pretty hard to recover from.
Yeah. Also, I wonder, what is the moment where the matchup in the middle switches? It usually feels like when Zed gets his level 6 and the deathmark is available.
Flawless has been spotted on that ward.
Yeah, and they will just play cat and mouse with him probably for the next 30 seconds, slowing him down even more. But what is the response from Hydra Esports? Because so far, Lucent made some missteps, but Hydra Esports, they were not able to punish them.
They have still built themselves as small leaders. That's the Sleepy Trouble Bubble landing from Colonel there on the bot lane. As, wow, he's really taken that kill and gotten something with it. He's built a 15 CS advantage in the mid lane almost, and still able to get the roams off as well. So not only winning out in terms of the pressure in your lane, but also getting stuff done on the map.
Well, I feel like this was kind of predictable for Heimerdinger to get the lead during the lane phase. I still will stick with my point that Maokai, even if he's losing, even if he's lacking 10, 20, 30 minions behind the enemy, but he's not losing his tower too quickly, he will be able to bring a lot to the table, especially now when he has TP. So he will be coming back to base, TPing back to top lane probably, looking for another TP around the 14-minute mark, where of course it's unlocked probably for a dragon fight, because Hydra Esports, one of the things that's going well for them is that they've started stacking the dragons. The first one is already with them at the very early stage of the game, and they could make it their win condition by getting the soul point.
Yeah, but it feels like the soul win condition right now for Lucent is DBL, who's nearly taken 2 plates in that top lane. You talk about how the Maokai can still be useful even if he is put far behind the lane, but I feel like we can't ignore the Heimerdinger, and if you give this champion proper setup time around an objective with a decent amount of gold on him, then he should be fine. That's not great for Lagswell, as living up to his name, disconnected for a little bit there. Hopefully we can jump back into the game as soon as possible. But Maguire, we've sort of paused at a relatively neutral state. It feels like both teams are generating advantages at different parts of the map, but for the meantime, at least, it feels like they're cancelling each other out.
Yeah. Good thing for Lucent Esports is that the Heimerdinger is in a good spot. He got the first kill. He even got the red buff for whatever reason. He's getting those plays right now, so it feels like he's ramping up. And once he hits this second item on his build, he will be able to bring this strength into the team fights. But I want to see how Hydra Esports responds, because it feels like the natural thing for them would be to force those team fights where Heimerdinger, he either has the choice of sticking to his own lane and then he's not available for the team fight, or TPing back, so he's kind of sacrificing his own strength and his own yeah.
It's like the sort of same issue that we have on pretty much all lane dominant champs is when do you go, okay, I've built enough of a lead in my lane, and when do you start moving it around the map? When is it, okay, I'm far enough ahead, I can really start hurting people. I don't need to spend all this time just bullying this top laner. I can bully all 4 of the rest of his mates. But looking at what Hydras have got going for them, this Zoe already picking up that solo kill, well, basically a solo kill in the mid lane. Looking over on the side of Lucent, I don't really feel like there are many champions that can deal with her as proactively as maybe you need to.
Was that a question?
Oh, it was a... Oh, sorry, bro. I'm...
I feel like Zed is given a hard time after dropping a kill to Zoe, because if you look at the team composition from Hydra Esports, he does not have that many good targets for his ultimate or for dealing damage in general. You do not want to ult on top of Maokai, Trundle, or Set. And I feel like Zoe, at some point of the game, she'll probably have to buy Sonya's. And then she's becoming such a difficult target to also focus. So the only one that you're probably also going to target and focus on will be Aphelios. But he can also have some good defensive options, choices like Bloodthirster. So I feel like there's a clock ticking on Zed where he will be useful. And then at the certain point of the game where those defensive items will come on the side of Hydra Esports, he will have a hard time. What is he supposed to do? Go in the side lane? He is not winning against anyone in the side lane. Team fight without a lead against those champions with defensive stats, it's also difficult. So it really is a big responsibility on the shoulders of the mid laner from Lucent to make something happen, so his champion will be actually useful.
It is very difficult though, because Hydras have basically just got a ball that can kind of just like move around the map and run at you, and if it finds an engage, it really hurts you. And honestly, that kind of counters a lot of what the Zed does, but also just what Kurosh does as a player. Like when I think about this guy, it is stuff like the LeBlanc, it's stuff like the Akali, it's stuff like this Zed, where it's about isolating people in scenarios where their team can't get to them in time, taking them out of the fight before you then play the rest of it out. And sort of like you're saying, it doesn't really feel like there's an option to do that there. So does that mean that Lucent are even more incentivized to get onto these objectives early, because not only do they need to get that setup coming through for Heimerdinger, but also Kuroch needs to find himself in a position where he can get a flank angle onto one of the squishy members of Hydra's without being locked down.
Well, they're definitely in the tough spot because of the Sejuani start. She's wasted a lot of time and a lot of resources. She's back with the level, but behind with the level. And if I were Hydra Esports, I would definitely be looking for this window where Trundle has this advantage of level, especially in his super ability. It was I always forget what was
Subjugate.
the subjugate.
Subjugate the
When
yes.
the subjugate is online, stage 1 is probably 1 level behind. In worst case scenario, she's level 4. So you want to force the fight around the objective, because Heimerdinger, he will not be able to join the rest of his forces. You will get the second Drake, and if for whatever reason Lucent decides to fight, they will be badly outnumbered because of the level advantage, because of the solo kill on Zoe. The only point I could probably make for them is that Kaisa and Nautilus, they can burst down one of those targets quite quickly, but you really need a good opening for them to find someone out of the position, which could definitely happen. These teams are not impeccable. These teams make mistakes. So me saying in theory the game is really hard and probably from my point of view unwinnable right now already for Lucent could not really mean much when the mistakes happen, when I don't know, your Maokai disconnects from the game.
Yeah, well, I mean, I like that you do highlight that, but mistakes are exploitable, like you're talking about, and you've got things that you can do that with. Like, for all we've talked about how the Zed is going to have a rough time dealing against Hydras, if someone is out of position and it is the Aphelios or the Zoe for whatever reason, that's something that you can maybe make a play onto, and you've got the Nautilus Kaiser combo, which is so good at finding these people who are out of position and just really going to it. I believe that we are going to be jumping back to the analyst desk because of a slight delay getting back into the game. Hopefully, we're going to be bringing some League of Legends to you soon. But for now, One Ring Wraith, you can take the microphone.
Thank you, Middlecott. And we have so much that we can already talk about these two teams. We have so much that we can already analyze about this. Starting maybe with the draft, maybe with this champion select. I know that the casters have already talked a lot about this, but I want to particular emphasize the Heimerdinger on that top lane, since it's something that it's not that usual to see. And how is this supposed to work?
It's supposed to just take the lane and win it. You are just not giving your opponent any chance to let that Maokai shine. And I absolutely agree with Maguire, because you know that this Maokai is going to be very useful later in the team fights, but the less comfortable he's feeling on the Summoner's Rift naturally, the less prepared he's going to be to go into the fights later on, and the easier it will be for you to deal with him. So you take Heimerdinger and you just dominate the hell out of the lane, and you feel a little bit better afterwards.
Yeah, and it also synergizes very well with the AD mid laner. You have you throw in some more AP in your draft. You get some less gold generation for the Maokai, who will need to rush to the Spectral Skull, maybe even the Whole Spirit Vision, which actually synergizes so well with his passive. But in the team fights, he will not be able to deal with the Kaisa and the Zed as easily. Yeah. So you're gonna put them on a longer timer, where for him to reach for the 3 items, he will not be there on the 20th, 22nd minute, he will be there around the 30th minute. But at the same time, you put yourself on a timer as well, because Heimerdinger is so difficult to navigate in later teamfights, where you do not decide the place and the time, where you might be able to face check someone and the fight just erupts, and you don't just go, okay, we'll fight in 5 minutes time in the Baron, in 4 minutes time in the Drake, and nothing else. Because he needs time, he needs to set up his turrets, he needs to have his ultimate, be able to decide wisely which ability will he upgrade. But on the other side, if you just see the Nature's Wrath just running at you from the Maokai, you don't have a chance to disengage. You will need to teamfight.
Yeah, and yeah, that is. I'm really curious about how the way that this is going to actually develop throughout the game. And Rev, I know that you have something that you really wanted to talk about during this analyst desk, and since we have some time now, I want to toss it to you about a certain jungle pathing that we've seen.
Oh, yeah, that flawless jungle path. It was forced, of course, because DBL kind of snuck away the red buff. We were discussing with Solari, was it a mistake or was that a big brain power move? And I think it was a big brain power move because it forces the Maokai to DC or something. I don't know, maybe the Riot Spaghetti God is doing that to us. But on the other side, Flawless is lagging a bit behind, and hypothetically, he should be on the faster clearing path. Trundle can clear the solo camps really easily with his auto attack resets, but all of the little smaller camps like the not the rats, the raptors and the cracks are a pain for him. On the other side, Sejuani should be able to be ahead, but isn't anymore.
So the game should be back. So let's hand it over to our caster desk to continue this first match of the day.
Whoa! We're back, let's go! Don't even need to see my ugly face. It's absolutely fine jumping back into the action here. Thank you very much for bearing with us, Maguire. We're back. We've got League of Legends on the screen, mate.
Yeah, hopefully lags. Wow, he will not have any lags anymore or connection issues. So what's happening on the bot side right now is, I believe this is the effect of the freeze that I was talking about. Imperial, they kind of stacked up those waves, and right now they have this window to make some vision, some moves around the river to get a little bit more safety, a little bit more control over the map. So far, it's looking well for Hydra Esports, even though they are 300, 200 golds apart from the enemies. It's mostly in Heimerdinger, who is also not getting as ahead as you would think. The CS discrepancy is almost non-existent, and of course he got the kill, he got the two plates for himself, so he should be around 600, 700 gold ahead comparison to Maokai. But still, Maokai is right now helping on Herald, so pretty much Hydra Esports, they have now an option to funnel these resources properly, in Tower Gold to one of their carries. They have a choice of going bot side or towards the middle to get Colonel some more gold.
Yeah, and I mean, both of those carries are in a absolutely wonderful spot right now. Around about 20 CS ahead of their respective opponents, and we're going to be scaling just fine into the matches. So I think that's why we're talking about Lucent maybe needed to do a little bit more, because we feel like Hydras are going to be fine as this game goes longer and longer. And picking up that Rift Herald alongside the early Drake as well, double dipping on those early game objectives is a great way to get this game started.
And I came to a conclusion that I just might not understand the jungle pathing well enough, because for whatever reason, it's Flawless who is, in the better spot. He has a level advantage over Panda. So maybe something that Rev mentioned, that those camps with higher number of small, jungle creeps are harder for Trundle to clear out, or maybe he just sacrificed a lot of his time to bring the safety towards his bot lane and mid lane, where he popped up occasionally. Right now, they have Herald and they are thinking about using it. So which lane will they choose? This is the most important thing. Colonel, he has to use his splash. He's dead for sure.
Yeah, he's just gone. He's just gone. The ultimate drop by Kurosh, the ignite as well. And it's enough to finish off Zoe in the mid lane. Lucent with a proactive play, and getting a kill on the mid laner is exactly what they needed.
I loved it. The collapse from 4 members of Lucent. But I feel like Colonel, he was a little bit too greedy. He tried to dodge the ultimate from Sejuani of his own portal jump, which did not happen. And even if it did, I feel like the moment that you're seeing Sejuani approaching you in the mid lane and the enemy bot lane, they are MIA, you just flash away. You do not want to give up your own life. The good news are for Hydra Esports, it happened 1 minute ahead of Dragon, so they should be ready to start the fight around the Dragon and continue the process of stacking up the Drakes.
CBO is continuing to stack up damage on this top lane tower, nearly the 3rd plate taken in favor of the Heimerdinger, and Laxwell, I think, recognizing that top lane is probably not the place for him to be anymore. That's a smart flash from Imperial, getting away from the engage from Marco, who throws out the death charge for fun reasons, but still you're gaining that summoner spell away from the Aphelios.
But Imperial, he answered with a lot of poke, chunking down the enemies, and it feels like this is a good move ahead of Dragon, because right now, of course, they got your flash, so they will be probably setting up for a repeat gank or repeat aggression on you, but Hydro Esports in response should be getting this Dragon. Feels like Mirai, he cannot really contest the Dragon with just 400, 500 HP on his side.
Flawless, diving over the Arctic Assault towards Sheeta, but Panda is waiting in the wings. We've had another pause for what could be a very impactful fight around the Dragon.
The game is
we just jumping back in? Okay, that's fine. Flawless with that Frost Armor can get himself away. Marco Hex flashing over the wall. They're trying to get an age onto Imperial, but Lucent are being jumped onto themselves. It's such a messy fight, but it's Lucent, it's the team from the UK that are making it work at the start of it. A double kill for Kurosh, Zed getting the damage that he needed to, but Colonel turning it around. Panda somehow not dying on the Trundle, and they will clean up in the 2v4. It looked good for Lucent, but it looks better for Colonel.
And that is a completely bonkers performance from Colonel. He's popping off with 4 kills. That was really important for him to get those resets, those extra additional summoner spells, to jump around the fight, to get so many of those instances of damage on the enemy. I feel like Lucent, that was a good move to engage on Aphelios, but they put everything towards him. They put pretty much all of their flashes, all of their summonal spells, and of course they got the kill on Aphelios. But in the end, it's Colonel who gets the fight to clean it up, and it's a win for Hydro Esports. Besides getting 4 kills on the side of Colonel, he also gets additional chunk of gold thanks to Herald put in the mid lane. However, they've decided not to take the Dragon just yet. Not quite sure why. Maybe Panda was afraid that his HP is going to run out, or maybe they just preferred to get the gold from the guaranteed gold from the mid.
Can we see gold very quickly on Colonel? I wonder if we can get it up in
2K
time before
ahead
he
of the
bats.
enemy.
Yeah, because
most likely
it was a lot of in gold. Like, not only did you get a quadra kill in that fight, but you also got all of the, well, you got like 3 plates essentially in the mid lane, and that is a Luden's Timbers matching the Prowler's Claw that Kurosh was able to pick up for himself. But you look at the sort of secondary items that the Zoe's got as well, and it is ridiculous. Lucent actually finding an opportunity to take out this Dragon with DBL rotating into the mid lane. Might be looking for a pick on the bottom side of the map as well. Imperial still without his flash.
Yep, Lucent, during the last couple of minutes, they've grouped a lot, leaving DBL to his own devices. And this is something that you want to do. You're getting ahead in those lanes, you're getting prio and then forcing together, then gathering together to use your strength against the weaker opponents in the current state of the game. So good thing that they're being active and they're looking for all of those plays, but in the end it did not benefit them that much because the game is dead even. If you look at the gold, that was close.
That was very bloody close. I'm not sure if Lagswell is going to get anything for that Nature's Graph, but holy moly, I guess this is why they picked it. Still being able to apply pressure in that 1v1. I love it when you've got 2 champions that can one-shot people that are so fed, like the Zoe and the Zed are right now, because it means that the 1v1s, the interactions between both of the champions become so intense.
I wonder what Colonel is deciding on doing next, because it looks like he will not be going straight towards the Zonias, and he's so ahead that I feel like building this defensive item is just justified. You do not want to give away the shutdown, but also your damage is just enough right now. There's no need to go for overkill, because if you deal 2k damage on top of 1k HP target, it doesn't really matter if you deal more, because he's dead anyways, but Zed is still a threat to you. Let's look at the Herald, because it's the next pressure point for this game.
Lucent have backed away though, I think. Kurosh facing just a little bit too late to help out the rest of his team, so Hydras are Gonna grab another Herald for themselves. Let's see if they can get use out of this one. Maybe just throw it mid lane immediately and take down that tower. Or you could try and funnel the gold a little bit more effectively.
Yeah. During the last couple of minutes, both teams punishing the enemy side by using those windows given by the back timings. When it came to Dragon, it was Lucent who was faster on the map, faster on the rotation, and they could just get the Dragon for free. The same goes with Herald for Hydra Esports. Kurosh, he picked a wrong time to go back to the base, and he seemed to just not fight. What happened? Where's Mirai?
Well, Mirai said, right, so the crazy thing about that is there was the little sleepy trouble bubble particle on the floor there by Mirai, and that disappears if you get hit by it. So somehow the Geyser has died without getting hit by a bubble. Which is kind of crazy. But again, this is what you can do on the Zoe when you are at this point in the game. It's very difficult for these squishy members of Lucent to match up.
Are you familiar with this pace? I love Zoe, I hope she wins. This is like my favorite pace of all time, because I have this deep hatred for Zoe. I myself am a ADC player, and I just despise getting popped by Zoe, because this is something that can definitely happen. Mirai, he just took a wrong step and he's instantly dead because Zoe's just packed with so much damage. Of course, kudos to Colonel, because he's still finding those opportunities to burst the enemies. But the champ that's able to do that, sometimes it just feels unfair.
I want to see a Magi's. I don't know about you.
Oh yeah, you definitely go for Magi's.
Yeah,
You have
I
10
think you
stacks on
definitely go
darts
for
right now.
Magi's. And that makes Mirai's life even worse here on the Kaiser. Hydras have managed to get themselves a 1k gold advantage at this point in time. Not massive, definitely something that Lucent can recover from, as Laxwell going for an engage onto DBL. Without the setup time to get those towers down, the Heimerdinger is not having fun. Will finally use that ultimate, the upgrade, and flash over the wall. But the fact that Laxwell is able to apply pressure in the 1v1 is great for Hydras.
You can see, you can feel the threat from Maokai, and even Shida got back into the mix, bringing his top laner a kill. On top of that, Maokai getting some additional damage thanks to some Fire Cape. I was wondering if he's going to build a Frozen Gauntlet, because it just feels like the enemy team is so low range that you can pretty much, you know, keep them at bay at all times with this item. But he went for a little bit more damage with the cape. It looks like Herald will be used in the mid lane. He didn't even get one charge off in the second tier tower, so he will be most likely, alongside Hydra Esports, getting this inhib tower at 90 minutes in the game. Just a couple seconds ago we were talking about game being dead even, and right now Hydra Esports, they're extending their lead rapidly.
Oh, Marco, oh no, dead. Imperial with the kill, and Lucent will look for the rest of the team fight, but Shida will turn it back around on them. The set fight of the engagers, Crush goes into the backline. 2 kills actually going in favor of the red side team. A shutdown secured for DBL. Zoe out of the fight means it's better for Lucent, but still 3 members of Hydra standing tall. Imperial on a slither of HP.
But it looks like Hydra Esports, they will be able to pick a dragon on top of that. Right now, of course, they are kind of considering, you know, maybe not taking the second dragon was a bad choice, because they would be in Dragon Soul Point right now, but it doesn't really matter. They're really ahead. They're getting their Zoe ahead, as well as Aphelios. In this fight, I felt like they got a little bit too overzealous, not knowing where the Z is, and putting a lot of resources in engaging. They left their backline unattended, and it resulted in Colonel getting killed and almost cost Imperial his life. He was really lucky to stay alive to dish out some more damage, because the fight was really, really close. And Lucent, if they got the kill on Aphelios, it feels like they stood a good chance of winning the fight overall.
Oh, absolutely agree with you. Shida, maybe not in the best position, but relatively tanky actually on the set with that Dead Man's Plate. The ult is going to be invested from Kurosh, but that is nowhere near finding a kill. Now a TPM from Hydra's Lagswole, throwing out the Nature's Grasp. Marco is going to block it for his mid laner and hook himself away. The Nautilus may just be the sacrifice here, but Hydra's don't want to extend any further as Flawless on the flank.
Not at this time. Hydra Esports, they have to worry about Heimerdinger. He's getting some quality solo time against towers and minions. I feel like those are the most fun people at party, you know, the ones who are playing Heimerdinger, just in their own world, fighting against AI and maybe occasionally against Maokai or someone else who is going to be, you know, standing ahead of them. But finally, DBL getting his action against Maokai. You can see the power of Heimerdinger on 2 items. He's straight up winning the side lane. But what is Hydra Esports doing in response? They are addressing this by getting the first tower on the top side, giving them bigger access to the top side jungle, which may result in them getting control over it and maybe attempting Baron in the upcoming minutes.
I think that's the key thing. That sort of top side jungle vision control is imperative. And when you are on the side of Lucent, if Hydras have got that vision control, you're having to check into a Maokai, a Zoe, and a Set. These are all champions that love when people run into dark corridors because they can pick them off, they can find the engage so easily, they can take someone off the board. When you're already in the advantage, then the team fight looks really good for Hydras.
Definitely. You have to keep in mind that Hydra Esports, they are no longer able to withstand the attacks from Heimerdinger on the side, so they really need and are in place to force those fights and use their advantage over neutral objectives. Because if the game is going to continue in this manner, Heimerdinger will just take over the side lane. For now, he's gripped up with his team. It feels like Lucent, they are afraid of the enemy team. What? No way.
I mean, Laxwell should have probably been afraid of Kurosh as he finds a solo kill in the bottom lane. No teleport to join his team though, so Hydras, they still feel confident, they still feel able to pressure in the 4v4 on this side of the map, but Kurosh is not done pushing, he wants that tower.
Honestly, I have not seen Zed for a long time, so I feel like I kind of underrated him in terms of his power because he just got the solo kill on Maokai, of course. Laxwell, he did not get back to the base prior to him being killed, so he just had 1 item. But it feels like Kurosh is also a threat on the side lane because right now he's pressuring the second tower in the bot side. Not having TP, he will not be able to join his team on the potential Baron fight, but it looks like Hydra Esports, they are not interested in starting a Baron fight. They will just clear out the waves, they will try to reset the situation on the map and think about their next move because they are in kind of a pickle right now.
It's a weird spot to be in, and unless we not remind you of the stakes of this game, Hydra's currently 2-1, Lucent 1-2. Hydra's own the head-to-head, and if they win here, they get the 3-1. They put themselves out of reach of Lucent and all but lock themselves in the next stage of the tournament. For Lucent, though, a win here, and they are all square with Hydras, and progression becomes down to how you perform over the rest of this day. The game is basically as even as it could be at this stage. Only sort of 500, 600 gold in it as we've got a Drake in 30 seconds soul point potential for Hydras.
None of those teams got quite prepared for the Dragon because you don't see too much vision around the objective itself. But it looks like Lucent is happy to make a trade where they will get Baron instead of Dragon. But Hydra Esports, they just read through it and they are ready to take a fight on Baron as well.
A little bit of poke onto Colonel. Not too significant yet from DBL, but this is what the Heimerdinger can do. If he's able to stay on an objective for a long time, he can be an absolute menace to kick off it. But once again, Kurosh pushing in the bot lane, that means that Hydra, they've got a temporary numbers advantage. They can move and clear out a little bit of this vision and are now trying to take this Drake, but they're going to have a Zed to contend with.
Oh no. If I were Imperial, I would really be on my toes right now because it just, you know, Kurosh needs one good ability, one good engage to get him.
Oh, hold on.
Dragon went the way of Hydra.
We're getting the engage around the Baron. Panda has already slayed Marco, but the Baron goes in favor of Lucent. Mirai being chunked low by Panda as well, trying to 1v1 the Trundle, but that is not a 1v1 that you win. 2 fall on the side of Lucent as Flawless may become the third as we're getting a flash over the wall there from Colonel. We'll have to trap that in a second. Mirai heading back to base, and I like what Lucent tried to do there, try and split the map, but they are being punished very, very aggressively by Hydra's here as Imperial will chase down Flawless.
Yeah, he has nowhere to go. Why is he TPing? I mean, TPing, flashing. It feels like this is just a free kill for Kelno anyways. There was no one from Lucent that could help Flawless. Maybe he was just buying time, so Kurosh will be able to get the tower in the mid lane. That's a huge wave, and doesn't feel like Panda will be a big threat to him, but the tower is just healthy enough to stand on its own. So this is a big win for Hydra Esports. Lucent, despite getting Baron, it's just a Baron on Courage. Of course, he is able to threaten and pressure the side lanes, but the rest of his team, they fell victim. They also did not get the Dragon, so right now Hydra Esports, they are on the point, on the Dragon Soul point with Infernal Soul on the table. This pretty much heralds the end of the game for me, where it will be Hydra Esports getting one of those decisive teamfight wins and finishing it up.
Yeah. I don't think Kurosh is going to be able to defend that tower, but it does feel like, yeah, the next team fight, because of the power of objectives that we're going to be playing for in a few minutes' time, that Infernal Soul in 3 minutes and that Baron in 4, then it's really important to put yourself in a good position. Shida, maybe in a bad position here as he's getting jumped onto by Kurosh, who's looked for Imperial and can't quite find it before he will fall down. A trade, the Z for the Aphelios, but once again, Flawless finds himself in a horrible position. No one on Lucent is going to help out the Sejuani. Second death in as many minutes.
That was a really cool move from Kurosh because he ulted on top of Shida, but then instantly used his Fang to, to tear through Imperial. He did not get the kill in the end, but forced Flawless to finish the job. Of course, it's Hydra Esports once more getting on top of things. Will they be able, however, to get the second tower without the help of Baron buff? I don't think so.
That's a lot of damage! Flash from Marco keeps him alive. That's the power that the Zoe had. But look, actually, a fair bit of damage traded back onto Colonel by DBL. This Heimerdinger, 3 items completed and an NLR. This is no slouch in terms of damage.
Good luck sieging against Heimerdinger without Baron buff. He will just clear those waves in the blink of an eye. So it feels like Hydra Esports, they either need a good decisive team fight because of their previous push in the mid lane. If they win a team fight, they should be able to quite quickly destroy the base of the enemy, or get the Baron buff, because this will allow them to siege against Heimerdinger.
Then you look on the other side, and for Lucent, their solo lanes have actually got themselves to pretty decent places. Colonel is popping off for Hydras, no question, but Kurosh is actually a level above him, and DBL is 2 levels above Lagswell, and that can seem a little bit meaningless when it's just the difference between level 14 and 15 and 16, but the amount of stats, the amount of gold value that you actually get for each of those levels ups is pretty significant.
Yeah, it can be quite absurd. You usually think about level advantage that's most important in the early stages of the game, where you get access to another ability like your ultimate or some of the basic abilities when it comes to levels 1 to 3. But it really is a big deal for Lucent because they've also got access to the 3rd level of their ultimates, which will be much needed with the ability haste, with the cooldown reduction on their side. They will be probably able to ult maybe 2 times a team fight. For Zed, it's definitely possible. They got the pick on Maokai, who kind of lost his footing when it comes to the dragon approach, and it just feels like Lucent will be gifted a free dragon thanks to that.
Yeah, but Hydras, they're going for a little bit of a gamut there, going, well, you can go towards the Drake, but we're going to get this mid lane priority, and if you don't respond to it, you're going to lose an inhibitor. So Kurosh forced to move over, and once again, Hydras, they keep rotating. They recognize that this Drake is something that's completely unrealistic for them to take right now, but there's a top lane tower here that they can definitely get down.
You probably do not want to go towards the inhibitor because it's so deep into base and the territory of the enemy that they then collapse on top of you. So you're trying to stretch the map away from the enemy while they are on Dragon. You'll get the tower on the top side. it's a little bit of cash, it's a little bit of gold for Hydra Esports, but this is definitely the best case scenario for them to make this losing play a little bit better on their part. So
Yeah.
I like the decision making on the part of Hydra Esports. Their top laner made the mistake, got caught off guard. So we will make the best out of the bad situation.
It's what you got to do. It's what you got to do,
Definitely.
and the response play is made even better by the fact that Baron is spawning in sort of 10 seconds time. And whilst Lucent have been able to move into Hydra's zone, as Kurosh is going for another 1v1 onto Lagswell. Ultimate for ultimate trade, but you feel like that has to benefit the Zed, who is going to get that one up much, much faster again. Numbers disadvantage on the top side, though, means that Hydras can start to move a bit further forward and try and use some of the pressure that they've got to get some vision down.
I'd never suspect that Zed was going to give such a hard time Maokai in the side lane.
Yeah.
But it's happened. However, Baron started. TP from Lagswell is available. What's going to happen?
Flawless could get into the pit here, down to 2,000. Going forward, steals it! The Sejuani steals away the Baron, and that may be the play that Lucent needed to keep their Aurora Cup hopes alive.
That is a clean transaction on the part of Lucent. They just get the Baron, get out, and they're happy with the outcome. Because right now, Zed in the side lane and the rest of his team in the mid lane, they will be able to pressure the enemy so much. Zoe and Aphelios, they kind of bring a little bit of this wave clear, but not as much. EBL forced to flash away, Marco getting hit by some of those abilities, but he's just strong enough to withstand the first wave of the enemies. However, it's Sheeta.
Dives Sheeta, but he goes pop! And Hydras, they try to extend for the play in the mid lane, but they go a little bit too far forward, and now Lagswell incredibly low. Kurosh in the bottom lane has already got an inhibitor for himself, and Lucent have put themselves in a position where I think they can end this.
How the tables have turned. It's Lucent with this streak of really successful plays during the last couple of minutes. Will they be able, however, to end and finish on those waves? It looks like they're taking the safe path away. They've got 2 towers, they've got 2 inhibitors, they've also stopped the enemy from getting the soul of the dragon for at least now. In 2 minutes, they will probably be back on dragon, fighting again. But right now, they're in much better position because they've got this huge gold swing in their favor, getting 3k ahead of the enemies.
And you know what? Fair play to Kurosh. He's been the guy who's been applying pressure in that side lane and making it happen. Even when we're getting towards the sort of later stages of the game, this Zed has been continuously relevant. 4 items out that Black Cleaver, so that the Maokai, who's been having a horrible time in the side lane, is going to have an even worse one.
Yeah, it's not getting any better. I've got some grim news for you, Lagswell. You will be just getting kind of bullied in the side lane.
I mean,
for the rest of the game.
axes versus trees, man. It is. It's not a tree-favored matchup, I think.
What about laser guns? I think it's even worse.
That's quite bad as well, actually.
Yeah, so Maokai, Lagswell, he really needs to get a good engage off if he is to, you know, make something happen in those team fights. But for now, he's been struggling a little bit. He's not as tanky as we would think, and he is just not taking part in a lot of those team fights. When you think about it, 16 total kills from the side of Hydra Esports, and just kill participation in 3 of them from Lagswell.
It's just not. It's not why you're picking the Maokai, right? You're picking him to be this sort of team-fighting tank, but Hydra's, they're not far enough behind that I want to call them out of this yet. Colonel, though, may have gone a little bit too far forward with that paddle jump, and now Panda taken low himself. The subjugate has been thrown out onto Flawless, who is going to go low with that burn ticking down, but Kurosh here, with a bit of time, could push in the bottom lane and shadow himself away.
Yeah, you've got to respect the threat from Zed on the bot side. But right now, Lucent, they have the easy job. They have to pressure top side and probably, you know, force those fights. Then Kurosh can end the game or not force the fights, and still Hydra Esports will be in a really tough spot, because right now they are focused on just, you know, saving their base. They're not thinking about approaching Dragon unless this is a last-ditch effort from them to win the game.
I mean, it feels like it has to be. The dragon has already spawned, and I feel like Lucent may have screwed up the timing on this one a little bit. Flawless DBL and Marco starting to move over, but this is going to be a 3v4. The Maokai finally joining a T5, getting exploded! Mirai joins the play and chops the tree down! The Drake goes in favor of Hydras. They've got the Infernal Soul, but if Lucent win this fight, it is not going to matter. Already 3 dead! As Lucent are starting to take over. DBL with the damage. Kurosh forced away, but look at the base, look at the nexus of Hydras. Those super minions are doing some work.
Good for them. Lucky for Hydra Esports, there's no TP on the side of Lucent, and somebody who could take advantage of those minions getting inside of the base. They got the dragon, so the game is still undecided, but I feel like Lucent, they just have the numbers and the timings from the side of Hydra Esports. Those death timers, they're just too long, and it might be the end of the game. Is Lucent going to make a final push right here?
They are going for it. Imperial and Colonel need to go absolutely massive. The 2 carriers of Hydras are getting off to a decent start with already a kill between them, but with Imperial that low, he's forced out and he is forced down. But Hydras, with the respawns coming through, Lucent, they've got a little bit too far. They can't end it just yet. DBL, the sole survivor for the time being, but I'm not sure he's going to be alive for much longer. Hydras, they make the defense on their base.
You got to, stop the swarm from the minions as well, but Lucent, they were not able to finish the game. It's a native Nexus without any towers, with around half HP, but it's barely, but just standing. This is enough for Hydra Esports to still cling to the game. I feel like that was a really late flash from Imperial. He should have just dodged the full combo from Zed, because once those shurikens hit him, he was dead. Lucky for him, the rest of the team just spawned in time to defend the base. We still do not know what's going to happen, because it feels like the edge that was given by the Soul Dragon for Hydra Esports is enough to keep them alive in those fights. So Lucent, they're so close to finishing the game.
But look at where we are now. Yeah, like the Baron's being started, and we're still waiting on DBL to respawn. Lucent not in a great position to contest this one, but Imperial is in the bottom side of the map and doesn't have a teleport.
Okay, so we got a nice
massive
bubble.
chunk onto Mirai.
It's so tense, man.
Looking for an engage. Kurosh is just slipping around there. Finally, the Aphelios is going to be turning up. The Baron still hasn't fallen down just yet. Now, with the Aphelios here, they could start to DPS it, and Lucent, they're backing away. They don't think that they can contest, and they're probably right. Flawless, why are you there then? Doesn't get thrown over the wall and flashes away just in time. Shida, not quite getting hooked up. Some big chunk lands onto Sejuani, and well, from an open Nexus, Hydras now find themselves with Infernal Soul and a Baron buff. These are a couple of big late game objectives that you can use to end the game.
Yeah, and definitely the inhib spawns help a lot, because Hydra Esports, they are not threatened by any kind of backdoor right now. It will take too much time for Lucent to get the inhib and the Nexus down. TP is available on DBL, but there are no words.
DBL has been caught out, but Panda is taking a load of damage. If either of those shurikens had connected, I think he was going down, but...
Yeah, you sure it was DBL who got caught off?
Yeah,
it felt like Panda was the victim of this fight.
Especially when you're trying to play into that 5-item Heimerdinger, like, not even gone for anything defensive like his own. It's just like, no, pure damage. And anyone who tries to step up to me is going to get shredded over time. Hydras are trying to make a play there, looking for something aggressive as Kurosh going on a bit of a long flank. If he makes this work, it could be huge.
Yeah, that's the power of Zoe. From 5 items as well.
Going for an engage onto Marco as Colonel Zonia's in the backline there. Flawless in the middle of absolutely everybody. Here comes Kurosh, but he can't find an isolated member of Hydras. Flashes back, but a double kill going in favor of Imperial. And Mirai taken off the board as well. Such sweet sorrow for Lucent. The comeback was on, they made it so close. They were a Nexus away from taking out Hydras, but with this victory, they are out to the Aurora Open, and Hydras claim victory.
Such a close game, such an intense game. But finally, for Hydra Esports, the game hit a point where it's Aphelios who is engaging on Zed, not the other way around. Just enough items, just enough damage to kill Zed before he kills you. And on top of that, the last ditch effort, last wrestler fight on Dragon, who finally tipped the scale towards Hydra Esports. That was such an interesting game. I cannot wait for our analyst desk to break it down.
And welcome back to the analyst desk. What a game! What an ending game! Wow, I'm speechless. I'm honestly speechless right now.
Yeah, honestly, at the end of our breakdown of the game discussion was just a lot of confused noises, because what is that? We have so many flips in one game. We have the Baron flips, which absolutely need to talk about, but also the whole games. What is that? I don't even know what is that.
Yeah, it's an emotional roller coaster for both fighters, I think, because at so many points and so many different points in the game, both of them were so sure of their win. All that side laning pressure from the Zed, plus the Heimerdinger, all those open inhibitors and Nexus, the bar flips. It had everything. It was a whole season.
Absolutely. Lucent needed to make something happen to set up the rhythm of the game. Otherwise, Hydras would just be in a much more comfortable position. However, and they were being proactive. They were looking for those plays. Now, the game was even. I mean, it was even the whole game, but it was up until the point where there was a fight around the Drake that gave Hydra an advantage with that Zoe quadra kill, and she became a serious threat, a serious issue to deal with.
I think that was the moment where Lucent should have realized that something was going terribly wrong with their early game, because the whole idea of taking Zed is that you need to pop off before your enemies, especially Zoe, start building Zonias and just any defensive items against you, because after that, you will not be able to deal enough burst to kill them on spot unless you're super ahead of them. And they were not getting Zed ahead enough, and that quadra kill on Zoe was the moment where they should have understood that it was too late and they needed to completely change their strategy.
In their favor, they did change the strategy. They started pressuring the side lane way more. They had the Heimerdinger. Then Zed was, hey, I also need items. Let me farm all those free lanes. And they chopped the tree as well several times. Not environmentally friendly. But they found him way ahead from the save point. They did chop him down. They had some good lumber to stay warm in this winter. It wasn't enough, though.
Now, Solari, you talked on the previous desk about the importance of not getting reckless Baron plays. Now, this Baron flip was like another one.
And another one.
And another one.
Another one. Yeah, I mean, there is definitely something going on between Lucent and the Barons. It's just the story of the two star-crossed lovers who were never meant to be. They try making it happen, but it's not going to happen unless you have a clever Sejuani. That Baron steal was a brilliant moment in the game. I absolutely loved it. If only there was one tiny additional push coming from Lucent, it would have been a game.
Yeah, it would be a game. On the other side, Hydra seemed to learn for theirs and Lucent's mistake, because the third Baron started with the worst condition possible. They started with an AD carry on the bottom side, no vision whatsoever, but they ended it so smartly. They pushed the support and the top laner behind the pit. They made sure they knew exactly what the enemy jungler is, locked him down, and just then pushed in the Baron. So they seem to be adapting. They seem to understand what's going on in the games and getting better and better. The thing is, if you need to get to the third Baron to adapt, I'm not too sure on how you will fare in the rest of the Aurora Open.
Yeah, if you need to get your Nexus completely naked and scratched.
The one thing that I'm really interested about is the fact that they could try, they tried to keep their heads cool when all of this was happening. And this is something really, really impressive.
Yeah, for sure. I'd love to get a sneak peek at their comms when everything went south, plus when everything went great. So what I'm looking for is the Baron steal that they gave out with the Baron and the quadra kill moment, because this is what actually builds them to be able to get hyped, but be cold-headed. And then when everything goes dark, not to just mute yourself, look away. You need to be able to untilt yourself, maybe, I don't know, stand up and sit straight, get a sip of water, and then be able to get your head back in the game, analyze the situation. Is there any way we can get back? What do we need to do? What do we need to abuse from all the enemy mistakes?
Yeah, and I mean it's always like this. The game only ends when the Nexus falls. So and this is what actually happened. So it was fantastic. It was something really impressive to watch, and I'm curious to see how they will manage to fight on the upcoming games in regards to this. I don't know what about you, Solari?
I would say that we kind of expected some of this game happening, some parts of it, but I was caught completely by surprise by the majority of what was happening here. And now I absolutely want to see more of the Hydras. I want maybe them to be a little bit quicker in the major decisions on the map in future, but in general, what I was seeing today, it's a great team, and I wish them all the best.
Absolutely. And while we are waiting here for... Okay, fantastic. We don't have to wait anymore. We are joined by none other than Imperial for an interview. Hello, Imperial. First of all, congrats on this victory. What an intense game. How are you feeling after this?
Hello, guys. Thank you. I'm feeling really good because we almost do it out of group from this win. So it was hard game because our support got ill and go to ambulance and he can't play. So we play with sub, but we still got it. I'm really glad for it.
Yeah, and we hope he is okay. Now, how was it to play with another support? How was it to adapt in this such a short notice?
I mean, our top laner play on support role and our sub play for top. So I communicate with top lane all this time. Nothing new in communication, and he played really good. He played a warm-up game before this game on support role and play this game. Both of them was really good. I'm lucky that my sub support was so good.
Yeah, and you absolutely smashed after this intense game. Now, Solari Rev, I know that you might have some questions for Imperial as well.
The obvious one, of course. What was going on in the team when your Nexus was being almost taken by the enemy team?
We was confident that we def. I call that I have good weapons to def. So we played really def it and play for Nash, and then close the game.
So was there any moment where you thought that maybe that's the end? Yeah. Maybe that's like this is where it's all.
We can't give up to emotions. We are robots.
I love it. I love this, guys.
Okay, so what I want to ask you is, do you keep something from this game, or do you just scratch everything? You say this wasn't our perfect conditions. We were playing with 2 fields actually, so we don't care what happened to this game. We're better than that. Or do you get some feedback, for example, in the barrel setups?
We can learn a lot from this game because the game was pretty free until we flip the Nash and games goes really hard. So we need to check replays and see what goes wrong, what we did wrong, and take some lessons from this.
Yeah, absolutely, and we wish you good luck on that and the rest of the tournament. Once again, congrats on this victory, and thank you for your time, Imperial.
Okay, thanks, and this win for Selfway. Get well, brother.
Oh, yes.
Yeah. And thank you so much, Imperial. Now, yeah, that was an intense game. That was a fantastic first game of the day. I mean, I wasn't expecting this to be so emotional.
Oh, we're starting on a high note.
Yeah.
Was it emotional though? Because Imperial said they are robots. They're
Yeah.
not giving into emotion. And I loved it because if you don't give into emotions in such a game, you can actually pick him, drop him at a Worlds final. He might start a game 0-17 and he'll still be calm.
Yeah, absolutely. And now, yeah, I mean, I got emotional about this game, and I bet you did too, and everyone watching this. So we will head into a small break, so don't go anywhere. And we are back to this analyst desk to make a preview of the following game, JDXL versus Zal. Now, we talked a little bit about these two teams during the pre-show. So for those who missed, what are the main points that you want to watch from these particular teams on this match?
I'm thinking where to start, honestly, because there is quite a lot. I mean, for JDXL, I feel like we talked about, especially I mentioned it, the importance of looking into the top side of the map. And I want to see what is going to be happening there, because I wonder if they decide to go with something more carry-oriented on the top side of the map, and whether they actually manage to execute it. Because I was lacking a little bit of proactiveness there before, and I want to see more of it in this game.
Yeah, from my side, I have like a single sentence for both of those teams. Sorry, for JDXL, ego check yourselves. We know you're really good. You've proven it before. You don't need to prove it every time. Prove that you are the better team, not the better player. For the side of Zal Esports, please get a coherent plan and stick to it. I'm seeing 4 or 5 different game plans in every game, and that really screws with all of your win conditions. So just stick to your one plan and execute it until you either win or lose.
And you better execute it confidently. I think confidence is key when you have this. Confidence is key to try to find creative plays, to try to find creative ways because the skill level is different. So you need to find those in order to try and get some advantages here and there. And confidence, I think, is key for this to happen.
And creative picks, maybe? Because we were talking about lacking creative picks last week before we went into the previous game, and definitely we were satisfied, especially thanks to Lucen in it. Heimadinka top lane and Zed mid lane, and Zoe mid lane, honestly, too. But will we see more of those now? Because I want something, especially from Xalme, because they are the team whom I expect to see something unexpected coming from.
That's correct. That is a way to kind of ambush the better, quote-unquote, always teams and be able to get ahead. However, it's also a double-edged sword, because if you get too creative, you might not even know how to play this creative code.
Well, if you don't know what you're doing, then your opponent won't know as well. So that might be a good strategy. So let's head on to the champion select with our cast desk.
Hello there, thank you very much, Wandering Wraith. Yes, we are jumping into Champion Select for our second game of the day here. Zal versus JDXL, two teams we have really high hopes for coming into the Aurora Open, and one of them performing, I think, as expected. The other definitely have had a bit of a rough time of it. We are into the picks. Mans, anything catching your eye, MacGyver?
Still a Merkle run possibility for Zal Esports. However, they would need to go 3-0, starting with the toughest challenge in JDXL. So after this game, they might be, kind of done with the tournament already. Still playing with against the rest of the teams, and maybe influencing their chances of getting out of groups. But Zal, it's now or never. It's do or die, really, for them. So, well, when it comes to bans catching my eye, it's definitely Tryndamere from the side of JDXL. Banned instantly.
Yeah, that's something that Denzel is a big fan of, and I think Denzel was one of the real standout performers for Zal yesterday. Some of his plays on the Akali was really, really good, and it didn't feel like the team was able to match his level. A lot of the time, we'll have to see if they are able to do it this time around. As the Caitlyn B1, we don't see this all that often because it's banned so much.
Yeah, she usually is banned because, at least in my mind, it's a little bit harder to carry out a good Caitlyn lane and transition her into the, into the winning position. Teams would much rather pick Kalista because she's more versatile. When it comes to Caitlyn, she's such a high tempo focused champion that when she dies once or twice in the lane, probably one of your win condition already, fails and declines. So this is a, big move from Zal. They want to make it happen. It's going to be tough, but Caitlyn is definitely one of those tools that can make it happen.
And you're sort of locking this pick in that needs to win lane against Venza and FGG, like two guys that we've already seen very, very good stuff for. JDXL now rotating a bit of a sort of skirmishy mid-jungle duo here. Like I feel like with the Silas and Lee Sin, two champions that really want to get down and dirty.
Oh yeah, they'll definitely be really active towards 10-15 minute mark, where they can get the priority in mid lane and then make something happen around the dragon, or maybe something around Herald. So I can see that this double brawler combo from side of JDXL will definitely transition into a lot of fights around those neutral objectives. But when it comes to Zal, it's a really quick answer with Cassiopeia, and it just feels like Denzel is really confident in his Cassiopeia going against Silas, because it just feels like, for whatever reason, it's a counter champion or a comfort pick for him.
Well, I think this one is one of those picks for Denzel that he really, really does prioritize, and at least in my mind, I'm not sure about you, Silas, Lee Sin champions with a lot of dashes, a lot of mobility, that miasma, the grounded effect from it can get a lot of value. Pairing that up with the Viego now in the jungle. So we've got a lot of damage coming out from this pairing, but maybe not as much CC, at least in the early levels.
Not at this very moment. And when it comes to Zal, I feel like Caitlyn, she needs a high pressure support, which usually does not bring too much CC into the table. You usually think about Lux, you usually think about Karma, something a little bit pokey, something a little bit more of a bully inside of the lane. It's not going to be Leona, it's not going to be Nautilus. So you either sacrifice the strength of the lane for Caitlyn and bring some more CC into your team composition, or you will lack CC but get stronger lane for Caitlyn. So this is a choice that Zal really have to make, unless they just go, with Ornn in the top lane or Cannon in the top lane and put everything on him. Okay.
Okay, we're getting Rel Samira, MacGyver.
Yeah, this is going to be a explosive game, especially in the bot lane.
Yeah, the two champions that kind of just their modus operandi is go forward and engage, and that's great when you can get on top of the Caitlyn, but if she is able to kite you around, that can cause sort of a few issues for you. But already we're starting to see the team compositions really come to fruition. We are getting a blind Camille up in the top lane, and with JDXL leaving their top lane counterpick to the R5, Cries, I'm pretty sure he's got something that he's going to be very happy to take into the matchup.
He's already showed us that he's quite competitive and quite fluent with Gragas in the top lane. That was a standout game, at least from him. There was Fiora, this was Vladimir, so with his champion Ocean, he shouldn't worry too much. And Zal, they've kind of sacrificed Caitlyn in this matchup because they really need Leona, they need some more CC to stop Samira from, popping off, from getting ramped up with all of her stacks on the passive and the ultimates in Inferno Trigger. This is a last pick for JDXL, so Cries, he's free to do anything.
Anything.
Damn it, not Nasus, please no.
but maybe
Not
I
Nasus.
like the Gragas. I like the Gragas.
Yeah, it's much
Okay,
better.
okay. We were getting a little bit made there. There was some weird stuff being hovered, but I think you've already mentioned it. I think it makes a lot of sense. The Gragas is a champion with a lot of disruption, which is kind of what you want to be taking against the Camille.
And he's super annoying. Like, it's so hard to pin down Gragas. He'll just body block you, body slam you. He will heal up with passive. He will, knock you away with his cascade.
No,
he's
bro.
just so annoying.
The worst thing about that champion is the Q. Like, genuinely, like, you don't realize it, but then you're in lane against him, and he just stands there and he goes, ugh. And you're like, okay, I've just taken 250 damage, and I'm slowed by 1,000,000% for 5 years. It's not great, but he is a champion that can apply a little bit of this pressure.
That impression wasn't too bad. However, I have a good friend of mine who's also a caster in, for the Polish broadcast crew. He's just got back from this kind of, event where he cosplayed Gragas, but the Gentleman Gragas, or whatever his name is, he's the best Gragas I know. At least in real life. He's not that
he can do the real life, because I like to think I could do the voice okay. But I've just said this on broadcast, so like if I go for the impression, it's going to sound awful, so I'm not going to do it.
Okay, anytime that we are going towards the top lane with our spectator, you will have to, voice act Gragas and what Kryze is going to do. Or maybe at least once. Just give us a try.
I feel like I've talked up this impression a little bit. I promise you, it's not that good. I could do like one of his voice lines just barely about.
You're having second thoughts then.
I am. But coming into this game, let's take a little bit of a look at the stakes again. Because for JDXL, they've come out, they had the 3-0 in the first week, and they're pretty much, if not actually, just locked to go into the next round. Obviously, seeding is still something that we can think about, but I think we're all pretty certain that JDXL are going to be advancing. Zal, they need to go on the miracle run. Not only do they need to win all 3 of their games today, they also need to have other results go in their favor. And like we said, toughest one of those matches starting off with JDXL. It's not an ideal way to make the miracle run happen.
Yeah, I don't think even getting 3 wins on the side of Zal will grant them the opportunity to get out of groups unless something happens.
Yeah, it's like tiebreakers and weird other stuff going on, isn't it?
Yeah, so, well, they don't really have anything to lose, and they have everything to prove, so let's see how it goes. I love the Samira and Rel approach. This was something that Rev was talking about. The JDXL players, I feel like, at least in the bot lane, they will be ego-checking themselves. They will be playing to the limits, because Samira and Rel is a lane where you don't farm. I mean, you do farm, but on top of that, you fight constantly, or at least you're trying to look for those opportunities to sop up the fight.
You're just so aggressive. And do you know what? Like, it's been such a great story for FGG over the course of the last year, because around about sort of this time last year, a few sort of months before, this guy was playing like completely outside of sort of the ERL system. He was down qualified for the UKEL, which was the 3rd tier of the UK ERL sort of within the NLC landscape. But over the course of the past year, he's gone to EU Masters. He's done really, really well there, and now he's coming into sort of more of these games. He's looking damn good.
I've just got a small inquiry. This will probably not really include our viewers, but at least for us, one of our producers has not muted his mic. So if we could fix that and then get back straight to the game. During first levels, of course, it's Caitlyn with the range advantage who will get a little bit ahead and can poke Venzer. But once they hit level 3 and they get those abilities to suck up, Limitless, he really has to be careful, because one wrongly placed step and he's dead.
Yeah. The thing about the Caitlyn is you've got that long range, you've got that defensibility, but if someone does get on top of you, it's pretty difficult to get away. The 90 caliber net, if you get the lineup like exactly right, it can be good, but it's not really snap disengage, which is what you need when you are playing against a Samira and a Rel.
Oh yeah. So what's really important for me is, as usual, the next moves of junglers, because this is probably the most explosive and active role in the early game, but this is...
explosive! Limitless getting exploded on by FGG and Venza. A couple more autos would take the Caitlyn out, but the stun just in time from Fine Forever keeps his AD carry fine for now. That was bloody close.
MVP for Fine Forever, because he just got his stun off in the last possible moment. Limitless was 1 HP away from dying, and already this is the issue with the Caitlyn Leon lane, where they get this high intensity enemy bot lane that can constantly put pressure on you. Once you lose your life over this 2v2, the game is pretty much over for you. Maybe not the game, but you get the point. It gets much
really
more
hard.
difficult. Yeah.
It gets really hard. Like, if you're not winning lane on Caitlyn, then you're kind of not doing what the champion needs to. And I guess, like, a small bit of comfort for Zal is that, yeah, they had to play really defensively. They had to burn a load of those summoners defensively. JDXL burned them aggressively, and they're still gone. But Adusto may be gone on the top lane and Stan looking for a gank. Flash forced away. That's a Sonic Wave that you're not going to follow there, Dan, but no flash on the Camille in the top lane. Possibility of a repeat gank.
Adusto respecting the fact that Kryze still has his own flash, and if he were to use it to extend the range of Body Slam, maybe a possibility of first blood for JDXL. However, getting back to the bot lane, that was a nice attempt of trapping the enemy bot lane, but they just got the wave pushed away, ditched their place, went towards the river, because right now without flashes, without summoners, Limitless, he's a sitting duck. So they want to get this extra control and vision over bot side, so they don't feel threatened by Dan anymore.
But that's sacrificing time that you could be hitting onto the tower and maybe getting plates. It's the right play to do. It's a smart thing to do, but again, you're not playing into the identity of what the Caitlyn wants to be doing in the early stages. You see FGG there just hanging around in that bush, looking for those engages and finding one onto Limitless. The dash through Fine Forever, and now the Caitlyn is caught out. The trap once again used by Limitless to keep him alive. Goldie not quite finding the flash spectral maul to get the stun, but Fine Forever will do the damn same, but there is no damage to follow it up. These are some really weird fights coming out in the bot lane, and they may not be done, Maguire.
Yeah, because Dan, he's going to join the party. Is this going to be a first one? It just looks like it. Venza getting ramped up. First kill towards Dan. The second one also goes his way, but in short answer from Limitless, it's 2 for 1 in the favor of JDXL.
There's great stuff coming out from Dan. That sort of proactivity that you need to have on the Lee Sin in the early game, making it work, grabbing a double kill for himself, and now you want to see him try and put that lead that he's generated in some other places on the map, or he could just make Limitless's life even worse, being forced away under this tower. And Kryze, he might look for a kill here. That Q charging up, the explosive cast still available, but not going for it.
That's a wishful thinking. I wouldn't risk diving Camille, just put the pressure so it's much tougher for her to farm this wave. She will be losing out on some of those minions, and you can keep up the pressure by poking him constantly with the Q cast. Let's take another look on the fight down in the bot lane, because I just feel like Fine Forever, he's playing all of those fights perfectly, getting those crucial stuns to stop Venzer from getting on top of Limitless, and in the process saving life of his ADC.
Unfortunately, the play gets turned around. Hold on, are we still in that replay? FGG taken out. Limitless with his second kill of the game. Well, we knew that the action was going to be happening around the bot lane. Wasn't quite expecting this much, but at the end of it all, it's Zal who have actually come out ahead with 2 kills on their AD carry and a significant CS lead.
Oh yeah, so it was looking grim for Caitlyn, but right now with 2 kills, with the CS advantage, with a clean reset, or at least getting the dragon, she's building up this small lead that might transition into her becoming a monster in this game. I would still not necessarily say this is bound to happen, because oof, that was a good sidestep. Adasta with fancy feet, pretty much saving his own life. But when it comes to Caitlyn, she is still a sitting duck, a good target for Rel and Samira. Once they hit level 6, it's another additional power spike for them, getting this access to their ultimates. So I feel like Goldie, he spent good amount of time securing his bot lane, giving them a lot of room to breathe, and it actually transitioned into Caitlyn getting those 2 kills, getting in a good spot in the game.
Roscu here. Half roaming down from the mid lane, just going to place a little bit of vision, but importantly there, Zal weren't really able to crash that wave under the tower, so if they want to, Venza and FGG have the opportunity to generate a freeze here, which could deny the Caitlyn from a little bit of that gold that she's so hungry for in the early stages. But I want to zoom out a little bit because it feels like we've talked a lot about the bot lane and very little about what's happening on the other parts of the map. In the mid lane, this scaling pick of the Cassiopeia is doing pretty fine against Roscu on this Sylas that he loves to play so aggro on.
Yeah. The mid lane, this is one of those scenarios where it's quite silent. Denzel, he just gets the wave pushed away and either helps his team or gets some control with vision. But I think both of those laners are fine to scale up a little bit because Sylas, he usually is not the strongest during the late phase. Same goes to Cassiopeia, so they will require at least 1-2 items to finally get online. But when I think about Roscu, he has access to some strong ultimates and some who are not super, surprising or exciting, because I feel like Solar Flare as well as Cassiopeia's ult will be really useful and impactful, but when it comes to Ace in the Hole, the usage is quite... How would you put it? Niche, yeah. Exec Ultimatum, it's not getting that much value because Sylas, he will just stick to you anyways. It's good for catching some people away, but that's about it.
There's some good ultimates, some bad ultimates, but if you only take away the good ultimates, you don't really mind too much, and it oftentimes feels like Sylas just ends up being a better version of the champion that he's stealing the ultimate away from. Yeah. And that definitely feels like the case with Leona, because the AP ratio of that Solar Flare is absolutely disgusting. I love to see this from Limitless and Fine Forever finally getting a little bit of chip damage down on this tower, can try and take away some plates.
Yeah, just touching and adding on top of the Sylas. Anytime I see some of those champs with strong ultimates getting a small nerf towards their ultimate, I just feel like Sylas is also getting nerfed.
Flashes, but doesn't get the stun. Venza can walk it out. That is... Well, that is a huge commitment from the Zal mid laner, and they find very, very little for it. You've still got the man advantage on the bottom side of the map, so maybe you can lit for this first tower, but all of that plate gold is being split between 4 people, so no one is really getting a massive lead. FGG go for a huge ultimate, but this is a little bit too far, mate. You're still in that outnumbered situation, and Zal will be more than happy to pick up the kill.
Yeah, he was the only one that I was engaging. FGG, that looked amazing, but the effect is just just a disaster because he was the only one to engage. Zal, I feel like this flash was unnecessary from Denzel because even if he got the stun, Venza is still with cleanse.
Oh, Dan just exploded, yet nowhere to go. Blind Monk couldn't see it coming, and well, that's a couple of plays in the bottom lane that have benefited Zal, but honestly, I don't feel like JDXL needed to go to Adusto getting dusted in the top lane, as this is the one place where I feel like JDXL have got a solid advantage.
And for JDXL, it is a recurring theme. So many of those unnecessary mistakes, overextensions from Dan, from FGG. They could have just conceded the tower because, after all, it went down anyways. But on top of that, they've added those 2 kills for Cassiopeia and Diego, which is not perfect, which is definitely not something that a more experienced and a team from higher level should do.
It felt a little bit disrespectful. Is that the right word to be using this early on into the game? Maybe just a little bit over-aggressive, but for Zal, the Miracle run is on right now. Only 12 minutes into the game and only a 1,000 gold lead, but considering that the team they're doing it against and the teams that they've got to play later on in the day, I think that this is a very, very good sign for Zal fans.
And you've got this gold on top of your carries. It's in the perfect place for Cassiopeia, for Caitlyn, who already has a Mystic item around 12 minutes and who already got the tower down. This unlocks, the access for Limitless to go around the map, but it's fine forever. He's in
Kicks
trouble.
back, and yeah, there's pretty much nowhere to go, but Denzel's turning it around with a load of damage. Flash forward, double stun from the stolen petrifying gauge from Milscrew. Dan able to get over the wall, and JDXL, they haven't taken anyone down quite yet. Fine forever. Walking away low on HP, but crucially still alive. And this is what we're talking about. If Zal are able to go toe-to-toe with JDXL in these fights, then they can go toe-to-toe with anyone else in this group.
I don't know about you, but that was one of the coolest interactions with Silas that I've seen for a long time. This double petrifying gaze, that was perfect. But now it's Dragon on this chaos. Oh no, Denzel out of the position without the flash. He has to lose his life, and in the effect, Dragon as well.
Yeah, that was not something that you can do on the Cassiopeia. If you're in Akali, absolutely go for that play, but when you're on an immobile sort of damage mage, then maybe not the best thing to do. Still, though, I don't think Zal are going to be too perturbed. That is advantages going back over to JDXL, but it only evens up a matchup we thought would have been much more in favor of the NLC Div 1 team by this point.
Yeah. Also, I wanted to add something in terms of Cassiopeia. I don't think this is the best phrase to use, but she's like a double-edged sword against this type of composition, because you have all of these, abilities to stop the enemy movement, like Miasma, like Petrifying Gaze. But additionally, JDXL has so many ways of accessing the backline of Zal that as a Cassiopeia, not too mobile of a champ, you will be an easy target for them to pick off. And that was something that happened during last fight. Dan got a good flank, kick Denzel. Him without flash had nowhere to go. So you really have to pick your fights as Cassiopeia and see if this is something worth risking, or maybe you should just let the enemy get the dragon or whatever.
So I kind of want to pick your brain about that, because this has been a bit more of a slow-paced game than our previous one, and it's barely even for both of these teams right now. Do you think that either Zal or JDXL are going to be more happy than the other with how the game is playing out, or do you reckon both teams are fairly confident in their composition's ability to get them the dub at the end of the day?
Well, when it comes to scaling, I would definitely go with Zal in the late game, like around 35-40 minutes mark. But JDXL, they definitely have this brawler type of composition that strives on 1-2 item mark, and it's coming. So I expect JDXL, if they play the team fights well, they should be able to win next upcoming fights around Dragons or Heralds.
Well, speaking of that, Herald, Zal were actually just able to sneak that one away, so that's one less potential location that JDXL can find that pointers. We've seen both mid laners sort of leave the mid lane, as we've now got bot lane duos just posted up here. I think I would have liked to see Limitless maybe get a bit more mobile around the map, maybe get a few more turret plates on this Caitlyn, but you're still in an absolutely fine spot for the time being. I'm just a little bit worried about that mid-game hole that she can fall into, and that'll be when JDXL strike.
Yeah, when it comes to itemization for Caitlyn, I've been exploring this topic myself for quite some time, and there are so many different opinions about, if you're supposed to buy Dirk, and if you buy Dirk, if you're supposed to complete the collector with it, or should you go too close into Infinity Edge, or maybe straight into LDR, or, get the fire cannon. There's so many different paths, and it looks like this will be the Dirk for Limitless. So some extra power in this, some extra, strength in the upcoming minutes, but it doesn't transition that well like other items into full build or, the 3-4 item spike. So we'll see how it goes. If she gets the good combination of her abilities with extra lethality, her ult, her Q will do much more damage. So I feel like this is something that Limitless is aiming for.
Yeah, it's kind of like just buying a red pot on Riven at level 1. It's like going, I need to be strong at this specific point in the game.
You can no longer do that, unfortunately.
Oh, bro, it was so broken. It was so disgusting. I've got a mate who was a Riven 1 trick, and he absolutely loved to just bully people with that strategy. It's so cheesy. So glad it's gone for the game for the time being, but that can operate in a similar function, I guess? I'm not too sure. We've got a minute until the next Drake. Both these teams have already got one in their pockets, so we're not fighting over the souls. We're fighting in the mid lane! FGG with another massive engage, but Limitless can get away just in time, and now Zal may look to turn it back around. How the hell did no one go down?
Yeah, they played it really well. It was Venzer who stacked his abilities quite quickly. That was a good combo from Samira, so she got her Inferno triggered right away on top of Limitless, but for whatever reason, he's still alive. Cannot wrap my head around this, because that was a good initiation from JDXL. They will force Limitless to go back to base. However, he should be available for the next Dragon fight that's going to happen in the next 15 seconds.
Be able to make their way over. The key thing now is item completions, and well, we're pretty much even across the board for both these teams. We've got Mythics on just about everybody who wants them. Goldie instead going for the Blade of the Ruin King, which, given the champion he's playing, makes a lot of sense. That Herald not going to be able to knock down the mid lane tower, and JDXL, they're going to push back Zal and reassert themselves in the middle part of the map.
They're regaining the control over the map, pushing away the mid wave, also with the control over the river, with a lot of those wards ready, put down in the place. Are they looking to start a fight prior to Dragon, or will they just take a handshake deal, which means starting the Dragon, maybe getting it?
Zal had eyes on FGG and Cries, then they go, no, we're not going to go for this. We'll trade the second Drake for the mid lane tower, so you got a bit of pressure, a little bit of gold now, but JDXL have got themselves something in the bank that maybe in 10-15 minutes time could result in them getting a soul.
Yeah, there you go. Zal, they prioritize getting more money on their carries over getting the Dragon. This is definitely a decision that's justifiable, or whatever the word is. I completely botched it. He's going to be fine, Adusto.
It was a lot used by JDXL there. I think they might go for another play, because Dan still has access to that Dragon's Rage. Dusto's going to back away, recognizes that defending that tab probably not the smartest thing to do.
Yeah, he's super tanky for a Camille. They are not landing too much damage on him. The tower will in the end fall. So it's a trade, JDXL getting one in the bot side of the map and Zal getting one on top. It still feels like the local gold and a lot of resources are pumped into Caitlyn. So Zal trying to make her work, use her as best as possible. And Limitless, I feel like he is going to add some extra power on his second item by completing Collector. So Zal, it doesn't look like they're about to weather the storm. They want to meet it, head first.
Head on, like just like mad captain on the bow of his ship, just going straight into the storm.
Oh, definitely.
Just absolutely go for it. I love that. And when you've got a 2-item Cassiopeia, weird segue there involving boats, but it's gonna make it work. You can actually go for those fights, because she's getting to the point where you kind of just kill someone like Venza in 3 of those twin fangs. Adusto trying to kill Cries on the side lane, and this strangely tanky Camille is gonna get the solo kill. That's good stuff for Zal. Good news for the team coming for the qualifier.
Better news is that Adusto, he was
a full item down, basically?
Yes. He was full item down. So you can only imagine what's going to happen when Adusto will go back to base and spend all of his hard-earned money. Cries already, he didn't stand a chance in the 1v1. So...
Dan, flash! And the Shield of Daybreak! The Lee Sin flies over the wall, but the ace in the hole will take him out. Zal then kind of pick around the Baron, the ult back from Goldie to keep himself alive. Dashes himself over the Baron pit wall as well. Cries is going to be making his way to the bottom half of the rift to try and deal with Adusto, but the Camille could back a TP into this fight whenever she wants to. JDXL have to contest the Baron. And as Cries pulls the summoner spell, Zal will back away. This is so disciplined for them. It's great to see.
That is perfect. You don't want to finish the Baron. You know that the enemies are too strong, even without their jungler. So you will just bait out the TP, And once you see TP going through, back away.
Look at Mrozku's inventory.
Ross? Ooh. It has to be a misclick. It has to be. There's no way.
That's a full mirror mana. I know that there's like there's some interactions with abilities where it's like, well, actually, if you build a mirror mana here, then because of the bonus damage that it does, you actually get an extra 15 physical damage in your combo. I mean, that's great and everything, but it looks a little bit weird building it on a Sylas. Well, I feel like we've seen this play before, but Cry's exit stage up. Gets back towards his base. This has been so nice over both these games. We've seen a lot of tussling between solo laners in the bottom half of the map, and that means that these Baron setups become all the more important, that you get yourself in the right position so that your team can join in time.
Well, testing limits, ego testing, is this really it? You know, buying mana immune on Sylas. We'll see how it goes, if maybe Mrozku just sells it and buys something else, or is he going to stick with it? Some extra AD always goes along the way for champs like Sylas. Maybe not. He's autoing a lot, but I don't think that's justifiable. However, it still looks like JDXL is well in this game. I feel like even with a wrong item, you will be able to win. It's just one item, and if you get a correct, good initiation with one of those, you know, champs like Gragas, Lee Sin, or maybe Rel, that should be enough.
I mean, Zal are definitely looking for it, right? Looking for an engage of their own, but not quite able to find it. Drake spawning in 20 seconds time. Got a slight advantage for Zal as they are moving into the river, but you need to watch out for FTG. This Rel, only Tilka anticipation so far, but can make absolute miracles happen for JDXL if they need to. Mrozku stealing away that Hextech ultimatum, so really wants to isolate someone in that 1v1 and just burst them before they get a chance to respond.
And this so on the flank, you will be looking to get to top of one of those carries.
Mrozku's trying to find it and jumps onto the Camille, steals her odds away, but the stopwatch buys a hell of a lot of time. Huge petrifying gauge as Venza is dead. It's being turned around though by JDXL as they are diving all over the place and taking Limitless off the board. The Bruiser, the brawl power that they can bring to bear is too much for Zal to handle. A triple kill from Mrozku. That Mura mana is looking absolutely exceptional right now as Fine Forever running away with his tail between his legs.
It just does not feel like Zal should be the ones engaging on the enemy in such fashion. You do not flash in front as a Cassiopeia. You probably want to play front to back. You have your Leona, you have your, I don't know, Viego, Camille, are not the best kind of frontline, but they could serve the purpose. You have Caitlyn and Cassiopeia. Take your time, use your range advantage against the team that actually wants to be, you know, to fight with you in brass knuckles. You pretty much handed yourself on the silver platter from them and were like, okay, we'll do your job for you by closing the distance.
Yeah, you just jump in and go, hello, we're here. And do you know what? I love the idea from Denzel because he can see the play happening, and it's a good ultimate on the surface of things, but it's not the thing that Zal needed to happen because he puts himself in that vulnerable position and gets exploded before he can pump out any of those swing plans, any of that consistent damage. And that means that JDXL, with this sort of bruiser composition that they've built themselves around the Sylas, the Lee Sin, and the Gragas, they can keep going in those extended plays, get that additional healing coming through from all those champions' various abilities, and it's really difficult for Zal to actually win out in the end.
Yeah, unfortunately, you don't always go for the most spicy and most exciting play because it might not just be a right play. You know,
Denzel legit just walk away somehow,
yeah, casually like this.
But Cassiopeia, well, not walk away, slithers out of there.
Yeah. It's a river snake. I believe those exist. The ones that can swim.
A reverse snake. Oh, a river snake. Okay, sorry.
What would be a reverse snake?
I don't know. Is that just
no
legs?
body or legs?
God, that's absolutely terrifying. Baron's been starting. I think this one is a little bit more desperate from Zal. Dan has got over here just in time, but he doesn't get the Baron taken down by Goldie, and the Lee Sin is going to be following down as well. FTG finding an engage. Cries! Following up with a huge body slam, and Venza can take over with the damage. Zal, they make a great play, but JDXL make an even better one.
I've been keeping my eye on Limitless during the last couple of fights because he has a really difficult task to master, but it just feels like he's not playing up to a standard of Caitlyn because he's walking into the enemies. He wants to deal the damage, but he should really respect the ability of Rel, of Gragas to jump on top of him. Sometimes you've got to sacrifice the damage output for your own safety. And during the last couple of fights, Limitless was not respecting the enemy, ways of engaging on him, and he lost his life twice, dealing, I don't know, maybe 2 autos or something like this.
And it feels like the lane with the Samira Rel is like a microcosm of what's happening to Limitless in all these fights, because it is, like you said, like, it's so difficult for you to stand up and auto from a million miles away on the Caitlyn when every single person on JDXL is flying at you and is trying to destroy you. And looking a bit more broadly out of this game, I think JDXL, they put themselves in a strong position. They should win. But if I'm Hydras, I'm looking at this going, first seed in this group? Maybe achievable, actually, because as good as JDXL have looked at points, there have definitely been weaknesses that have been exploited by a Zal team that, you've got to remember, were 0-3 on day one. This was the worst team in the group. And if they can push JDXL in the way that they've been doing, I'm sure that Hydras, and I'm sure that even Lucent may feel like that's an option available to them.
Yeah, JDXL so far a little bit sloppy in this game. I personally don't think that they were pushed that much. They just made a lot of mistakes, were not super disciplined in the way that they played, but I feel like fair. They are still controlling the game and the pace of it. Caitlyn got ahead during the lane phase, but in those teamfights, she is not able to do anything. Denzel trying to save the situation with those hero plays, but this is also not the way. So let's see if Zal can come up with a good way of playing with those team fights, because so far they were kind of disastrous for them. They of course got the Baron, but this was one of the mistakes from JDXL. They were not on time. Adusto, you know, trying to wiggle his way out of there, but in the end, falling down to Kreis.
So just a little bit of behind-the-scenes info for you guys. When you're a caster and you're play-by-play and you love shouting at big team fights, if you're seeing a play where you're pretty sure someone's just dead, you don't really want to play-by-play it. And I had no intention of playing that kill onto Adusto because it was so damn clean from JDXL. They found themselves in swap positions with Zauno, who are running towards the wrong base as it stands, and JDXL keep chasing them down. Cries with the Everfrost to catch up fine forever. The Leona flips on her back, a little bit tankier than maybe she would be otherwise, but dives back in to her doom. 2 very quick kills for JDXL. How much can they get off this?
This is the attempt of getting the inhibitor, or maybe they will just go back to Dragon. It looks like first they will get rid of the tower and inhibitor and then back off towards Dragon, because I do not believe that this is the point where you win the game. Just not that early, not at this place, not at this time.
Well, there's still 4 people left for Zal, so you really don't want to be contesting with them. And the thing is, you go for the play on the structures because you've got that sort of momentary advantage, you've got that extra person on the map, but then you've still got enough time to peel back towards this Cloud Drake and get the soul for yourself. So you get kind of both things that you were looking for in these series of plays.
2 birds with 1 stone, and JDXL, they are also setting yet another winning condition for themselves, which is a Dragon Soul. No, not Dragon Soul. The Elder Dragon that will spawn in 6 minutes time. I just don't see Zal getting a good approach, getting any control over the map to actually contest this dragon.
It's hard, right? You're looking at 3 items on Denzel, 3 items on Adusto, right? When these champions can kind of become a little bit more relevant. Limitless is already on 3 items, so if you can get a Gale Force headshot crit onto someone squishy, then that's nice, but that puts you in a really, really horrible position that I don't think you want to be in.
Is there anyone squishy at all at the side of JDXL?
No, I don't think there is. Venza's got... Oh my god. Venza's got that Immortal Shield Bow, and then he can also just block auto attacks if he wants to, which feels pretty good. The chunks that Adusto's been getting onto Cryos in that 1v1 have been great, but Zal need a little bit more. They need more pressure on the side lane than they're getting to get them out of this hole. And, well, more pressure on the side lane is actually coming from the side of JDXL, as they are going to lock Adusto in an ultimate of his own creation. And Roz Q is godlike, 7-0-3 on the Sylas.
So clean from the side of Cryos. He was playing this role of a bait quite well. First using his Zhonya's, then blocking with his body slam once Adusto was trying to jump on him again. And it looks like JDXL, they are splitting the map, so not only are they winning the fight, but also getting the top inhibitor. They might just end the game right there.
They don't even need to kill anyone here, it's just about interrupting recalls, as Venza and FGG have already taken down the inhib, and they are going to be pushing for the Nexus Towers. Moscow's TPing in, actually. JDXL are going for the win.
Yeah, they should be able to do that. However, Zal, I think that they got back just in time, but they're getting collapsed.
Oh, Limitless is annihilated. Venza is on a killing spree, and Denza's trying to turn around with the twin fangs, but the auto attacks from Samira do even more. A double kill for herself, and now Zal and Adusto are trying to fight in their base, trying to find the defense, trying to make it happen. The GA going to be propped on that Camille, but when she comes back to life, it will be a grim reality that she's facing. More kills for Venza. The Nexus Tower is going to be falling down, and JDXL will grab their 4th win of the Aurora Open group stage.
4 items, Samira can be such a monster. Venza showing us his strength and strength of the champion, and JDXL in a really interesting fashion to finish this game, you know, splitting the fights, spreading the map around them, you know, first getting the top inhibitor, then collapsing on the rest of the players from the side of Zal, who were probably just running around like headless chickens. They were not, they didn't know what was happening, like being struck from every side, almost like fighting a blind boxer. I believe we have this saying in Poland. I don't know if in English is the same.
Well, I mean, we don't, but conceptually, I feel like I'd want to see people if I'm in a boxing match against them, just as a little bit of a lowdown. And that very much was a game that felt like it was close until it wasn't. Zal had those sort of strengths in the early game, in the laning phases. I think that discussion that we were having was quite interesting because it was pretty close for a long time from Zal on the face of things. But I think that when you look a little bit deeper, JDXL, they had a little bit more of that control, that they had it just a little bit more in their corner, and they put themselves to an incredibly strong position.
Definitely, and I'm happy with JDXL performance in the end, but everything else will be our analyst desk will be
Analyst desk.
Thank you so much. Now we are back, and before breaking down this match, I would like to give a shout out to Arsharam, who's hosting the NLC broadcast for Group D. So you should definitely take a look when you can. Now, about this game, we got to see some more different picks, and I would love to hear your thoughts about the win conditions of both teams with these compositions and how did they play it out.
It's such an interesting case because this is the case of there is a team where there is little to no range available. So you have Samira's JDXL and pretty much everything else is very melee range. And you have another team where you have Caitlyn, who wants the enemies to be as far from her as possible, or rather she wants to be far from them because she has this very beautiful range advantage in her hands. And you having her and Cassiopeia on your team as Xal, keep bringing the fight up close. You keep coming right into the enemies. I'm failing to see a pattern here. What was the idea behind it, or was there any? Was it maybe just a big mistake?
Yeah, I felt that they understood that in the draft phase. They drafted the Cassiopeia, which is a traditional counter to the Sylas, and also she wants people running into her, or she wants enemies being melee or having dashes because she blocks everything. So what they need to do is be first on the neutral objective, be able to be there and expect the enemy. What happened is that they found some good angles, got over Aegir, and JDXL, of course, it's a very good team. They have players from the LEC that have played in the LEC actually. So they know how to counter all that over eagerness. They've been there themselves. They know exactly what to expect from those players. So once again, I saw a skill difference, but Honestly, I didn't see a team difference, and I was looking for a team difference from the side of JDXL.
However, one of the things that actually surprised me the most was the fact that Zol actually identified some of the JDXL weaknesses and tried to exploit them, which makes me think about how will other teams be able to do the same on the upcoming matches. So what do you have to say about these kind of weaknesses that JDXL actually also showed here? Was it overconfidence?
Maybe overconfidence, or maybe I feel like while we see them trying and usually successfully controlling the majority of the map, it seems that in the early stages of the game, whenever you need to have focus everywhere on all the lanes, they seem to be failing to do that. You can see that one of the lanes will be succeeding, but on the other one, it's going to be a complete chaos. So something is just not clicking there.
Yeah, they expect to be just better. That's what I feel. They expect to be just better. The other teams they skill check them, and maybe their code of count. Afterwards, of course, they find their angles, they find some good opportunities, but that early game really baffles me.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now we are joined now by Dan for an interview to hear more about his thoughts. Dan, welcome, congrats on this victory.
Thank you.
And how are you feeling after this game?
Honestly, not too happy with how we played. I think, we played a bit of limit test comp, and we had some good fights, some bad fights. I just think we kind of disrespected our tempo and our opponents a little bit. So I think we should have played a little bit cleaner. But I mean, we're just testing stuff, seeing what we can do.
And Torek mentioned last week you didn't have many scrims before the first day and that your synergy wasn't up to your full potential. What changed during this week and how much do you think you have improved?
This week we also took it pretty easy, to be honest. I mean, we had a pretty rough split, so we're taking off season, and also people have tryouts and stuff like this for next season. So honestly, right now we're just playing a scrim block a week for maintenance, and then when we get to round of 16 or something, we'll play a bit more. I don't think much has changed. I think we play actually really good in scrims, despite not playing. Actually, probably better than we did during the season. But yeah, I think we're just limit testing, disrespecting a little bit, and nothing to do with our scrims, just to do with our mindset more than anything.
Yeah, and I'm sure that you will fix that issues together and coming up to the next games. Now, Solari and Rev, I know that you have also some questions for them, so take it away.
I do have one question. Was it also the part of limit testing to show Silas and Lee Sin combination so early in the draft? Because it does feel rather risky to me.
Honestly, we had a riskier idea of just picking Samira Row 1-2. And we got down to a few seconds left, and we were like, okay, pick Silas. And I was like, I just want to play Lee Sin, so we just picked it. That's kind of how it went. It was not, I don't know, I'm sure we would have picked something a bit more stable otherwise, but we're taking this as our time to show that we can play certain picks, maybe have a bit more freedom on jungle and bot lane. So yeah, I wouldn't read too much into that draft. I think when it comes down to it, we'll draft a lot smarter.
Okay.
Okay, so my question will go after the draft and into the early game, because you seem to be struggling in the early game. You seem to be skill checked by all of the teams in your group. Is that something that worries you towards the future, or do you think that this will be fixed when the scrimmage time will come?
No, I think we will fix it, honestly. I just think right now I've been very disrespectful. We're not playing to our max because we haven't played very much. I just think it's going to take some time until the knockout stage. And also, as I said, we're limit testing. We're seeing what we can do. Also enjoying the game a little bit, which we didn't do too much in summer. So yeah, I'm sure it'll be fixed.
And that is important indeed. And we will be waiting to see you improve on those matters. Then thank you so much. Congrats on this victory again.
Thank you very much.
And yeah, I'm really excited to see what JDXL can do on the upcoming days, honestly. Solari and Rev, I don't know if you want to give any other final remarks about this match.
Sorry,
go on.
No. I got it the last time, so now it's your time.
I don't have a serious remark though. It's just there was a question raised about what is going to be the reverse snake, and I very quickly made a draft of what it would be, because a snake doesn't have arms or legs, so that would pretty much be the reverse snake. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you
Questions
for
about
that.
this. I have a lot of questions about this little draft, but I think it's going to discuss it off broadcast. Yeah, but we got the answers we wanted from Dan. He was a very straightforward. We were disrespectful. We hadn't been practicing. We're having a bit of fun. What troubles me is, will they be able to adapt in time? Because usually we see
Yeah.
teams coming in week ones or week twos in normal seasons and be a bit under the weather, be underperforming, and then they need quite some time to get up their normal speeds. So will they have time in order to adapt in after the groups? Because I think there's no loser bracket.
Yeah, and that's exactly the issue. There isn't that much time. There isn't that much, there is no room to be overconfident and to limit testing during official games, I think. But I mean, from what Dan said, the scrims are going actually better. So maybe we have some sort of hope on that matter.
We can assume that right now they're just limit testing, knowing that their place in groups is pretty much secured, and that when it comes to the later stages, they will actually be ready.
Yeah, so before going to the break, I would like to thank you, Solari and Rev, for joining me on this analyst desk. Let's head then to that short break before previewing the upcoming match, Hydras versus JDXL. Into our provisions for this upcoming match, I would like to start off by welcoming you two, Rudud and McVire, here to the desk. How are you feeling today?
Doing really well today. McVire obviously off the back of those two banger games, and now we've got one of the more important matches for the day, so quite excited to get it underway.
Nice seeing you guys here. Yeah, banger games. I was not expecting them to go to such great lengths, which means I'm a little bit hungry. But once we are finished with this test, I will get myself some ramen bowl and join you while watching the first game of today's evening.
Yeah, that sounds really good for you, McGuire. Now, Selfway is coming back to play with Hydras. Now, given what we have seen today from both teams, do you expect differences from last week?
Differences from last week.
Or what differences do you expect? Sorry.
Yeah. To be quite honest, I don't remember the last week so well. I was just happy with seeing Hydra Esports, bringing this composition. Of course, we are looking for Kernel to pick up some of those comfort champs like Vega, like maybe Heimerdinger. Today we saw Zoe, so it looks like he's really confident in his own picks, which are a little bit outside of meta, but still doing the job. And this is something that Hydra Esports started building their advantages on, and thanks to that, they're 3-1. I'm not saying that Kernel is the sole, sole person responsible for the success of the team, because the rest of the players are playing really well. But if you think about something that really stands out, it's Kernel. Is it really worth, targeting his champs? Because we've seen a Vagabond in one of those games, and then he whips out Zoe and just smacks you so many times with a lot of damage. This is a question that I'm posing for the upcoming game.
I think that something that you have to, consider. I think we've got the standings coming up as well, and we can have a little look through those as well. With Hydras being now back at full strength, that's the real takeaway for this game. It's the most important matchup for them of this week. They've got Selfway back in. It means that double fill situation that they had with the transition into the top lane is now eradicated. Hopefully Selfway is going to be up to full scratch, and I imagine that would be the case if they're going to bring him back in. But now you've got that full duo synergy down in the bot lane. You've got your top laner back in top lane, ready for this game, which last week, obviously JDXL versus Hydras was a JDXL victory, but the way that we saw JDXL get pushed by Zal, a 0-14 now in just that last game, and the way that Hydras have looked fairly dominant in their wins, having that full 5-man lineup, having pretty much everything going for them going into this. If we see a 5-1 at the end of this day for both of these two teams, it comes from a win here.
Oh, that is actually a pretty interesting thing. And from what we've seen today, I'm really hoping for close matches and really different games, with confidence above all, and with the players giving their more interesting takes on the meta. Now, you both, McVire was already casting, but you weren't here, and we were talking about interesting meta reads and different meta reads from each team, and eventually some spicy picks incoming. Is there anything that you would like to see for this next match?
I think first of all, we can't beat a Heimerdinger top lane, right? We've seen that one already today. So we've already had our nice little fill for the, we'll say slightly off-meta picks. We had a Zed versus Zoe matchup in the mid lane. Not necessarily the most off-meta thing in the world, but a little bit more entertaining than what we may see with just Control Mage versus Control Mage. But I, for one, would like to see maybe a little bit more variety down in the support role. I think that there's a lot of potential playmaking supports that have been a little bit left out in the lurch for today.
Last time we saw Taric from the side of JDXL, so maybe some kind of Ezreal-Taric duo again. It was also Ivern in the jungle, so definitely some different spicy picks last time those two teams met at Rift. But I really enjoyed the team composition from the side of JDXL in the previous game, and I'm looking for something similar in terms of brawling and those skirmishes power.
Yeah, absolutely. I can't wait to see what both teams bring. I'm all for spicy picks. For those who don't know me, I really do like to see new creative ways to answer some of the meta at this point of the game. So the champion select should be almost incoming. Any last remarks that you would like to give about this match before heading on to Caster Desk?
Maybe quick predictions. I'm sticking with JDXL. I feel like they are going to take this game away.
I'm ready for a Hydra's win. I'm ready for that tiebreaker. I'm ready for the long day.
Oh, let's go then and head on to our caster deck. desk.
All right, you heard him crazy.
Yeah.
Hydras win. Let's go.
We've got a split desk, and honestly, after seeing the games beforehand, I wasn't that sold on JDX. I think Hydras could have played a lot cleaner as well, but now they're heading face to face for the battle of the best of Group A.
You know what I've just spotted? Wandering Wraith sort of alluded to it there. Heimerdinger, the first band, JDXL, they're not here for any nonsense so far, crazy, because you know weirdness here, enforced.
Yeah, we see those bans coming through. A lot of respect from Hydras going over to that bot lane, the Draven and the Kalista ban as well. Now, I will say this, Venza, in that previous game, on that Samira, with all the CC setup that was available in that team, also looks scary. I would be shocked and surprised if all those bans would be going to the AD carry role as we see that final ban coming in.
Oh, maybe. JDXL. I've got rid of the Amumu as well. Getting, okay. Aatrox respecting that blue one pickable, that all-Titan top laner that just seems so strong that it can't really be dealt with on the patch.
And now my question is, where does JDXL lay priority on? The Caitlyn is something that was also picked by their opponents in the previous game by Exile, and now they're picking it up themselves. Honestly, I wouldn't mind another Samira Rel game or another Lee Sin B1 from them, but they're going safe. They're going for that Caitlyn.
Yeah, Caitlyn's really good right now. You've seen a lot of the picks that sort of fight well in the bottom lane taken away. This set Hover, this is Shader's bread and butter. This has been what he's played absolutely 4 years, way back to the UKEL. That Hover there, really long and really misleading. The Karma taken over. Karma is great into Caitlyn in the bottom lane. It shoves back just as fast as she does, nullifying her greatest strength.
Yeah, you kind of pick it away from FGG as well. Karma Caitlyn is such an annoying
horrendous, horrible to deal with.
Yeah, I think that describes it quite well. And on the side of Hydras, you still have that potential of flexing it around to perhaps the mid lane, even though I would like to see Colonel on perhaps something a little bit more playmaking. I think he had an absolutely fantastic game against the Lucent earlier today when he absolutely popped off onto the Zoe. But the Karma Ashe is also a strong lane that could be paired. I think Ashe is one of the oldest counters against the Caitlyn.
This gets over a lot of Ashe's weakness. Sort of takes items, wants to get to that kiting mode. Lux really good with Caitlyn. We might see the flex to the Morgana. Not going to be the case. So Caitlyn Lux is bloodshed from get-go. You want to lock people up in the bottom lane. Dan's Lee Sin on top. If you remember all the way back to Fnatic Rising, every time this champion is in meta, Dan's on the Lee Sin. You think, that's a risk, that's carry potential. Dan is reliable, he's on time, and he's going to get you a gold advantage in the early game. We've got a real question now from Hydras. They can take Poppy, they can take a jungler that slows down the game, or they can avoid the second round of bans on mid. It's a tough question. I'd go for the Poppy.
The Poppy is still open and available, but no, we're actually going to see Colonel on a second Zoe today.
By doing this, Hydras are going to now maybe allocate that second ban phase to defending the Zoe and getting Colonel in a good position as possible to repeat that stand-up performance from earlier.
I mean, we saw a quarter kill from a Zoe around 15 minutes.
Oh, man.
If you missed that game, go and watch the VOD right now and look it back, because it was absolutely phenomenal. Such a fun game to watch as well, and that got Hydras in this position where they are right now at that 3-1 standpoint. Now we're heading into that second ban phase. You wanted to see some mid lane bans. Hydras says, who cares about those mid lane bans? We're getting rid of the Fiora instead.
So confident with the Zoe, they don't feel the need to defend it. That Lee Sin does have access onto the Zoe. We don't even have to see like a huge counter in mid, just something that can complete Zoe's health bar with Lee Sin coming in. That Yone Maul fits the bill. So they're splitting bans. They're just trying to take out targets. Morozku has been pretty big on the Yasuo and the Yone. JDXL, like me, would have probably expected a jungler coming through there. They're going to split as well. That Jax ban alluding to an auto-attacking top lane, alluding to something that does not stand up in the side, to something that scales that well. With R4 coming through, surely this is your jungler. You're giving your counter pick to top lane.
Exactly, the jungler should be here, and the Poppy is still open.
Poppy, please.
Exactly.
Please.
Temporal is pretty much on his knees at this point.
Jungle Zed. Jungle Zed. It clears fast. It has a really, really great mid game. It will fall off.
Now, I'll say this. I'm from the Benelux region. We see a lot of funky picks here and there. But Zed jungle is something that I haven't seen in ages.
It's an older meme, crazy, but it does check out. It's still pretty decent on the patch. I would have preferred something tanky. The Sejuani has fallen all the way through this draft. Tryndamere and LeBlanc lock in on the solo lanes for JDXL. That is personal agency. That is, I am doing this for myself for both of these characters. Way to keep this down, of course, would be Hydra's getting such a lead, snowballing this mid game, getting that Ashe accelerated to fit into that sort of lineup. We have to see, probably not Malphite, but Malphite it's going to be. Shieda taking one for the team. And that matchup is okay into the Tryndamere, but against higher skilled players, this might be not what you would see in solo queue. That Malphite is at risk of Tryndamere getting too far ahead through most of the early game. And if someone's going to do it, it's the LEC ready top laner Cries.
Yeah, so Zed jungle, Tryndamere top. Is this how things usually go in the NLC?
No. I think we heard from Dan in the interview just before the break. It's a little bit of disrespect. They're reeling that back in, but only slightly. Venza and FGG should still be sort of going on a big tour around the map. They're going to soak up so much golden experience that it's not so much disrespect here, but organized acceleration.
I like that, organized acceleration, you know, and if that happens to succeed in this game, why not put it on a t-shirt and go and sell that at Temporal? Now, what is interesting...
I'll see merch we've had all
Now, the interesting thing obviously about this game, JDXL, they are 4-0, Hydra's 3-1 with their 2-0 record over Lucent. These teams are both locked for the top 2 positions in this group. Now, this game is all about claiming that first spot. If JDXL win this game, they are locked for that first seed. They're going into that knockout stage with full confidence. However, if Hydra's wins this game and both these teams win their last game of the day, then we might just get a tiebreaker at the very end. Now, I'm a native EU, right?
Yeah.
So I'm all open.
We're used to tiebreakers here. I really don't hope so, because I don't think it'll change the outcome, but it might keep Rudude up an extra 2 hours, as he alluded to. We all love some tiebreakers over in Europe. We love closed competition. But maybe not today. I kind of want to go to bed.
Perhaps not today. See, this is the day that Worlds is also not on, so we don't have to screw up our sleep schedule.
That's kind of what I was worried about as well. Worlds has done a number on my sleep schedule. But the NLC, here we do things properly.
Here we do things properly, perhaps even with the 5-man invade, as JDXL are sprinting down the bot lane, are sprinting towards that top spot in Group A.
All right, they're going to spot each other. That is a wide angle in from Hydra's, but Cries has got close.
Cries is going for a 2-man Lucent Singularity, and Colonel already has to flash away. Imperial is popping the goes, and a first blood going over to Venza, not even 45 seconds into the game.
JDXL take the bush path, and with that, Caitlyn just gets the headshots a little bit faster. The flash headshot. And with the longsword inventory, Venza is taking that check all the way to the bank. A cull at minute 1 for a Caitlyn that didn't start an Adarin's item. That is a huge economy advantage for JDXL. They don't waste a minute.
Yeah, JDXL heard Rudu's prediction on the desk saying that Hydros is going to take this one and quickly silenced him. Said, like, you don't want to know what? We're going to take this one in a quick fashion.
Let's watch this. Okay, so Venza doesn't even go into the bush. He's sort of holding this outside angle. Cries gets up into the front line. Flash boosts the Singularity by so much time. They get down on top. Everyone piles onto the Colonel. Venza with the flash auto attack finishes off. Nice, cool, calm and collected. JDXL are here to play.
What a gorgeous everyone in gorgeous start. And what frightens me the most is that Venza is the one who got this kill. That's the Caitlyn that was first pick, that's banned so often, and that teams do not seem to have found a counter to this point. Giving that a kill this early into the game.
It's going to be tough. That's advantage from the get-go. A lot of the counters picked away, they're banned away in the draft phase. You're not going to see stuff like the Kalista that can try and take the fight. I don't think Kaiser is the right answer either across the board. It just allows the Caitlyn so much time to potentially garner that lead. Now going to see the wave pushing. If we take a quick look across our minimap, mid's pretty open. LeBlanc can need a level or 2, get some more skills in before she really starts taking it with Zoe and Venza. The FGG finding more damage.
It's such a fun lane, isn't it? It's so interactive.
It's going to get even more interactive. Both junglers are pathing down here. The Zed starts up on the red side with that AoE clear, with FGG chipping away at Imperial's health bar. This is like pings coming down. Okay, Dan's going to go for the invade. He's been spotted out on that ward in the river. Mrazku does have priority. Panda will have to back off. It should get away just in time.
And Roscoe also moving away from that mid lane, having to push there as well. Panda claiming that buff, but perhaps that Gromp will be taken away. I'm thinking, is JDXL trying to set up a dive here?
I mean, they were going for Panda. They're really confused why they can't find Panda right now. And that ward on the ramp to the chickens.
Found him.
Yep, they found him. They saw him walk into the tri-bush. Took a second for that ward to get cancelled out by the control ward of Hydras. So they've got priority. And now Dan's going to even up in farm. It just means that this Hydra's jungler, the Zed that plays so much in the early game, was not able to smoothly path into bot to smoothly finally send at the Scuttle Crab. With that Hydra's early game advantage, pulling a little further behind. Selfway will find the bind.
He might be in some trouble here because there is Panda and he's gonna slash down this Lux. Hydra's on the board.
By extending that gank, by waiting for so long, JDXL seemed convinced that the Zed was no longer in lane. With the flashes burned at level 1, Hydra's picked a target, managed to get something back for themselves.
Simple as 1, 2, and 3. Fencer now needing to respect that bot lane. But they will just recall, but obviously threat of dive could always be there. You never know.
You never know. You've been surprised once, don't get surprised. Cries, they're going all in on Shader in the top lane. This is pretty close.
I don't know if you're going to win this one, Cries. Will be able to dash away from him. Flash forward from Sheeds. But won't be able to get it quite. Great reaction time from Cries himself. But I'm watching those shards coming out from this Malphite.
Cries is pretty low on health. Pretty low on mana for Shader. He's only got 1 or 2 more in the tank.
He's going for it. That's the heal coming through. The Ghost as well. But guess who's there? That's Panda trying to retaliate on to Cries. Will be able to get it, forced to use the flash in the end, but Cries making work from this Tryndamere pick.
And with the wave pushing towards JDXL as well, that's definitely favored for them. It took 2 members of Hydra's up there, so while they do get the assist efficiency, it does not match that wave. Pushing towards Cries, even without the teleport, he won't be punished too much for that death in the top lane. And starts the Tryndamere roll slowly towards the enemy nexus.
And Panda now, 2 kills onto this Zed. Serrated Dirk already being picked up, trying to make a great impact. As then, great work by the observers that wasn't spotted in the mid lane. So Tigers might have some trouble tracking him down. In the bot lane, Selfway in some trouble, taking about 80% of his HP, but Imperial, nice trade back onto FGG. It's a little bit of the summary from this bot lane, what we've seen so far.
Someone gets hit by a bit of CC, and everyone's health bars start to drop away slowly. CC Cries trying to push the limits in this top lane. If you can escape that Malphite early on, it's really, really well from Tryndamere. I'm pretty interested now. Both junglers probably will focus this bottom lane quite heavily. The dragon is up, and it's about time to start doing it. Fantastic take all the bind.
Yeah, another binding lands, and Selfway is dead. Then picks up that kill for JDXL.
Priority, they're going to push out this bottom lane. GG. Just hanging around at the back. Will channel the recalls. That's unlikely that they're going to start the dragon. Dan will move back and they'll look for a more opportune time to capitalize with the objective. To take down in the bottom lane.
Benzo's alone and Panda's level 6.
Yeah, he won't quite make it. That control ward spots him out. He's not confident. Take down Benzo at this time. Slow roll the minions. This feels pretty Malphite crazy. This feels pretty sad.
Yeah. And what's even more sad is that Borosku is also here. Unstoppable Force lands onto Cries, but he's got his own ultimate. So Sheila will fall to Borosku, but guess who's there? That's Promo looking for a return kill, but won't find anything white.
Yeah, it gets the flash in return. That's not what you want, but you can't argue too much. Hydra's a little too late to this top lane play. With JDXL safe under their own tower and the wave off the board. Too unhappy. This cannon will stick around in time for Cries to just hold on. You know, we're just waiting in the top lane right now. As soon as your opponent makes a mistake, it maybe goes for an ambitious herald, maybe doesn't respect a rotation, you could get something.
Get something in return, but we've seen quite a bloody start to this game. 6 kills with only 7 minutes into this game. But it looks like JDXL is taking the longer end of the stick in this one so far.
This is the rest of the Caitlyn Lux gameplay, you know.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Just change CCs. The rest of it is just watching plates tick off rapidly. Everything pre 14 minutes, just giving that little bit of extra gold to this bot lane that pushes so hard.
3 plates already, that's incredible, and honestly, bad news for any Hydras fans out there, because it means this Caitlyn's only going to get stronger and stronger. Remember, also invested in a call at the start of this game that will also get him some extra gold.
Extra 350, why not?
Yeah, exactly, extra longsword. I feel like he's sitting on some gold as well, but for now, looking a little bit of calmness in this game for the first time.
I'm not surprised to see Hydras sort of check out the dragon man. Zed has a lot of ability to contest, either taking the dragon himself, really fast once it gets below. We've got to play in the bot lane. Caitlyn just about managed to get out of there, but FGG's in trouble.
Uh-oh. FG is actually dead. Not sure what happened there, but I think Hydras happy to take that one.
Yeah, that might just be the Dragon Quarter. Imperial is recalling on low health, but red pings onto the objective. Zed does this really fast. His passive applies also into minions and monsters. He'll get away there just a moment of panic. This take really fast. Zed manages to get his health back from that menu back. Combined with the passive, it's really safe.
Dragon going over to Hydras, happy to say pick up a debt one as well. And if I have to make an assumption of what happened at bot lane, I see an enchanted Crystalera on cooldown, FGG not having flash, something along those lines will probably have been it. But honestly, quite a big pickup for that bot lane of Hydras, who honestly have been struggling against this Caitlyn Lux, obviously also after that level 1.
It doesn't look too bad, sort of, you know, there's the kill, there's a little bit of CS lead. You gotta remember the plates are on top of this, the gold will be swung up massively in JDXL's favor. Most of their lead, no doubt, in that bottom lane. So we do see sort of across the board more gold on each member of JDXL. What we want to see is them sort of come together at a dragon fight or pull Hydras apart. Composition can be played both ways. You've got Cries sort of deep pushing, teleport not so necessary, and can try and attack the sort of way that Hydras want to set up their fight, because we see lots of angles from long range CC. We see the Ashe enchanting Crystalera, the Zoe trouble bubble, of course the unstoppable force from Malphite. Plenty of options for Hydras, but unless they come together, JDXL should be favored.
JDXL in a very comfortable position right now. Both top and bot lane tower plates being picked up. Colonel might be in some trouble, but will be able to dodge away from the Sonic Wave and prevent any further trouble.
Alright. Pretty key to me here is, even though Panda is slightly behind in CS, he has managed to get his Fellow's Claw. There's one thing more obnoxious than Zed Jungle. It's Zed Jungle with another dash, another ability to reposition himself. Another one! So it might catch FGG here. He will not be spotted by the ward. It's like they're not quite sure where they want to go.
Oh lord.
Go low. He's going to be fine. He's going to get out of there. But on the next wave now, JDXL can threaten some more violence under this tier 1 tower.
Selfie forced to use the summon a heal right down that
He's
exchange,
waited
but
for so long.
exactly, Penna constantly hovering around this bot side of map, has no jungle camps to take for himself, so he's just kind of lurking around. We'll find Dan right now.
Dan has managed to get the Rifthold in that intermission.
Yeah, Dan finds the kick, destroys Colonel in that trade as well. Penna going forward, trying to find something back for his mid laner. But he goes onto the wrong one. But there comes the ultimate, still tries to find one JDXL member. But it's just not going to be it, Panda. This must be one of the most unlucky plays I've ever seen. Dan trying to kill him, trying to execute into extremely low health bars, and look who's there, that's Selvway, looking to get something in return with the help from Panda, but the safeguards to safety from Dan, and honestly, that was JDXL playing on a knife's edge.
There were plenty of things happening across the map while there was action in mid lane. Razku, I really thought he was going down there, but unfortunately Panda chose the wrong clone, didn't manage to track that through that bush vision. Proxying in the top lane from Cries, he's starting to build that momentum, build that lead over Shieda at this stage. With the tier 1 tower going down, we'll expect to see Venza and FGG rotate across the map, pick up some more plates in that last minute they've got before they fall.
They've already got so much, so any extra would always be welcome. First sprint already going over, and that's a 5,000 gold lead. Not even 13 minutes into the game. And you can also see that reflected in the inventories. Venza now also with the guild force will feel a lot more comfortable, playing perhaps a little bit more aggressive, and we've seen the aggression already coming through in that bot lane.
Guild Force is great. This game gives you so many options that you weave in and out of Zed and Zoe's poke. Will be coming through and extra options, maybe dodging an enchanted crystal arrow without your cleanse.
Oh, speaking of enchanted crystal arrows, Venza is dodging them, but then they connect onto FGG Colonel, finding his first kill of the game.
I think Venza, unfortunately, unintentionally dodging out of the way, and FGG has no cleanse. Really unfortunate, and Hydra's sort of handed one for free. They'll push this mid lane in. That will deny any more plates going down. It will give JDXL a bit of a tough position to play from.
Oh, great Sleepy Trouble Bubble for Colonel. Spells Trouble for Venza. Will be able to get out with the help from Dan. 2 plates going over to Hydra's in that mid lane. In the meantime, Cries have been pushing that top lane. Also, tower going down there. So 2 towers before the plates have fallen in favor of JDXL.
You'll love to see it in the Caitlyn comp. JDXL playing to what they need at this stage. And despite that sort of consolation prize for Hydra's in mid, still confident that their comp is doing exactly what it needs to. They might fight at the next dragon. They can't afford to give it over. It's an ocean on 2, so you're not defending the lane, you're not helping your laners, and you're not building up a huge healing buff for later. It's not that important to fight here if they don't need to. If they'd rather collect gold elsewhere.
Getting summoned into that mid lane, gets the charge off. But that mid lane tower, that one was still quite healthy on the side of Hydra, so that's something to take that wins with. Stealthway, however, forced to use flash and heal to get away from XL to summon the spells down onto the support. Meanwhile, Dan had already started that dragon. Vegeta had made his way into the river, trying to contest this dragon, but it's going to be a tough one for Hydra.
I love the slow rotation from JDXL. They don't feel the need to rush. They don't feel the need to commit to the dragon if they don't need to. They're very happy to play this slow. If they want to give it to Hydra's here, they don't have to fight this. They're collecting other resources out on the map. That mid-tier 1 tower is a lot more valuable than that dragon.
Exactly, just picking up that direct gold, all 3 outer towers gone, is so huge when we're talking about this early in the game. It's quite impressive how JDXL are able to make those decisions so incredibly fast. Gold lead even extending to 6,000.
Yeah, after that next buy, JDXL are going to start to slam Hydras with their wallets. There might be many heads on the snake, but there will be one mighty sword. Oh, the chains he's eaten through. Venza will eventually cleanse.
You only have 1 cleanse. Venza will be able to reposition him. Is he actually going to survive this? No, he will finally fall to the hands of Colonel. Hydra's looking for something more. Panda going over the wall, finds the death mark on to Dan. Will the pop be enough? No, definitely not, especially when Dan uses the strongest summoner spell in the game, that's called Smite.
It's not the flashing away. Hydras look like they've got something there. I really thought they weren't going to be able to extend onto Venza, and while they do get that key kill, they lose a T2 tower. JDXL are trading up at 16 minutes. That is a solo. Oh, they got him!
Yeah, they go in. They found Morozko in the worst position possible. Perhaps some clone action that we got going on here. Not a chase going forward, and there's no way Morozko also gets away from this. There should be no way. Meanwhile, Christ, it's just 1v2ing underneath the tier 2 on this Tryndamere, but the tower will take him out. So that is a kill going over to Hydra's. You don't have any mana. Never mind, he does have plenty of mana. Will step in a trap though.
I haven't seen clarity for the longest time. Panda here.
Uh-oh. Spencer a little bit overextended right there. Panda on the killing spree now.
Alright, there's chaos across the map. Hydra started to use their composition the way it works, picking off individual members, chaining that CC on top to try and find skirmishes, small things in their advantage. They do manage to find it there, but at the cost of their 2-2, at the cost of Cries going all the way under their 2-2 and diving even more people. They'll get a bit more of a consolation prize, but the gold lead tells the story. It's still 6,000. This tower, it's still going to nearly be 6,000. Dan's looking to fight back.
Dan is fighting back, finds himself the Dragon's Rage and a chain CC afterwards. Did you know that Malphite was a tank?
I don't think we've had enough gold into Shader so far. If we look, like, the CS 50 difference, we're seeing components for the Malphite, seeing some knives and a big old gun prize. Kraken Slayer, the Glory Quick Blades allow so much agency. Hydra's there. They are going to come in and contest this Herald.
Another Enchanted Crystal arrow from Imperial Land, and then being able to safeguard to safety. Moscow also here in the fight, jumping in with the distortion. Colonel looking for that poke, gets tagged with the Sonic Wave. Venza here now as well. We're going to 4v4, both top laners not present. Dan picking a lot of poke. Also we see Trump Bubble. Colonel will go golden there to try to get out. Herald, meanwhile, picked up by Hydras, but Colonel has nowhere to go. Night has Panic trying to look for the outplay and does find a kill back onto Venza, but now Christ has come to pick it all up. Housekeeping is here, and it is Christ picking up 3 more for his team.
Cries walked all the way from the bot lane during that play. Both teams wanted to slow burn. They wanted to try and find an angle in, either to get Dan's lease in, or any of the pick tools from Hydra's getting a full efficacy rather. So we'll see here, Colonel comes all the way back into the pit, and what he's doing here, he's trying to line up trouble. Well, he gets Dan. That allows Panda to burst through the Rift Herald uncontested. But if we look at the minimap, Cries has walked all the way from bot lane, he's all the way into this back line, and JDXL confident to come forwards as a unit and take down even more kills than that Herald as well.
Cries so incredibly strong as Trinamir right there. Nothing that Imperial and Selvway could do in a 2v1 situation. Dan and JDXL, they might have lost the Rift Herald, but the fight goes their way. They are feeling extremely comfortable in this game.
Alright, we're looking at Secret Ways back in for Hydras. They're 10k down.
Oh my dear. Goodbye, Selfway.
Just good night, sweet prince. You don't get to walk there anymore, unfortunately. Any CC equals death. There's a full Lux combo, a Caitlyn ultimate behind it. Panda here was looking for the recall.
Oh!
It's getting fast crazy. It's getting out of hand.
Yeah, JDXL, they have a hot date after this, and they're looking to close this one out as soon as possible. All turrets outside the base of Hydras are now taken as well. And that gold leak that we've mentioned a couple of times now has exploded to 10,000 20 minutes in. Cries looking to expand it even further. Colonel is his next victim, but now 3 men strong from Hydras. You should think that Cries would in no scenario be ever able to get out there. However, it's a Trinamir, doesn't even need the ultimate, and his team backs him up so they even can get a kill themselves.
JDXL are so strong right now. They're just pushing the limits a little bit. Cries seeing how many members of Hydras before he feels that uneasiness. They've left Dan on the dragon, that key objective. They do want to start stacking up now. Gosh, it's difficult, crazy. You know, this is not where Hydras want to be. The composition does not deal well with team fights, and they're running out of advanced macro. They're running out of ways to pick JDXL apart at the seams.
The support just casually forces the Immortal Shield Bow proc from Imperial. Will be able to survive that one, no follow through from FG, but as you said, Temporal, it's becoming more and more desperate for Hydras at the moment. You look at their composition, you do see opportunities. You know, an Enchanted Crystal Arrow, great unstoppable force, could really turn things around. But JDXL, they are not leaving many opportunities for Hydras to get back into this game.
As the game goes longer, it's starting to matter less who they pick now, but they have to chain it forwards into multiple successive takedowns. Because you can take out the LeBlanc, and then you'll be missing the Caitlyn or the Lee Sin. There's too many targets now for Hydras to reliably chain things together, because it takes quite a lot of CC as Cries.
Oh dear! Those were 2 auto attacks onto Imperial, and he's lost nearly his entire his health bar, and now JDXL just running over Hydras. Cries is not done yet, but so is Panda, looking for a little bit of a cheeky outplay, doesn't get it. Cries, however, gets a double kill himself, and Shiada is the only one who will be able to survive this rock-solid team fight from JDXL.
It was tough here for Hydras. Quite managed to perform maybe as they would have liked. Shiada will hold on for but a second under the tower. The might of JDXL. They're going to break the base. This should be the game as they bring those 3 caster minions in through the back.
Now you think that this is the game, but look at the death time.
Oh,
because it's still 22 minutes. They're so incredibly short. that they're now back to take all those minions, but then you have JDXL who's taking your entire jungle.
All right, JDXL clearly calmer and more focused than I am. It's pretty easy to forget the death times were that short at this stage. Only 22 minutes in. It's not quite the fastest game in Tournament Crazy, but we're not far behind if it's only going to take JDXL one more fight maybe. Hydra is holding on against all hope. Maybe looks for one more fight. There isn't a big objective except that Baron now. And they've sent 3 people bottom. So whatever they do, they're going to be off tempo. It's going to be slow. So wait and see. Hydra's last.
The only thing Hydras can really afford to buy right now is some extra time. But Cries, and this is something that Hydras doesn't know, he's the master of time. He sells all the crocs at the moment. And therefore, he is the one dictating the tempo 6, 2, and 5 on this tournament. It has been an absolute menace for Hydras to deal with in this game so far.
Alright, I'm seeing a bit of a classic macro play from JDXL. All 5 of them spotted, going towards the Baron. The Hawk shot. You now have the difficult question, do they take it or do they try for the bait? To be honest, with how far ahead they are, they can start this and peel off at any time. FGG will burst out Panda.
And that's your jungler just already at 20% HP. Morosku is looking to take him down, and he will be able to. Baron secured by JDXL, and now the fight will follow. Judah might have found a nice ultimate, but that doesn't matter. Another great light binding from FGG to seal the deal as JDXL find the ace.
Alright, that's a clean ace. Plenty of time this time. JDXL, they're going to recall Morosku, send him towards the mid lane with that teleport, and JDXL have a huge minion wave. Those towers are going to fall. They will lock first place in this group, Group A, and proceed to the knockouts at Held High.
Yeah, JDXL showing absolutely no mercy against Hydras. They go 5-0 and still looking for that perfect run.
Alright, a little bit of a smash for our first division team. Hydras.
A little bit.
They came through the open qualifier. You know, bit of a refreshed lineup. New jungle, mid, and AD after their 3rd division season. They've stood up for at least a few minutes. Congratulations, JDXL. That looked pretty good to me.
Yeah, that was an incredible performance. I must say myself, I did have some doubts after that previous game when it faced against XL, but they did a great job. They bounced back, they showed what they're worth and that they're worthy of that first seed. Now, only one more game remaining to finalize their perfect run in this group.
All right, that will be the question. We're going to chop it to the analyst desk. We're going to break down that smash for us, and we'll be right back.
Thank you so much. Another game, another win for JDXL, and it was a much more convincing win. I think we found some spicy picks from Hydra. I'm looking at Zed Jungle, trying to get advantages by surprise, and on the other hand, Trinda getting blind picked, and still Christ managed to win the top matchup. Now, I would like to start off by focusing on the draft and on those picks.
Yeah, I think that for me, the fact that we saw JDXL, I think that really hammer down on what Dan mentioned in the interview, going for what I will say was a fairly solo queue-esque composition outside of the Caitlyn Lux bot lane that we have seen time and time again. I do think LeBlanc Lee Sin obviously has its place in competitive, but these are all very greedy champions. They all want their resources. They all want to be Baron, essentially. Not really any Robins on that team. They can all style, they can all pop off and all get a load of kills. And that's kind of just what happened when you have just the better hands, as we expect from a team that has been to European Masters. They're able to just take these games with, really comfortable champions to them.
Well, Dan told us during today's interview that they are just checking, the enemies. They are trying to test the limits, and they were just doing that in the previous game.
Yeah.
You were putting cries on Tryndamere. How often do you see Tryndamere? I know that I believe it was Destination Focus Me that played once during planes, but besides it, there's not that much place for Tryndamere in competitive. So I really do like that JDXL are not playing the same boring old composition that's up to meta standards, but they're picking rather something that they have fun with, that they are comfortable on, and they are smashing the enemies this way, because it looked like they were having fun during this game, which then translated and transitioned to them having a huge lead and snowballing the game out of the proportion to finish before 25 minutes.
Yeah, absolutely. And JDXL didn't lose time to find place. So I would love to hear your thoughts on that level 1 and how important it was for their advantage from early on.
Yeah, I think that from level 1, we saw JDXL really assert themselves. They had the 5 versus 4 as well. It's worth noting that we didn't quite see Hydras commit all 5 members down to that bot side. I will argue the relevance of a level 1 Malphite in a 5v5 like that, first of all, but nevertheless, JDXL burning support flash really early on was something that was turned out to be a little bit more important a little bit later on, but there were a few things that from this level 1 really transitioned through the remainder of the game. We saw that Zoe in the mid lane had to start with E, which meant that contesting the wave was very difficult in the early stages. That then led into an invade onto the Hydra jungle and making it really difficult for the Zed to play the game, and I will credit as well a brilliant performance from Panda on that Zed.
Absolutely. Now, before discussing further the game, we are joined here by Torok for this interview. First of all, congrats on this victory, on going out of the groups with a 5-0. Now, Dan mentioned a lot of limits testing and somewhat disrespecting your opponents. How did that mentally change coming into this second match of the day?
It didn't change at all. We're doing the same thing, right? We're just coming in, we're just playing, having fun. At the end of the day, these group stages, they are, something that we have to get through in order to progress through the tournament, and we just want to see how far we can push ourselves when we play against, Hydra, Zal, and obviously Lucent later, right? I think in one of our games last week, we had almost double the gold lead of the other team, which is something I've never seen. So we're just seeing if we can push that as hard as possible and having a good time. So
Yeah, and it showed, and you were way better on this week. Torok, you mentioned last week that you were having some issues with the synergy, with playing on the same page. Do you feel, from the coach perspective, do you feel that change coming into this week?
Well, if you're comparing us to how we need to be informed to play against some of the better teams, of course, you can make arguments that we're not, playing as in sync as we can, but frankly, if you just want to be honest, we're just coming in, we're just limit testing as hard as we can. So I'm not fussed with synergy, I'm not fussed with anything. I'm just making sure that we want to be playing the game in as free a way as possible, being creative, giving everyone a license just to go ham and just see how far they can push themselves in the game. And I think we're just we're just doing the other round of groups now to make sure that with our 5-0 now, I think that means we're locked first in the group because we've got head-to-head over Hydras. So we're just limit testing as hard as we can. Synergy and drafts and all that stuff. That's not a concern for us right now.
Yeah. Okay, that's fair enough. And you have been giving us quite some shows now. Rudud and McGuire, I know that you also have some questions, so go right ahead.
Okay, so I want to ask then, you say that you're limit testing as hard as you can right now. You just mentioned that you're actually 5-0, locked the best possible outcome for this group. This patch has opened up a few interesting things for junglers specifically. I'm looking at Blitzcrank. Do we see some potential, not intrinsic to their role picks, coming in for your final game where there are literally no stakes for you?
Well, Rudud, if you want to contact the NLC, I'd be happy to sub in and play Blitzcrank jungle for you.
Okay.
If that isn't the case, then you can try and make some negotiations happen at the end of the day. I'm all for it, right?
My people will contact some people and we'll see what can happen.
Yeah, but otherwise, I'm not sure how serious we'll take the last game. If we want to just go in and just play with fun, play with our limits, maybe we'll do it with real champs. If people care about getting the 6-0, we'll come in and take it properly. If it's got any implications for the rest of the group as well, we want to make sure that we're not doing any harm to anyone, right? So even if we're not, even if the result doesn't affect us, we naturally want to make sure we're upholding the competitive integrity. But if not, then maybe we'll have some fun. I guess we'll see.
Okay, let's for a minute stop talking about the team and the tournament itself, and I wanted to ask you about your current situation, because I've just seen that like 22 hours ago you've dropped an LFT post. So where are you aiming to go and coach? Is there like one region that you would definitely see yourself, in a coaching role and would like to go there? An open question to you, Torok, really.
Sure. Well, frankly, I'd be really excited to go anywhere, right? If that means remaining at Excel in whatever capacity, or going further afield, whether it's just in the NLC, I've obviously been here for many years, or the LFL, LEC, America, Latin America, you name it, I'm ready to go. At the end of the day, I'm very interested in just taking this coaching as far as I possibly can. Alongside, I'm still doing uni. This is my beautiful uni room behind me. So we're just trying to cruise through and live life to the fullest, I guess. So if that means going somewhere in my next team, getting to visit another country, that sounds lovely. If I'm sticking in the NLC, and then I'm hoping to win it and go all the way to Masters final. So I suppose we'll see.
Oh, we shall see, Torok. Thank you so much for your time and for this interview. Good luck on that path and for the rest of the tournament, of course. And congrats once again for the win and for securing this first seed.
Thank you very much. And it's so crazy to be interviewed by Jimmy Fallon. I just had to say this is a first for me. So thank you so much for the interview, guys. Bye-bye.
Thank you so much, or goodbye.
Thank you. Now, any last remarks about this match or about this interview in general?
Do I really look like Jimmy Fallon? That's the real question.
Yeah,
No
definitely.
It's a little uncanny. It's definitely there. The resemblance does exist.
Wish I would be as popular as Jimmy Fallon, but I'll take his looks as well.
Now, any kind of remarks about this game? Any last thoughts about what happened on this match?
I think it's important that the only appropriate last remarks you can have about anything that's had a Torok status is just Torok. And that's it.
That is...
If you know, you know, people.
Yeah.
If you know, you know.
But yeah, so in this case, that's it for me for today. But after a short break, the analyst desk will be back with Carmeline for the upcoming match Lucent versus Zol. So don't go anywhere.
everyone, and welcome back to this fourth game for the Aurora Cup here, the EUniverse. And well, we are all ready to just talk about this game because honestly, things have changed quite a bit. We have, on one hand, listened, on the other hand, Shell, but one thing is for certain: neither of this team is going to make it to the next stage. Obviously, this is a little bit of a kind of like downtime for us, but hello, I haven't introduced myself. By the way, I'm Caroline here. I'm accompanied by the amazing Verdud and Maguire here. And I want to know, you guys, what do you think the stakes are, even though they seem to be like non-existent by now? Verdud, let's start with you.
I think that. Oh, sorry. It's okay. It's important to remember that even though these teams are going to make it out of groups, they've still got some really valuable time over this next couple games to not only have some fun playing League of Legends, of course, but also just potentially trialing players consistently and seeing how they feel in terms of how the synergy's going, if they want to keep this roster going forward. We do obviously have this slight winter break that we're all going to be going into, so as much as these games for the tournament don't have that much standings, for the players themselves, this is still very important practice, very important time that they can be playing together to get to grips with each other.
Oh, okay. What about you, Maguire? What do you think you're most invested in going into this game?
I think those are going to be fun games where the players can kind of let go, don't feel the pressure. They are not playing, for the places in groups to get out to the next stage, but still can kind of limit test, maybe have a little bit of fun, something, to continue with during the tournament.
Something that I'm expecting and waiting for are these kind of different picks that we've seen throughout today with the Heimerdinger, with the Sad Jungle, for example. Those are things that I would like to see again. But referring to these two teams facing each other, there's something that is catching my eye, and that is that Lucent is favoring heavily their bot lane, and on the other hand, we've got Shell favoring their jungler more. And I mean, we can see here what happens, right? UDXL having a perfect 5-0 run for this Group A. Hydra's close. Not just perfect, just now 3-2 for them. And then the two teams that were coming from Division 2 from the NLC, 1-3 and 0-4 respectively, Lucent and Shell, as we know. I also want to know, was this expected for you? Were you expecting more of these teams of these players for it?
I think that for me, JDXL being 5-0 to begin with, yeah, that seems expected, but I'm really impressed by how Hydras have sort of burst in to this group. Obviously, having now made it out of the group as a closed qualifier team, there's a little bit of uncertainty as to quite where they're going to place. I think that when you've got a regimented structure of, okay, this is a Division 1, 2, and 3 team, you have that hierarchy of how you expect the teams are going to perform. But closed qualifier, there's always going to be that element of we don't really know where they can end up, and Hydras have been the perfect example of that. They've bested 2 Division 2 teams, obviously Lucent with a fairly tragic ending to their Division 2 run, but going into this group, I suppose for Lucent, it's again that little bit of extra time to get that team together, and Hydras making a real good show of things.
We're going to be seeing if they are able to perform at the verse level for the next game as we head on to the picks and bans. Thank you, Reddit. I'll see you later.
Thank you, Carmeline, Brute Dude, and Jimmy Fallon. I mean, Mark Valle. For that fantastic pre-game analysis. My name's Crazy. I'm joined by Temporal. He's on that side. I'm sorry. Temporal's about losing it. Let's hope that XL won't lose it in this game, because going without any wins out of the group stage, that would just be sad.
Yeah, it's pretty sad for Zal. Unfortunate. As the desk have already mentioned, this is a game with no stakes. Neither of these teams can qualify to the knockout stage because of earlier results in the day. So this is it. This is all the marbles, Crazy. This is the real prize of the tournament. This is pride.
This indeed is pride. And I want to remind you, Temporal, the last time these two teams faced each other, it was a slow burner. It was an exciting match that went over 40 minutes. It was a thriller, if you will. In the end, Lucent did manage to pull the long end of the stick, but still, it was a very, very exciting one. And I'm hoping this one will be just as exciting.
All right. Hopefully. a bit more of an accelerated game. Both AD carries here. Kalista should surely be going in. Oh no, okay. Zal have decided that they maybe want to play the longer game. That Caitlyn, much stronger in the early game, translates through mid. Aphelios. Zal, comfortable with going much later and letting Lucent drop the bag.
And I was thinking that perhaps Lucent is spelling something with their draft, because Akshan is not quite, the most usual ban. So for now they have Aha. Perhaps there's something else coming after those in those final 2 bans, but XAL still going with some usual bans against Lucent, and also with some usual picks. Perhaps that Aphelios on the red one is a little bit out of place, but currently the AD carry pool is so wide you can really pick anything and you can justify it.
It's more about that justification, as you mentioned. The Sejuani also says we're going to play for the team fights. We're going to defend this Aphelios and want him to do the 1v5. That Jarvan backs up the Caitlyn by saying, hey, we're going to go fast. You're going to get stuck on terrain. We're going to play these fights out nice and quick, and then move the Caitlyn around the map, get that extra gold, because she's just the best play taker in the game. On the 3 here, we do want to see some sort of support that locks the Caitlyn. We want the Morgana, we want the Lux. Anything else will be the deviation. The Karma is the sort of the 3rd best pick, and that takes away the ability of Zal to reverse this lane.
Perhaps sets your team up for a little bit more success with the shielding rather than with the roots that the Lux or the Morgana would bring into that equation. But I will say personally, I like the Jarvan. I think a lot of teams, when Aphelios was released, was like, how do we counter this thing? Well, we'll just pick Jarvan and Galio together. We make sure that this champion cannot move for all the CC on there. And that's something that Lucent will be trying to do in this game, as well as the answer for XAL will be the Amumu.
All right, more team fight, more circles to go on top of Aphelios to defend him, to set him up, to do more things. The Silas ban away, just a bit of a 1v1 check in against Kurosh. We've seen him pick Zed and all sorts of wacky things throughout the tournament. Silas also in his wheelhouse. Malphite would help Zal have more sort of engage more ultimates by sacrificing the top lane. Eager to ban that one away. With the Ornn, this could be the Scion. This could be the completion of that top lane tank cycle.
I was about to say, we're getting rid of all the top lane tanks in this ban phase, so perhaps some fighters coming out, but at the same time, XAL, they can always flex that Sejuani into the top lane towards a Dusto. Camille will be the final one. I was perhaps thinking for Lucent to pick that one up to add, to throw everything onto the Aphelios comp even more.
Potentially. It's a bit more of a muchness after a while. Like, it does the same thing as Jarvan without, like, anything extra. With the Camille ban, that does hint that they maybe want the last tanks of those pool themselves. They maybe want the Scion, want something like that. We're going to throw mid lane on 4 here for Zal. That's just going to be the LeBlanc, so even more setup for the Aphelios. She's going to try and play away from the group. A little interesting. We've gone back a few patches here because Kurosh is going to answer with Ahri, something we don't see so often anymore. A little bit reduced on the current patch.
A little bit of reduction on the amount of times that we see this champion, but honestly, I do not mind it personally. I still think that you can set up, and I do believe this is quite a pocket pick, isn't it?
This is. Like, let's read the first line of our notes together, Crazy. DVL will likely play a tank, as we've been talking about. If he doesn't, he will bite back with an Olaf in this top lane. He plays it crazy. He plays it fast. And he plays it with a load of damage. The Fiora, the 1v1 challenge in the top lane is on.
Please, I want to see this. It's still a hover. It's still a hover, but if we get this matchup, it's going to be such an exciting one. And it is locked in. So no tanks in the top lane this time around. We're going to have a full-blown fist fight.
All right, with the Sejuani flex down as well, because it does not have a great time against the Olaf in general, especially against someone as experienced as DBL on the pick. Most top laners who play Sejuani at this level, so they play the Sejuani, but they've got 300 games on something else they'd rather be doing. That's the Olaf for DBL, and Adjusto rather. Not playing the Sejuani this time around. Flex that down. Both of these junglers attack the top lane as well. I want to see Path Top. I want to see bloodshed. I want to see violence.
Yes, and yes again. I think Lucent, what we see in the bot lane, and with Jarvan, some nice meta picks, but they've thrown in some personal spice on there as well. XL were like, you want to know what? If you're going to do that, we're going to do the exact same thing. We're going to throw the Fiora in the mix. And honestly, for me, this looks like such an exciting draft, and hopefully for an exciting game as well.
I'm just going to stop us here. I'm going to take a sip of tea very, very, very quickly because we need to calm down. This is all that we've got going for us. We're gonna have 30 minutes of surely path top, explode enemy top laner, and fight about it. So let's take a moment to be chill.
Now, I don't have my cup of tea here. Something that perhaps will help me calm down is this Kit Kat that I have right here, but I don't want to turn this into a mukbang. I'm saving this one for after the game because I feel like I'm going to be absolutely drained.
I could derail this further and reach over and get the LEC ones, which are just out of reach. But
okay.
we're gonna leave it for later. So the only escape out of everyone paths top, everyone kills each other, is do you play through the Caitlyn in the early game? The Aphelios is going to do the same no matter what. He's going to wait for a few items. His agency is limited outside of blunders from Lucent. So what I want to see from Zal here is a little bit defensive path. A little bit of matching throughout the jungle, and we'll see which way this goes.
Well, indeed, see as it is Lucent versus Zal for the 4th game of the day. Now, both these teams can't make it out of groups anymore, but there's still a lot to fight for. A lot of glory, a lot of pride.
Glory and pride. All the marbles, crazy. All the prizes that can't be written down with qualification and money and prestige. Instead, just pride. Kurosh, gonna check up here into the mid lane. I expect he might go for the ward. He's already got the ward. Sejuani was blocking it from me. On to the red side Raptors. So we'll know. No, that's a red ward. Take it away, crazy.
Yeah. I have a question to ask.
Yes.
Because I know you were very excited about Olaf. I mean, if you put it in
Very
our...
excited.
See, if certain picks gets put into a prep doc for casters, you know, if it gets locked in, like the casters will scream and yell about it. Now, that's obviously what with DBL's Olaf the case, right? But I think Zal found their way into this draft. Is there any team you would give a clear advantage here?
I think both teams have started off that first phase with like, you think these picks are good on the patch, this is what I've prepared for the tournament. They're very rapidly to devolve into, I want to play my favorite towards the end, or I want to play my flavor more accurately. Because, they're still good picks. They're just maybe not in the first 3 that you choose if you were very, very, very intensely worried about the rest of the tournament. And that's not the case here. To be honest, I think stopping DBL on this Olaf will be quite difficult for Zal, and they have shown that they will struggle a little more in the early game. I'm a little bit less worried about them, but it's all that I'm worried about this going wrong rather than this is a clear advantage.
Okay. We'll be keeping track of those potential mistakes that can happen in this game as we finally got ourselves a little bit of a, what is this, a calm game? We don't have 3 kills already?
Because of the scaling elements in the Lucent's top side, and sort of all around the map for Zal, everywhere but their mid laner really would enjoy a longer game. No one's exploding out the gate. No one is sort of going at it. We did see Goldie come down there.
Well, might be in some trouble here. Gusto finding a nice trade onto this Olaf pick. But obviously something you've got to keep in mind is the lower the Olaf goes, the stronger he becomes in those trades, as we also see some aggressive trading in that mid lane. And something I do kind of want to look towards is jungle pathing from both these junglers, because they both path towards this bot lane, towards that same Scuttle Crab, even though now it looks like Goldie is moving towards perhaps that more top side after finishing those wolves.
Yeah, Goldie got there first, dropped the wolves, dropped the blue buff to arrive early to just cover, and that is sort of what I alluded to in the pregame for Zal. If they cover, if they sort of go late and drift slowly up to 30 minutes, they're going to have a better and better time, just as a consequence of their composition.
Sure. Limitless and fine forever. We'll have a little bit of a better time as both these junglers are hovering around that bot lane. Flawless, a level above Goldie, and that might just strike back. Flash forward from Marco, might just bite back as well. First blood going over to Goldie, might not anticipate the enemy jungler being there as well, but Mirai strikes back, and Flawless barely untouched in this exchange so far. Will get stunned up by Goldie, but should have the flag and drag available to him. Yes, he will. He won't get the kill, actually. Goldie, enough damage. And Mirai, now with the extremely long range, just cannot find those kills. Cell on top in the bot lane.
I really thought that when Lucent flashed in, it was like, you know what, they'll lose Marco, it'll still be fine. Instead, Zal, with some cheeky fancy footwork, just managed to avoid the second flag and drag, hitting everyone to turn it round on to Flawless. And with that, Zal is very happy with an early 2-for-1 in the bottom lane.
Those 2 kills going over to Goldie. That will be a very, very beefy Sejuani to deal with. Caitlyn definitely needs to put in a lot of work to try to get that one down. We'll see what items he'll come back with, because he hasn't been able to base yet. He's looking in that mid lane. I don't think he has been spotted.
They didn't see Marco. They will see him on the wave now. Zal have 3 members in the mid lane. They do have numbers advantage. Flawless is at his wolves.
Marco still doesn't have flash from that exchange earlier. Goldie on a killing spree already.
Excellent patience for Goldie to not sort of jump the gun, to wait for the wave to be all the way up by their tier 1 tower. Kurosh is in a really difficult spot now. He's not going to see... Oh, sorry. He will see Zal's support leave lane, but he's not going to see an avenue to get back in here that will be safe. He's not sure where Goldie is right now. He would just be hanging around mid, so you see Kurosh hanging all the way back. Find Forever will reappear in the bottom lane. That will no doubt give Lucent some more confidence. But it is a rough shake in the early game. 1,000 gold lead for Zal with their scaling composition out of the gates.
And that's something that they had in their previous matchup as well against Lucent. I'll add to that. They were also the ones that had a lead, and I was confident that they were going to win that game, Zal, but Lucent being able to steal that one away from them in this Division 2 matchup that we got going.
Sort of take stock across the board. Goldie, great spot, loads of gold on the Sejuani. Has managed to either match Lucent's aggression or provide the numbers advantage by themselves. With that, Sejuani should be quite accelerated. The Caitlyn, not known for her huge scaling, and often against things like the LeBlanc, has to take the rapid fire cannon just they feel comfortable from further away, still dishing out that damage. I do wonder if Mirai's Caitlyn will be able to hold on as the game goes on.
He's got his work cut out for him, that's for sure. You take a look at the potential threats for Caitlyn at the enemy team, you see a Sejuani, a LeBlanc, as well as that Amumu, and perhaps even a Moonlight Vigil flying in from nowhere. Modesto showing his face, that could also be a potential threat. Mirai will play a pivotal part in this game for Lucent, for that damage output. We still haven't seen that much from Kurosh on this R, but perhaps he'll be able to find some kills as well somewhere around this game and produce pressure for the AD carry.
Just got unlocked on mid, so Flawless helped him push the wave in. That helps him get that back and doesn't get punished so much without that teleport. Goldie has moved all the way up in this bottom lane. Flawless is just clearing his top side. He's just pathing up there. Goldie is all the way under this tower, and it looks like they just about not managed to find the angle.
I think it was a very, very close one, but actually great trade coming back from Mirai and Martha. Limitless singing quite a big chunk from the mantra Inner Flame, as well as the Piltover Peacemaker. Be able to get himself a nice recall timer, pick up an extra pickaxe, and because he showed his face in that bot lane EDL and Flawless start off this with terror.
Alright, Kurosh is coming over to cover. Adusto will face check here. He's not sure whether he wants to go for it. DVL will start up the fight.
Yeah, Undertow's landing on him, forces Adusto away. Flawless and co able to pick up this Riptail without any problems whatsoever. Now, obviously hoping for great placement of that objective as Kurosh.
I think Find Forever's been a bit sneaky here. I'm not sure if he was spotted on his way in. Kurosh might have clipped him on the edge of vision.
You see a little ward from Lucent, but I'm not sure either. Kurosh should feel safe enough with the Spirit Rush available. However, he will tank the bandage shots right there. Find Forever even diving there. A little bit surprised there I am, but
he's only level 5, but there's bloodshed in top.
Yeah, finally action in the top lane. DBL already very low. Undertow lands. Flawless going forward. The auto attack is not enough. Adusto's lived and DBL dies. What?
The slow out of the Fiora just holds DBL into the tower long enough for that last shot to finish him off. Great work from Modesto to just dance, fly over the Cataclysm, not get locked down by Lucent.
Oh, and Zal now able to pick up the Drake. Fine Forever isn't done yet. Uses the Curse of the Set Mummy in the bot lane. Might have to be careful, or Ace in the hole is enough to get Mirai his second kill of the game for Lucent.
Alright, a bit too much from Fine Forever in both mid and bottom lane. Will lead to punish. Zal do manage to pick up the Hextech Dragon off the back of their priority in the bot lane though, and Goldie is going to continue to push. The ultimate is ready. Flawless is waiting just out of vision.
Oh, that's a lot of damage coming from Mirai and that Piltover Peacemaker onto Limitless. All of a sudden loses about 30% of his health bar. Goldie backing off when he sees Flawless. Will easily take this Skull Crab.
Alright, Goldie did see Flawless come in here. He's choosing to try and find an angle.
In my hormone, Fine Forever was also around, but will be able to get away as this top lane matchup starting to escalate a little bit. But after picking up that kill, finding much easier trades onto BBL, who are also suffering from a 15 CS deficit.
This is definitely an explosive top lane matchup, I think it's fair to say. And yeah, with the Dusto taking a bit of a lead. Somehow didn't manage to spot Steve Control. I think it is likely to continue forwards. DBL looks like he's going to burn the teleport still. Oh no, he still has that in the bank.
Denzel and Goldie making their way to the bot lane, and hope you have your submarines ready because it looks like they're going tower diving. But the moment Flawless shows his phase, the submarine will be taken back home. No diving.
Diving just yet. Sort of a moment of quiet across the map. The Dragon's gone, Rift Herald's gone, Lucent. On the top side, they will get on Fine Forever here. It should be time. Oh no!
Yeah, no, he's not fine. No ultimate available to him. Fine Forever will go down to the hands of Mirai, who is to have all the kills on the side of Lucent.
Alright, all the eggs in the Caitlyn basket.
Uh-oh! DBL in so much trouble. Adusto gets himself a solo kill in this matchup for what should have been DBL's famous.
I know, it's a bit of a struggle so far. And while Mirai will pick up plates in the bottom lane, it's not a good look for Lucent across the board.
Denzel in the mid lane looking to do the same thing that his top laner did. Also a solo kill, but Kurosh with the Spirit Rush will be able to get it.
Alright, solo bolos for Zal. They're feeling confident. They're feeling it right now. Despite Mirai's sort of kill lead. Zal across the board not doing too badly. Lucent have not really escaped this bottom lane. And Fine Forever across the map. You know, we just saw him go take it down, but apart from that, it's had a really good show across the map so far.
Yeah, I want to take a look at those inventories as well to find Sundra finished for Adusto. Goldie, who isn't even the main jungler for Zal. Let me remind you of that real quick. Already the Frostfire Gauntlet finished 3-0 on this Sejuani. I feel like Flawless has been able to claw his way back into this game. Gold Drinker finished on his Java as well. Nice CS lead. As we just missed that, but Adusto solo killed DBL again.
It's a little bit of a struggle for DBL from here. He's probably not coming back from 0-3. That mythic item advantage for Adusto. Looks like he popped the ghost as well and ran DBL down.
It's a rough situation as Courage also forced to flash away in that mid lane from the chains of Denzel. Was really applying pressure as well in this mid lane. Luden's Tempest finished for this evening.
Alright, I'm a bit worried here. Not only is that Luden's Tempest finished, but Flawless is still pathing around the jungle, just trying to soak up as much as possible. That's not what you need from the Jarvan. We've all had a clinic by Malran this week. I want that Jarvan in the lane. Those picks that should be snowballing from Lucent, you know, that was the original game plan. It's long abandoned. But the Jarvan's strength is fading. We need to see violence, and we need to see it now.
Talking about violence, the bot lane is full of it. Shut down to Limitless. Oh, gets the kill onto Mirai. Denzel also the one on Marco, and no one falls on the side of Zal. That is well executed by Courage, looking to clean it all up. Finds the shutdown onto Goldie. Flawless looking for a little bit more, can't just quite find it. But Lucent, at least they find something.
They get one back, because they had to pull the mid laner away from his farm. They had to sort of invest everything into that bot lane. It's really, really rough at this stage. They didn't even get one back from a 4-man tower dive where multiple members of Zal pretty much melee range with the tower.
Hellmeister off there in the top lane for Moran. Adusto started the grand challenge onto DBL, but didn't have any more mana to continue. But who needs mana in this matchup? As he's looking for a third DBL, no chance anymore.
Yeah, you can see he tried to shield the Vital there up against the wall, and it's just not enough. This Fiora is miles and away accelerated from the Olaf now. It's going to be really difficult for DBL even to stay in lane if this continues. And Lucent, they're going to have to adapt the game plan. I want to see the Jarvan. I want to see crazy groups early on to try and scrape anything back out of this early game. It's time for some desperate tactics.
Going to be rough to shut down Adusto on this Fiora, but nothing is impossible. First, we're going over to Zal as well as this Drake. Although it looks like Lucent will want to contest this one. Flawless on ground as well as Krovish. Finding Limitless, but not the knockup, and a great flash to get himself out of that Cataclysm before it even appeared on the map. Courage zoning away Denzel, but it won't lead to much more for Lucent.
Alright, Lucent commit. Limitless just gets away. With that, they'll be able to walk back in match priority in the bottom lane, in mid lane. Now they're happy to take this dragon. They won't push Lucent for that much more. But then the Zal of the team happy scaling, happy to slowly walk through this game until their champions become stronger. It looks like it's happening. Crazy.
It's rough because I feel like Lucent, they really stood their ground in this game. Looking mainly at Mira, I'm saying that 3-1-0 on the Caitlyn, Kraken Slay completed. But everything else is going in favor of Zal. Claudia having a fantastic game onto the Sejuani Adusto. Obviously with the 4 or 3 solo kills, I should say. Doing a fantastic job as well. And Denzel being able to facilitate a lot of the plays, or neutralize a lot of them that are happening in the bot lane.
Alright, Marco running up in the lane. This is the sort of thing that maybe Lucent should be looking for Find Forever.
Marco, not the play that you wanted, but so much damage coming through from Mirai, getting that double. Although, one more auto attack should do it. Flash forward to take down Find Forever, and that's what I want to see from that Caitlyn.
And we just see in mid as well the 2v2 advantage for Lucent. Fiora will come down here for the wave. She's not going to push too far. Mirai should be safe. There's a moment. Lucent just managed to hold back. They're getting advantaged. 2v2 in mid. Nothing quite coming of it, but showing their strength. And Caitlyn picking up 2 in the bottom lane. Maybe Lucent can sort of push through with a quick burst of speed, but it's going to be difficult. Zal are really strong already, even though it's only 17 minutes. We see the chain sword on the Fiora. She's going to go so fast and do so much damage.
Yeah, 2 items strong already. Meanwhile, DBL can probably just be happy that he just finished up that gold ring. But that isn't going to do much against that chainsword that Adusto has in his inventory. See a rotation coming through right now. Zell's bot lane moving up on top. It's Rift Herald that's on the mark that Gordy has started with.
Alright, Zell moving to 2 lanes instead of 3, which means they will have numbers advantage before Lucent. They'll have to... DBL already coming up here, already being dragged out of the lane. Will arrive slightly later. Zal have a moment to make their mark.
5 men strong from Zal. And Lucent, they really want to contest this one. Flawless gets himself a shield. But the Rift Herald is already taken. Lucent, you invested so many members up here. You must do something. But that's a great blue trinket to spot it out. Flawless going forward. But no one else is following through on it. It's the mid laner that's way too late to the party. Find Forever is also just gonna make its way out. DBL trying to do as much as he can onto this Olaf, but it's simply not enough. Double kill for Limitless, a clean ace even for Zal, only 18 minutes into the game.
It's looking so desperate for Lucent right now. If we look at the map, they could just go back to their lanes, pick up some extra waves, and try and sort of neutralize the gold advantage that Herald is primarily used for. Instead, this is desperate here. You can see they're trying to call to go in, they're trying to find something. Flawless finds the line, but the trap is replaced instantly. Lucent are not able to follow in behind. Zal just unleash their area of effect ultimates, and able to push all the way through to a clean ace.
Yeah, Miro was able to dish out a lot of auto attacks in that fight, but once Denzel gets on top of you, it becomes extremely difficult to have much more of an impact. Not finding any executions there, no kills for Lucent. So now have those objective bounties that could potentially claim, but with 7k that Zel's ahead, it's looking very rough.
just before we came back to live there. The Herald was used in mid, so that middle inhibitor tower for Zal attacking Lucent's base. As Flawless is... Oh, Dental's gonna let him live. That's very kind. Kurosh was nearby. I personally think he could have just tried to style on him there. That middle inhibitor, really weak. Just a few blows from falling. Zal continue to push forwards. They're trying to find Kurosh here. They have it dragged out Find Forever and Denzel.
Kurosh only level 11 on this Ari compared to Adus's level 14. It's looking like a very, very weak 9-tailed fox. Will be able to get away from it. The tower falling from Lucent. The 5th tower getting lost. So.
Yeah, that snowballed to a 7,000 gold lead with the promise of the base soon for Zal. It's tough right now. I think if Lucent want to come back in, we have to see some crazy picks. Something like Denzel is about to do to them right now. Actually, Kurosh a little close to that bush for comfort.
Oh, is Denzel gonna do it? No, Kurosh taking a safe route here, and I think that was a very, very wise decision to make there.
Yeah, did just try and check if Kurosh was recalling onto the tower. Yeah, Zal pushing the lead, getting comfortable with it. That's a good sign here. They're not going to drop away like they did in these teams' first meeting. Instead, looking likely that they'll push this one over the line. Lucent could, of course, try and find some absolutely nuts flank. Try and find some incredible line where this Aphelios goes down, but there is so much protecting him. It's so difficult here.
Oh, yeah.
For Lucent to achieve that. We wait, we wonder as Zal line up in the jungle.
Ocean Drake is live, could be sore point for Zal. And that's really the thing that Lucent should be afraid of as well. Zal do have these dragons. They don't have much more opportunities to go back into this game. Lucent, they can't just wait another 5 minutes, because after Zal have taken this dragon, it's one more that they need for an Ocean Soul, may I add.
A lot on the board. It is a huge win condition just in the game at the moment. Stack up 4 dragons, and you've expressed your lead over 20 minutes. And it confers just a huge advantage.
Now, I'm just waiting for Zal to pull the trigger. Might all done here in the bot lane. Is forced to use the Spirit Rush right there. That's looking for a little bit more. Can't quite find it. And oh my goodness, I almost
I just don't want one of its power.
Yeah, we need them anyway. Meanwhile, Lucent do find something in the mid lane, maybe the bot lane. Double kill going over to Flawless right there, including quite the nice shutdown that was on a Limitless.
Excellent. That's what Lucent need to look for here. They do lose Mirai, which is a bit of a shame, but need to try and find these takedowns. We need to close the gap when it comes to gold. Try and find anything back against Al, because it's not getting better.
Evil on the run. Needs to run from Adusto. And Goldie, Glacial Prison, immediate use of a Ragnarok there, but I'm not quite sure if that's going to save you right there. Yeah, he's just...
That's
the
pretty
lamb
rough.
ready for the slaughter. Adusto picking up his 7th kill of the game.
It's no longer death by lollipops. It's death by boar. Sid Ronnie. Need to lock that one down. Continue Zal's lead. A little bit of unfortunate map rotation did leave DBL out of place. And yeah, there was a white flag flying from Kurosh. Come on,
Not
buddy.
already.
You can maybe do it. You can find a way back in. The game might be tough, but that does not mean it is over. And emphasizing once again, incredible mountain that Lucent have to climb here. The advantage of Zal as they push Flawless back out of the Baron Pit.
Fine, forever landing one bandage toss is enough pressure for Flawless to quickly flag and drag himself out of there. As now Zal looking to finish this one cleanly, as Burge once again needs to use a defensive Spirit Rush on his Ari, not being able to get that much of an impact on this pick as he probably would have liked.
It's really tough for Lucent. They are at least still holding on to their base towers. Tier 3 still stand. Flawless. Was that solo? Was that just a casual 1v1 onto the LeBlanc?
I think so. Denzel perhaps having some difficulties landing the skill shots onto Flawless, who probably had some fancy feet in that trade. Not sure what quite happened there, but by the looks of it looked like a good trade in favor of Flawless.
Alright, I want to see Lucent's jungle do that again. We want to see more iterations, more members of Zal just chunked out, second guessing themselves about their lead. Maybe it's quite easy for us with the with sort of all the stats at the top of the screen. Remember, when you're playing, you've got that feeling, and you can do some napkin maths about the items. When it actually comes to the lead, when it actually comes to Zal pushing their advantage as they invade and back out once again, just pushing their vision slowly forwards. All in these players.
Perhaps Zal was just a little bit traumatized from the last time they faced Lucian, because then they also had such a great lead, right? And now they're like, we don't want to throw it away. We do not want to throw it away.
I think they'd already like transferred the lead back over to Lucian at this stage of the game, so they're holding on for longer. Now, I really would like to see them try and pull Lucian into this Baron. DBL is a bit of a weak point at the moment. It's not as tanky as you would maybe like in the open game. Courage,
I'm not sure if you wanted to go for that, because it also just heals all the damage back up. That's the work.
In the meantime, the Baron.
Yeah, in the meantime, everyone else from Zal is just onto that Baron. Flawless. You need to pull up a steal right here. He is in the pit. Can he get it done? No, they'll focus on him instead. Not finishing the Baron first, just finishing off the members of Lucian first, and then picking up the Baron. 2 kills going over to Zal.
Zal set the trap at Baron, and with the Dusto delaying Kurosh in the 1v1 and pulling members of Lucian down, they're able to secure the objective and cement themselves for the next 3 minutes. A whole bunch of pushing power. Adusto is just buying time here. Like, in the open game, you'd be like, oh great, Kurosh got his ultimate, that's Adusto's kill, pressure down, you can have side lane for a few minutes. And then you're reminded that Zal now have the Baron, and you're not going to be able to side lane for the next 3 minutes, which is really rough. Lucian do their best. They do try and get the steal slightly early from Flawless. Zal calmly drops the Baron, stop dealing any damage. It's nowhere near the smite range. They manage to pick off anyone from Lucian who's bold enough to try and steal it.
I think it's also very, very good play from Zal. Definitely having to give credit where credit is due. And Zal have been playing this game out phenomenally so far. Perhaps not with the action that we would have liked to see, but without any force whatsoever. Marco, that's not the position you want to be in. I thought he was going to survive that 4 minute, but Limitless does finish him off. I think it was the Red Belt tick that killed him right there. As there goes Denzel, he is down, but does Zal look for anything in return? Goldie going forward, finds Mirai, who is forced to flash, but there is a Fine Forever picking up that kill as well. Meanwhile, Aristo, he just wants to finish this game.
He's trying really hard. He will take the Nexus Towers in the 1v1 extended, and Zal's top lane a push. DBL back to the bed.
Yeah, 3-man standing from Lucian, but Zal, they are looking for their first win. Adusto will fall to the hands of Courage. Is there anything else Lucian can do? Marco has respawned as well. Fine Forever looking for something, but he might just die. Zal might have overstayed their welcome right there. Never mind. Limitless shows what 200 years are made of right then and there. Flawless down to 2v1. Goldie there as well together with Fine Forever. Low on mana, both of them, but not being able to finish the job quite yet. But then Zal teleports in to seal the deal. Zal with all the minions, with the Baron above, will be able to finish this one off. Looking to make their KDAs a little bit nicer at the end. But they will finally find their first win in the Aurora Open.
Congratulations, Zal. That is, I think, the best consolation prize they could hope for. That's a pretty dominating victory over Lucent. The Division 2 side just completely pushed out from the early game, and Zal made it look good. It's their only one in the tournament, but they can take that one with them into the spring season.
Stick that one in your pipe and smoke it. That was very well done from Zal. I honestly, I was not expecting Zal to play that good in this game so cleanly against Lucent. And if I'm not mistaken, Zal needs to play in the next match as well. You know, no, I'm not going to make assumptions in there, but perhaps they can even scrap a second win for the night?
Despite Group A already being set for the standings, we have 2 more games to go. I'm going to throw it back to the analyst desk, who are going to set up for our final block of games.
Hello, we're back here. I mean, I don't know about you, Rudid, but I've been enthralled by this game, by everything that's been happening. First of all, the dives. We need to discuss the dives. We've had so many of them, failed, successful, but I want to know your take on this.
Yeah, so there were two for me really important dives. The first one was up in the top lane. It was against Zal's top laner, who then turned out to be an absolute monster. But it all came off the back of the dive where they attempted to go onto the Fiora, and Temporo beautifully mentions that it's just the riposte into a slow into one slight extra turret shot, which ends up taking down the Olaf. And it means the Fiora gets that injection of 300 gold, and it means that counter that we'd seen, the Olaf in the top lane, the fabled pick, wasn't able to perform up to the highest standards that it was supposed to, and didn't get the chance to really pop off in those team fights. It gave the Fiora all the run of the lane, solo kill after solo kill coming, and split push presence was off the charts, really. The second one happened down in the bot side. We'd seen that Lucent actually put a lot of stock into Mirai, their AD carry, the Caitlyn for the carry of the game. 3-0 at that time, but Zal recognise this. They go for the shutdown and they execute a dive that goes really well for them. In fact, it's the complete dichotomy of two dives. From top to bot, it's the complete opposite. And when they go for a 4v2, it's a 4v3 in the end. Yes, they lose one on the back end on the exit, but shutting down the Caitlyn, getting those little bits of extra gold onto the Aphelios and denying all the experience under the turret just sets up Zal to cleanly be able to coast through the rest of the game.
This is quite surprised this is happening, and it got me really excited about the late game, when both compositions were supposed to kind of pop off, but in the end, we saw two Varans being taken, both by Shell. Once again, the narrative of Lucent not being able to take a Baron remains alive. They still have one more game to go to confirm or deny this versus GDXL. It'll be the last game of the day. But for now, that Baron fight, those Baron fights, both in favor of Shell, they have improved quite a lot in this game. What do you think about it, Reddit? Do you think they maybe could have made it had they performed like this in the day before?
Yeah, I think that regardless of where Zal end, they've always given good performances in their games. The scoreline currently 1-4 may not necessarily reflect that, but they've always given at least something in a game for us to take away and go, actually, they did very well in this aspect. I think they played very disciplined around the Baron as well, noticing that they can peel off, they don't have to commit to a 50-50, and going for the smite fights, they make sure that they're making no mistakes, there's no contest to be had, and with that sort of understanding of how to play around Barons, you always have to credit a team and recognise that they've got at least the deeper understanding of how to secure those objectives. Really happy with how they played it.
I will be happy to, and I would like to know what they think about it. We'll have an interview in a few minutes, but before that, we should discuss how Shell has gone a little bit back to normal compositions compared to what they used to play. Like, I feel like they are going more towards the standard Sejuani. We've got Aphelios too, and Mumu. Do you think for next game they'll try to bring something like more crazy, or are they gonna stick to the normal kind of style?
Well, I would love to see personally, something a little bit crazy. We touched on the fact that the standings are pretty much locked in. It depends how seriously they want to take that final game. We'll have to wait and see. But I think that if Zal want to show what they're made of course, we have to re-mention that for these players here, this is a chance to showcase not only the team but themselves individually as players. And if you want to put your best foot forward, playing your best champion in a proper scenario, then that's exactly going to be open to them. So they've got the choice of, hey, we're out of the cup, it's unfortunate, but do we want to have a bit of fun? Or obviously with I think Lucent having that matchup that is going to be up against JDXL, do they want to go, okay, let's knuckle down, let's say, hey, we can beat the best, we're still a decent team. There's a couple of options open for all the teams left.
And talking about the players and being recognized, we need to mention two of them. Goldie in the first place, because honestly, that man has been just like performing incredibly well. And on the other hand, Adusto, who in this game has completely popped off. So, I mean, do you see these players actually going over to the NLC or to one of its divisions next year? Because I do.
I think anybody that's willing to sacrifice ego and play the Sejuani in the jungle, right? Goldie in this instance, that they've got that deeper reading on the meta, or just the basic understanding that, okay, I'm not going to be the superhero this game. I'm quite happy to utilize my tools as a CC unit, as a tank to facilitate the team. And I think that sort of play style is very valuable to teams within the NLC, be it Division 1, Division 2, wherever it is. It's good to see the discipline that they are showing in not just draft but in game as well, recognizing where they need to be. The Sejuani was counter ganking a couple of times down on the bot side as well. So the thinking certainly there, and I would love to see anybody try and progress themselves from Division 2, Division 3 upwards in the system.
Ooh, I would love to see that, because I feel like this tournament allows a lot for that, a lot of talent discoveries, and I feel like a few of these players will be present in 2023 in NLC. I would love to see it and have them recall that time that they played here and like how they made it to the upper leagues. We've seen some examples of that in other tournaments in the past. I mean, why not here? But yeah, I don't know. I'm just quite excited about them. Particularly, what I'm liking about Shell is that they've been able to adapt from the general style they came to the tournament, the style they were playing in, to what's been meta right now and what they know they can play best against these compositions that they were brought to them. And I don't know about you, but I think that's something to be recognized, the adaptability that they've shown.
Yeah, even just from week 1 to week 2, having that little bit of extra practice, a bit more familiarity with the team and recognizing what works for them as well is something that you're always going to be looking to see. It's one thing for a team to go, 0-3 in the first week, but it's good to see them develop and hopefully, if you're an NA fan, you're going to recognize this, that in the second week, you can come back in a very formidable way with some good recognition of your weaknesses and turning them to strengths.
Absolutely. We're going to have the chance to talk to the top laner for Shell Esports, Adusa, who's joining us here now. Hello! Welcome. Welcome. First of all, congratulations for that victory. First of your victories for this tournament.
Thank you.
I mean, you popped off quite late, but you did it anyways. So I want to know your impressions about this game. It seemed to be quite there for you, but you had some missteps there. Can you tell us how you were feeling, how the communication was?
I mean, we have a new jungler, right? We're playing with a different jungler than from last week, and we didn't have a lot of time to prepare. I think overall the game went quite okay for that. I think on top lane is not as good as Christ, for example, is. So it's very easy to lane for me. And generally, I think that was not a big problem in the team. Just a couple of missteps, individual missteps. And I can see much from the other side of the map because I'm playing on an island. So there's not much I can say. Then we did some missteps, but it was completely fine. Communication was okay. We wanted to play it out smoothly because I was so ahead on top lane. So we didn't flip Nash or anything. We just split push and won slowly.
Yeah, taking your time and getting that win, obviously, well played for you. I want to get a little bit of a depth into you, Adusto. If you had to, pick any archetype of champion in the top lane, what is your go-to? What's your comfort for a top lane pick?
Go-to for top lane pick, Camille is my go-to for comfort pick.
Okay.
Usually, all those, I would say, relatively high skill cap top lane champions, which are Aurelia, Camille, Riven, probably Fiora too, but I actually haven't played her in any solo queue game. I just picked her because it's a good matchup.
There you go.
So yeah, these are my main champions, these three.
This man first timing Fiora in Aurora Cup, you love to see it.
We gotta love that. But I also, as a last question, want to ask you, I mean, the next game versus Hydras is your last game of the competition. And I want to know if you're planning, to bring out any particular picks, maybe the Camille you were talking about, even if the matchup is not good for you.
I mean, we always have to look at the draft if it fits in there. We have there are always situations where I can blind one of those three specific champions. But I don't want to tell too much. Maybe maybe the team is watching and they're just they know our draft already. So all I can say is that I always adapt to what our team comp is and what the enemy team comp is. So it's probably gonna be just a normal bruiser.
Okay, I mean, we love to see it. In any case, thank you very much, Adisu. Thank you once again for being here with us. Good luck for the next game.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and we'll see you in maybe in the next interview. Who knows?
No one knows.
Bye.
Bye.
I love it. I love the energy. I love how chill he is.
Yeah.
But
Nice and
I will
cozy
love it
vibes.
more. Absolutely. But I will love it more if we could see some picks that we are not expecting here.
Get something a little bit different. I, for one, Riven, if it ever gets picked, love to see that. Just in general, another pick that, as you mentioned, high skill expression, high skill cap, and brings a little bit extra depth to the game.
Absolutely. So yeah, I'm willing to see that. I'm willing to see also Hydra's last game of the tournament as well. But we're gonna head over to a break to prepare for next game. Bye. Hello and welcome back for the fifth game of the evening. We're back here with your recap, and we've changed our analysts here for the analyst desk. We've got Dino and Temporal, who was casting before, but now is here with us. Hello.
Hey, dear.
Hello, good evening, good evening. I can see that my camera is a bit up high, so I need to readjust myself a little bit here because I was like really slouching down. It's like, oh yeah, watching some League of Legends right now. So I'll fix my posture.
Good.
Proper player posture right there.
Look after your backs, gamers. They don't grow back.
It's true.
And drink water. It's always important. Posture and water.
Wait! I thought this was like Aurora Cup, not like the how to live your life properly stream. But I mean, I'll take all the tips I can get.
It doesn't matter because your life is about to be destroyed by the next game between Shell Esports and Hydras. Hydras is already qualified. Shell, unfortunately not, but they picked up the first win in last game, and now we're back here to watch them both for last time, at least for this stage. So, I want to know, first of all, thoughts about going into this game. Let's start with you, Temporal.
This one should be pretty close. You know, we thought we'd seen the closest game in this group with the first time Hydras and Lucent met, except that was a pretty close clash. But Hydras have just done better than the other teams that sort of came in from the lower divisions. And Zal just had probably their best game. You know, the one where they took a big lead against Lucent was also good. But they've actually pushed over the line and finished. So now we've got to see, where does Zal cap out? What's the best they can do against a team that's already qualified?
Final, what do you think about
Yeah, I was just about to say I kind of agree. I think if we look at this group, I think Hydra's really surprised not only viewers but also the other teams. I think looking at the strength of the teams before, you would have put Xal more in like a hot contention for at least second place. Maybe this game could have been a decider, but it went completely different, and good on Hydras to actually claim that second spot so early on. It means that this game doesn't really do anything for the standings, which is also, I think, a lot of fun, because let's be honest, these players, they're playing to show up at like the Aurora Open. They're playing to show to the world like what they are capable of. And right now, you have nothing to lose anymore or nothing to gain. So you can just really, really try to pick some stuff up. Like Adu still said, like he likes to play stuff like the Kami. He doesn't need to play stuff like the Sejuani. So maybe we can see one or two of these players really go to a comfort pick and show what they can actually do if they're not forced into like a meta pick that is not as much fun to play.
So what you're saying is the Heimerdinger ban we've seen today.
No.
We can just drop that. We can just drop that in.
Yeah, let the Heimerdingers rule. Like I'm all for the chaos right now. Yeah.
No. I mean, okay, Colonel. It's just that Colonel so far has mainly played Veigar and Heimerdinger. I think those are the two favorite champions for most of the player base, along with Teemo. So right now I'm like, no, I don't need no.
Yes, Teemo. Yes, sure. Heimerdinger and Teemo.
No.
You can play it at Worlds, right? You can definitely play it. That's how that works. Completely.
I mean, could they play it at Worlds though? Like, I'm a huge Teemo fan, but that wasn't the Teemo draft. No, I agree, Carmine. I think the players will probably also keep it professional enough. That's my read on it anyway. I don't know. Maybe they already messaged each other and are actually exchanging Heimerdinger for Teemo in mid lane or something weird. But they're still here to show like what they're capable of. So at the same time, I want to see the players play what they want to play and what they feel good at playing. But I think it's still gonna feel like a normal-ish draft.
Okay, so we'll see if that's what ends up happening, because for now we're going to be going to the picks and bans with our amazing casters. So I'll see you guys later. Bye-bye.
Oh no. Oh no. Everybody laugh. Everybody laugh. Everybody lull in chat. Quick.
You're such... I was about to say many bad words there about you, but you're a very bad person for not telling me the second I was muted. I've done everything for you, dude. I've been your friend. I've been your casting buddy. We had our ERL debut together on NLC Div 2, and now you're doing this?
I am, and you know what? I wouldn't take it back for the world. I would let that happen every single time.
Sure, yeah. All right, that's a great start. Thank you very much. Regardless, let's get into the draft, because these games, I mean, it's safe to say they don't mean that much. Regardless, though, I'm hoping teams will have some fun. They will play their hearts out and hopefully provide us with some entertaining League of Legends as the Asir first pick. I'm going to be honest, Asir is a fun champ to watch in the late game.
That is true. That is true. However, I do feel distinctly misled by our desk. I was promised Heimerdingers, Teemos, all manner of creative champions, and thus far I've been given the most boilerplate Season 8 draft that I could ever think of. With Azir Orianna locked in the mid lane. I am ready to get my pillow. I've got some, sleeping regimes that I can do quickly if we continue to go down this incredibly stock standard draft.
Yeah. Maybe you need to take a nap, because maybe you'll wake up a kind of person. Who knows if you wake up on the right side of the bed. Regardless, though, I mean, the draft not really getting more exciting with the Sejuani. Something that could bring some early game action, some shenanigans, would be the Callista, if they do end up locking it in, but I'm holding my breath because they could change it last second. Okay, so you don't need to bring your pillow out yet, guys.
At least some level of early game excitement with the Callista as well down on the bot side. Duckling, you're getting baited. That's exactly what's happening there. You are. We're going to go back. We've immediately diverted back to champions that facilitate teammates here. The Callista obviously going to need some sort of help through the duration of the game. And I also like this Trundle, particularly just versus Sejuani. Your typical standard counter pick. You press the subjugate when the Sejuani has frost armor. And when that drops off, she goes to very low defenses and you get a ton of resistances for yourself. The Tristana is an answer to the Callista I'm distinctly happy about as well. Because the Tristana is somebody who can match the early game aggression of a Callista, you can really challenge all-ins. Really important as well how we see the rocket jump used from Imperial. He's able to land that on the Callista in particular. You get the slow, which is in terms of Callista and attack speed slow as well. So you do get some really good value from the Tristana counter pick.
Yeah, a lot of interesting things happening here in the second ban phase as well, Rude. I am noticing the supports are being trimmed out, and that starts me raising some questions because the Renata, we have seen that paired up with the Callista. I'm thinking back to yesterday, we didn't remember Tab Esports Rogue, the Rakan's an option, but I mean, there is also Soraka Open, so what do you really ban here? You go with the Braum instead, so a more traditional pairing with the Callista, but there's still a lot of good open options.
Yeah, Trimby, when he's not destroying people at Worlds, is the secondary non-licensed coach for Zal, so we do have to keep those Soraka counter picks in mind. Now, the Malphite taken off the board as well suggests to me that Adusto wants to go for something quite aggressive on that top side. He mentioned in the interview that we just had, he's a very innate bruiser player, the Fiora Riven Camille, something along those lines to be expected. And if you're going to be very likely blinding top lane, which we can now see confirmed, getting rid of the Malphite, you want to have some sort of fun in that top lane.
Excited to see what the support will be so far. None of the two more out there picks have been hovered, so swapping around some engages for might want to add more to that caliber as well. Doesn't look like they have that much. Then again, things like Ornn are open if you need engage for the top lane to add that in there. But Durrell, something that was in meta back when she came out, then dipped out. Now she's back, and she's very good against shields now.
And Rel has always engaged well, and for Zal this game, that is something they're just fundamentally missing. They don't have any engage to start a fight until they lock in this Rel, and it helps with the Callista as well. Means that this 2v2 down on the bot side is going to be fairly volatile as well, when we have a lot of mobility between all the champions, a lot of skirmish power down on the bot side very early on. Does open us up for a fairly entertaining bot side of the map. And Adusto, as advertised, as mentioned in his interview, opting into his Camille, his favourite champion, and now we get to see what Shida wants to go back into it with.
Let's take a look at what Shida will be playing. It's the Renekton, so something we have seen a lot of this world alongside things like the Aatrox that is already banned, of course, so we'll be heading towards the Renekton. How do you feel about this draft? Because I see a lot of meta here if we're looking at what we're seeing at Worlds at the very least.
Yeah, and I think that the important eyes for me are going to be on those junglers. You've got two side lanes which have a lot of distinct volatility in them. You've got a Tristana Leona versus Callista Rel matchup. They're going to want some focus from the junglers. They're going to want to start snowballing and get ahead. The same can be said for the top side. Adusto versus Shada, the Renekton versus Camille matchup, a matchup which is notoriously Renekton favoured. But if the Camille gets a little bit of gold, a little bit of help, a little bit of presence from their jungler, can be turned around, and the later the game goes, the more you tend to favour the Camille. In a side lane, in a team fight, they do have a lot more agency, a lot more access to the backline, and can't necessarily be kited out as well as the Renekton. So I'm looking at Goldie, I'm looking at Panda, two junglers who I've been distinctly impressed by so far throughout the day. I want to see where they're pathing towards, because I think that that could be very important for the remainder of the game.
Yeah, I mean, talking about junglers, that's the one part I have a little bit of knowledge about, let's be fair to say that, in terms of my solo queue experience there. Never really hit that Masters tier, though, but I am at the D2 point, still playing every now and then to not decay.
Nice.
But, I mean, the Trundle is something that is, obviously, you mentioned it, right? Has the strength against the Sejuani, also strong to disrupt in the early game. I particularly want to mention you could throw the pillar out to cancel the rocket jump from the Tristana in the bot lane, so looking towards the bot lane seems to be the most open choice, in my opinion, and the easiest one to game, because when I look at it with my low buff, Diamond 2 Eyes, the mid lane will certainly not be a point of pressure. Just be farming until, like, what, 15-20 minutes until the team fighting really starts.
Yeah, it's all going to be just a little game of push, I suppose, in the mid lane. Whoever it is that can establish priority will then get first move to the map wherever they're going to be going. The side lanes, as we mentioned, going to be the area of exploitation. So if you can swing an early gank into the mid lane and then essentially ensure perma-prio in your mid lane, that could be very important as well. It could, open up the tools and open up the map for you, because you can go for the 3v1 dives very quickly, very easily in a side lane, or if you want to do 4v2 down on the bot lane, you have plenty of options open to you.
And the options are open, and not really that many options open in terms of where the teams will land in this group, though. That is all settled. Hydras will get second, JDXL will get first. So top 2 advantages, remember, and that's the important thing. So game doesn't mean much for standing, but pride is what we all care about anyway, right? We all love some good old pride. Playing in Eintracht Spandau now, I believe he is, regardless, not participating in the Aurora Cup. That's
nice.
A bad one. Yeah, I'll take a break.
I got told, no matter what happens, laugh at your play-by-play caster's jokes, and Duckling he's really challenging me on that one. It's not been easy. He mentioned the start of the cast. We've been friends for a while now. Every time there is at least one just absolutely horrendous joke, and thank God it's out the way, honestly.
I mean, get out the way early so then we can have 2 normal games of League of Legends with some quality casting, hopefully.
Don't put that pressure on me.
I mean, working with you is always a challenge, right?
True.
Regardless though, let's see if Sal can overcome the challenge of getting their second win of the tournament. Lanes finally kicking off, and let's talk about the one thing I know something about here, Root. So let's look to the junglers. What are they doing and where are they? And I particularly noticed that Goldie is pathing towards the bot lane.
Yeah, and what we can see as well is there's actually a little bit more information that Zal have as opposed to Hydra's. Hydra's have no information in the jungle.
It's not very ballsy, all in level 1 flash forward as well. But you don't have the damage, Imperial. Will be able to walk out as Limitless. Scratching the head there. That's 2 flashes from both Fire Feather and Limitless, but both thumbs as well for Imperial, so they did get something.
And with the jungler pathing bot lane as well, this does set up for potential gank to come through in a very short amount of time. Now, fortunately, the mid lane is going in favour of Colonel right now. It means that they can't go for that very early 4 versus 2 dive down on the bot side. We may see something a little bit similar up on the top side, though. Shida pushing in this top lane, and with mid pushing as well for Hydras. Another engage.
They are the one engaging here. Selfway goes
lovely.
in, goes out, the ignite. That's a head scratcher. That is a head scratcher. Colonel though, what can he do here? Slide and glide into a couple more auto attacks. Denzel just slowly weaving away at the HP back. Good trade back, but the pillar is there at the traffic cone to slow down traffic here in the river as Panda though. Able to rotate down by some space. Hook and roll dive. Flash still available. Good flash out from Colonel. And now the look to turn it around. Shida gets the first one. Flash forced away from Goldie. Denzel will surely has to use his. But it looks like he just surrenders his life. Able though to flash, slide and glide out to safety. It's a 1-0 in favor of Hydras in the mid lane.
And a good collapse from Shida there. It is a Duster who sacrifices a lot on the top side to try and get there in time. I don't think there's the damage here. Ignite is ready.
Yeah, hookshot wall dive might be up soon again, but Colonel precisely calculates that he can tank the damage. Now though, Panda might be a tank, but does the good base damage in the early game, so Adusto has to respect this. Hookshot wall dive should create space. Good trade back. Don't want to overextend here underneath the turrets. Don't have your frostbite stacks. Had already used them, so decides to back off without getting a kill.
Okay, so a 1-for-1 overall in the map. It's the first blood down on the bot side for Zal. We didn't really have time to fully break it down because of everything that happened up on that top side, but it was fine forever with the Ignite that was managing to take down Selfway. Repeat gank in the mid lane.
I think I'm watching a replay, man. This is exactly what happened a minute ago. Panda will also be rotating down yet again. This time, though, they don't go for the overextension. They realize, yeah, hold on, this is the same thing we did a minute ago. Didn't work out, and they back off.
Yeah, and with Panda just being there, just over the wall, a looming presence, they didn't know, but they could theorize that the Sejuani was going to beat around. Just the way Colonel is moving gives that away just a little bit. But I do like this repeated effort from Goldie. We've got a winning bot lane that so far has not been focused by either jungle, and it is Limitless and Flying Forever that are coming out on top of that. So turn your attentions elsewhere. We mentioned that they could go up to this top side or to the mid lane. Either or have been very good tools, and they will be good uses of your time to try and assemble a little bit of pressure for your laner. Denzel, of course, with just a very slight CS lead right now, he's going to be able to crash this wave, and it gives a bit of time for Zal to do something on the map. Now, unfortunately, Goldie is basing, and that means that there's probably not going to be a lot to be done, but a creative usage of the Hex Flash here, and Limitless able to use the Pierce to hop over the wall in both instances. Not going to be able to find anybody returning to the lane in any particularly sneaky way, but now you look at the minimap, both junglers pathing down towards this bot side, and with Dragon being live, this is that small window of time where you have only one objective on the map. We're still pre-8 minutes. If a team wants to go for complete neutral objective domination, this is the time to go for one.
Talking about division around the Drake, look at how one-sided it is for Zal. They have control wards, they have a couple more as well, just to make sure that the different entrances are covered. So Panda can't make his way down here without being spotted, and that means that Zal can start this up, and they have plenty of time to react if Hydras want to make a play.
Yeah, and it all comes from that pressure that they got from the mid lane, from the bot lane. Just little walks into the jungle to put some vision down. They know that Panda, even if he's here on the bot side, he's not contesting the objective, and with another push in on the bot side, they can easily move in, take that dragon, and secure themselves the first objective of this game. Now, the important question is going to be, what do Zal do for the next 2.5 minutes or so? Because if they want that complete objective domination, they're going to need to find a time to reset their bot lane and send them up to the top side, because the top side of the map isn't going quite as well for them. Obviously, first blood going to Shida onto Adusto, who took some very rough trades in the early stages. They do need to be careful of this Renekton.
Yeah, they do, but a fight though. Could be breaking out here. That's the crash down actually counts for Panda. Very tanky in the front line. Still no subjugate. So Panda tanky for a while, but Limitless with the spears stacking up, taking down now Imperial. Flashing forward. He wants it. The Emperor's Divide creates the space that allows Fine Forever to walk out. Now Selfway, the one in trouble. That's 3 for Zal.
Oh, and we mentioned it. The mid priority is going to be so important. That is the difference maker here. We see Denzel roam his way down. Colonel stuck under his mid turret, not able to make the difference. And as soon as that Azir comes in, there's a flash forward from Imperial. He wants to get that kill, get that reset, and get out to safety. He can't do it. The layering of CC, the crash down from Fine Forever, the Emperor's Divide to once again make sure that Tristana can't get the final auto attack. And then the kill to come through from it, it is Limitless that is absolutely adoring his bot lane right now. Able to be 2-0-1, distinct the CS lead, plates going his way as well. And outside of this top lane, Duckling, Hydra's scrambling really for any form of success.
Really going that way, I think that's fair to say. And Limitless, 2 kills. That's a very, very strong Kalista. They can look to snowball that. But the top lane is where the plays will be made. Held up here in 10 as well as Panda looks to steal away the blue, but successfully does so, as now very aggressively engaged. Fine Forever locked up, crash down not available, but still though they turn around on Panda first. Actually, Colonel now in the front line. Here comes the hookshot. Wall dive doesn't connect, but it doesn't really matter because that's a double kill for Denzel, and it will be a triple unless someone else takes it. Selfway forced to the dubstep ignite, and that's 3 kills again for Zal.
Wow, this is just going so well for our Division 2 representatives here up against Hydra's, obviously your open qualifier team that have not made it out of the group, but this is a great showing from Zal all the same to say. We may not have had the best showing, but we have certainly shown ourselves in this game. Bot lane, it's Imperial! Doesn't quite find it. Both of our AD carries living on a slither of HP.
Within 1 auto from both of them. Important thing to point out there, though, is no summoners used from Imperial, a flash used from Limitless. That's a 5-minute cooldown. That's something for the side of Hydras to potentially play around if they want to punish. Still, though, you mentioned it just before the fight in the top side. Now, though, 3 more kills over to the South basket. That just makes the situation even worse. And now Selfway will be dove underneath his turret. He can buy some time, let's be completely honest, but Fine Forever is pretty tanky, will be pulled out as well. It is beautiful, it is clean. Am I watching Rogue?
And I think that Zal have just had a really good read on how to play out these small skirmishes, Denzel.
Shockwave just came back off cooldown. Denzel locked up and thrown into the prison cell. He will wait there for 20 seconds until he's able to walk back out on the map.
Difficult one as well there for Denzel. There is no good flash in that instance. The positioning from Colonel was so nice. If Denzel flashes to the other side of the ball, he only gets pulled right back into the Sejuani. So a good little execution of a gank there in the mid lane. The nature, of course, of these two control mages in that mid lane is they've got such game-breaking ultimates if used effectively, but using them in a 1 versus 1, you do tend to get that same similar impact, and finding kills when you've got your jungler there becomes very, very easy.
You know, Rude, you might call Colonel Sanders because his plays are finger-licking good.
Yeah. Okay. Second one. That was okay. That was all right. That was all right.
I
We'll
find
give
that
you a
really
5.
funny.
We'll give you a 5.
Out of 5 or out of 10?
Out of 10. Come on.
I was hoping I could cheat you into that one. Regardless, though, I see that as an absolute win. I was happy to get that out there. I really wanted to use it. I thought it up at the start of the game. I was like, yeah, this has to go out there, but I didn't know when.
Your job is to make my life as unenjoyable as possible. Because we have got a really good game of League of Legends, which is making it very nice. But you're doing your best to counter that with the amazing words that you say.
Yeah, I have heard before I am the counter to good League of Legends, at least by my solo queue teammates. Yeah, that's actually a good one, as this turret is set to fall. Herald has been spawned, 4-man of Sal moving down as well. Hydros has to jump out, Colonel though on the flank. If he is not spotted, that means a shockwave could be available. Maybe that will be finger-licking good as well if it connects on 4, but regardless, won't look for the opportunity, and I'll leave KFC from there.
And everybody thanks you for that service. The complete neutral objective domination thus far did go to Zal. First Drake, first Herald, secured a turret, but now we've got Sheeta here.
On the flank, able to lock him up in a choke point as well. Colonel, eyes on him, eyes on the shockwave, but it's not connecting on anyone. Now Imperial is gone, and they only get the shockwave on Goldie. Flash forward though, good damage onto Limitless, but they can't close down on the kills. Limitless finally falls and Selfway connects somehow on Fine Forever. That was a mile long, as Imperial with 200 HP looks to flank. That's the balls of steel. Imperial still pushing forward, falls down in the end, as Hydras though still picked up 3, will look to make it 4 as they dive the turret, this time with the adequate HP bars to do so, as they will pick up a 4th kill and a clean fight win.
Really nice performance from Hydras. They pull down their top laner and they're able to take control of the fight. This means they're also going to be able to secure the dragon as well. But look at your minimap here. There is no Adusto. The Camille is not in this fight. And it means that Hydras are able to take this fight very swimmingly. We saw the flash into the Kalista from Shida. It means that he's able to lock down the Kalista. That damage, that initial rend reset as well, doesn't quite come through. It means that the fight is going to be just a complete wash for Zal. Not looking good for them at all. Losing out on that dragon is going to be a little bit detrimental to their composition. They would have loved to start stacking those on up. But it looks like I spoke a little too soon. Hydras didn't actually get it off the back of that fight. Chasing for that 4th kill meant that they didn't quite have the timing on it. And it does mean that second Drake goes the way of Zal. They've still got this chance to build up that Drake soul, build up a little win condition for themselves, and getting a mountain in their back pocket early on gives them a little bit more imperviousness to the damage that's going to be coming through from this Tristana later on.
A strange world we live in, where we have AD carries with 200 HP flanking, jumping into a mid laner. Regardless though, fun to watch from Imperial, I think that's fair to say, as now the mid lane turret will be under siege. A couple more plates, still a 4k gold lead in the favor of South, so they're with a lead. 2 Drakes as well. Things are still going smoothly, but one guy we haven't really mentioned, Sheeta. 2-0-2 now. Blade of the Ruin King picked up. We saw how much damage he did on Limitless in the last fight, so he's the one I'm really going to be looking at in terms of finding the crucial picks.
And we'll have to see how Assassin Renekton we get with this Renekton build. There's an option for a Prowler's Claw, but there's also that option for, you know, just a Gore Drinker or something like that mundane to come through. But I do not mind the notion that if we are going to win this game, it's off the back of killing Limitless or Denzel, and if you have a Renekton who trades 1-for-1 in the late game with an Azir, you're more than happy with that as the top lane for Hydras, so they've got that tool that available to them. Right now, Zal, with no objective particularly to fight for around this mid lane, just going to be pushing in the wave, trying to secure themselves a bit of time to get a reset, and look at how synchronized they all are. All 5 members back to base, they've all based, got as powerful as possible, because second Herald spawning inside the next minute. They want to go out onto the map at full force using the full might of their 3,000 gold lead, make sure that they can win this next fight, hopefully as a full 5-man unit.
Yeah, and Imperial might be very brave in terms of engages, but his items don't really match that. He hasn't hit his first item spike while we're looking at a Limitless, with upgraded boots, first item completed, and a half one there as well, so he's way stronger at the moment than Imperial can ever be. Him Now taken down to half HP as well. -1. Yeah, point out the fact that he misses a cannon. Very nice of you. You're a very good human being. You're a bad human being, man. That's not okay. Don't do him dirty like that.
This was told, this was known way before we even started this game. You let the people know very early on. If you miss a cannon minion on Tristana when you're trying to freeze the wave, I'm gonna let him know. He needs to get that mythic if they're gonna try and look for a fight in any real time. But it looks like with that 3k gold lead, they've just ballooned it over to a 4th as well. And now with that Herald, they will be able to break open the mid lane tier 1 turret if they so desire. They're taking away these top camps as well. Zal just doing a great job at using that team-wide reset to be as powerful as possible and take as much as possible away from Hydras.
I don't know what else to say. You've just highlighted it perfectly. They are really doing well. Zal, with their performance this game, aren't looking like a 1-4 team. Sadly, it's too little too late, but they can still walk out with their heads held high and maybe even a solo kill in the bank as a do so. Just killing the solo kills.
Yep, there's not much more to it. Adusto with some really good timing on the precision protocol. More fighting.
Yeah, they want more Panda, not that tanky at this point in the game. Instantly melted by the side of Zal, who will continue to look for these turrets, who will continue to push their advantage with a Herald, remember. Imperial already down to half. Selfway, now the only form of frontline there. Shockwave has to be more than 3k elo to turn this around.
Yeah, Duckling, you remember earlier on in the draft, good flash away from Goldie there, we mentioned how this Trundle counters the Sejuani. That right there was the perfect foreshadow of what we can expect to see from this matchup. The Sejuani dives in, the Trundle presses Subjugate, and Hydra's resists fall to very, very low numbers, means that they get absolutely melted. That in tandem with the fact that you have got some very fed carries in Denzel, in Limitless, means that the front line needs to be very succinct at going in together with the backup of their backline, that being Imperial and Colonel, or they simply stand no chance for these fights. We saw a brief glimpse of hope for Hydras when they got that fight around the bot side, when they had a numbers advantage. It was around a dragon. They're going to have to try and replicate this one right here if they want any chance really at coming back into the game. The Callista 2 items, a full item even ahead of their counterpart, is excruciating if you're a Hydras member to try and have to fight up against this. But with the Drake spawning in 30 seconds time, you can see a lot of control being placed on this bot side for Zal.
I wouldn't even say a lot, it's all of it. They are really owning the area, they are owning the game at the moment. It would take something big, something magical, to turn this game around. I want to make some joke about NA being bad here, but I think it's hard to fit in as Limitless.
Big shockwave.
Caught out. Yeah, you say it's a big shockwave, but now Colonel a bit too far forward. Imperial though still continues to look for it, but he's not quite able to get it. Too few items in the bank, and that means the fight is simply over. Yes, Sheeta was strong, but not strong enough to carry a 3v5. Panta still can't find Limitless, who was just kiting the whole fight. It's not quite a clean ace, but it's a dominant one regardless for Zal.
And just beautiful team fighting from Zal. I have to say though, Hydra's going in and it was just a little too 1-by-1. As you watch this team fight, look at the missed synergy, okay? The Orianna dives in but gets picked off in the front line. Then we see Imperial go forward. Once the CC has worn off of Limitless, he gets taken down as well. And look at how compact the Zal front line is. Rel, Trundle, Camille, all within 200-300 units of one another throughout the duration of this fight. And the fact that Limitless lives is the salt in the wound for Hydras. It's that extra piece that they really don't want.
Yeah, and this is just more what we expected before. Limitless finds one with what turns out to be a 1v3. He's happy with it. He'll take that one. And a big shutdown. It's something over to Imperial. But the problem is the goalie is starting to become too big for them to really deal with, I'm being completely honest.
He went back to base and bought a full Runaan's Hurricane.
Oh wow, yeah, he did.
Just straight up, thank you very much. 2 to 3 items. That's a nice break point for me as a Callista. Hit his apex at that 2-item marker, but if you're able to, buy a 3rd item just off the rip like that, you can tell that you're so far ahead of the curve that the fact that you as a Callista are falling a little bit further down in your own champion's power curve, then you don't really care. You can even see that Adusto has augmented their build path a little bit to be a little bit more facilitatory toward Denzel, toward Limitless. The Frozen Heart on the Camille is a big flag that just says, I am not a carry. I will simply Frozen Heart people and allow my Azir, allow my Callista to do the damage for me.
Well, rude. you know, before World, right, EU looked kind of doomed, so I was a big Copiums player, supplying the Copium for our region, and I still have a lot left. I want to give some of that left over to you, because you're not going to be taking in a big amount of Copium for Hydras. How can they come back into this game?
Like this, they're going to kill Denzel.
Let's see if they can, honestly. After the fact they just got a 1-for-1 and a 1v3, I don't know what to believe anymore. Denzel, sliding glide, Emperor's Goodbye is still available. He is able to buy space, flash out, forcing ultimates to come through in the end. He will fall to Hydras.
Okay, close. We almost got the Hoopy replay.
Yeah.
This is not so close, though.
Tried to save his turret, but I mean, the turret is not running away. You're just dead. Yeah, take some more Copium, Rude. Take some more Copium.
I'm gonna need some here. They did kill the Azir, but it comes at the cost of their Renekton and the tier 2 turret, potentially tier 3 as well. Imperial stepping up. They clear the wave out. Tier 3 not going to fall just yet. It does mean that it's a 1-for-1. This is that replay of the top side, and Denzel, you know, has some nice fancy feet right here. We see Peak X Mithy right here. Panda, his intent here is to try and block the slide. Denzel just holds it, bites his tongue a little bit with that one. But unfortunately, the flash and rocket jump expended by several members, really, of Hydras is enough to close that gap. Same on the bot side here. It's a very different story. Shida does not put up nearly as close a fight to have his own turret survive, and does end up falling in the long run. It's just Zal continuing to extend their lead. 10,000 gold now they are in the lead.
Baron is now on the map as well, Rude. So that 10,000 gold lead with a Baron could become a lot bigger. I mean, it's already at its breaking point. Yeah, go on.
I know you're only a jungler and you don't know anything about the rest of the map, but tell me, how good is Zal's Baron taking composition?
Zal's Baron taking composition, I mean, it's pretty good. You have some extra true damage from Camille, but that's obviously not the main point. The main point is Denzel and Limitless being able to shred through it. Limitless, obviously, adding the extra bit of secure there with the Ren, so he's already getting the stacks. I'm taking your job now because I'm the color caster here.
In terms of pop quizzes, I gave you the easy one.
Oh yeah, come on, man. I'm good at my job.
Agreed.
Thank you. That's actually very nice. And see if this deal can still come through. Miracles has happened before, but not this time around. They do like a Limitless low. The follow-up simply not there, and now it's just all doom and gloom. You have to feel Colonel knocked up, gets a shockwave on 1, but he would need it on 10 man if he wants to turn this game around. They've lost 3, not gotten anything back. And I don't think they will so either. Colonel will fall, will be eaten like a piece of chicken, as it is simply game here.
Denzel looking for Hydras, looking for the 5th member, trying to take down the Panda in the jungle, of course, natural habitat, but... Oh, has he done it? Has he found the escape? No.
Yeah. Oh, Smite! Actually.
Oh, it's not important what's going on the map, so we can just keep watching this.
Yeah, I mean, they're just pushing down, breaking up the base, but I mean, that's not really that important, is it, for a League of Legends game? As in 45 seconds, their soul will be spawning, and they want the clean soul challenge. The soul sweep, it's called.
Okay.
Yeah.
Where did that one come from? Can you tell me the origin of the soul sweep?
Soul sweep? No, I can't. I don't know.
Oh, okay.
Can you tell me the origin? Like, is there an origin?
I'm pretty sure. No, you just made it up. That's my point.
It's a challenge on League. You know, like in the challenges. Yeah.
Is it? Okay.
I didn't make it up. I mean, I'm getting a lot.
That's the origin, Duckling. What are you saying?
Oh yeah, but I already said it was a challenge, so I expected you to be. Yeah. Regardless, though, I mean, some of the challenges actually have an origin, like Unkillable Demon King. We all know where that comes from. Faker.
Yeah. All right.
It's also Flame Horizon, I think, from gapping someone with 100 CS.
As Flame did, yeah.
As Flame did. Now though, can Hydras make an SKT 2017 against EDG? Maybe. They do have the shockwave and it's on to 2. It's actually good on Denzel. You're saying it is good, but how are you not killing anyone? You don't have the damage. Get out of there! Try and run, but the traffic cone makes an accident and it's a quadra kill. I mean, only a triple, but Sal, clean fight, clean game. Deserved win here for them.
And I said it looked good. It did. It really did. They found Denzel. Unfortunately, Denzel is one of 3 absolute raid bosses that needs to be taken down this game, and there was not enough tools to take that one down. Limitless was free hitting the duration of the fight. Managed to take himself a game, managed to take himself a lovely team fight, and ends Zal's Hydra. Ends Zal as a 2-4 team here in the Aurora Cup.
Yeah, and that will be the end of the game. I hope you said something smart, because I accidentally pulled out my headset cable, so I couldn't hear your last point. hopefully it was a good one. I mean, I was just too tired of listening to you.
That's fair enough, honestly. You know what,
That's fair
Duckling?
enough.
I did the very basic job for you and ended the game, so
okay,
I know that
nice,
you're
thank
happy
you.
for me.
Yeah, I mean, thank you, but I mean, obviously, it's hard to listen to LFL betray us when you started off your ERL debut with me in the right region, the NLC. So yeah, it's tough, you know. Every time I watch the LFL with you on it, like it's a tear in my eye. I know you just left your home, left the NLC.
Hard for me as well, seeing them lose in the final. You know, it's a double-edged sword.
Yeah, I mean, as soon as you joined LFL, it all went wrong. Maybe NLC will have success now that you are not really main casting our region anymore.
True. Could be the case.
Could be the case. I mean, regardless though, Sal, as you mentioned when I plugged my headset back in, will improve their score to 2-4. And that's obviously still not enough. It's too little too late. I'm sorry, guys. Regardless though, great performance, fun game to watch. Hydras though will have to lick their wounds, come back in the playoffs when they do get their opponent there. Hopefully it's a good draw for them because Danish organization, what can I say? Maybe they find some magic.
No bias at all.
I'm never
Duckling,
biased.
famously, even though he is Danish, he's actually famous for never being biased toward Danish teams.
Famously anti-biased. Like I hate so much bias that I could never myself be biased.
True.
Right? Yes. Regardless, I think that's too much talk from me and Rude. I will send the Frenchman home, and then we will be back after the break. See you then. Until then, enjoy the Endless Disc.
Hello there, welcome back friends. I'm here again with Dino and Temporal to talk about this game. It has been crazy at times, but we have things to talk about. The first thing we need to discuss is the Azure pick for Shell. What were we expecting this, and I mean, what kind of role has it played for Shell to win this game? Let's start with you, Dino.
I mean, were we expecting it? The draft was pretty standard, pretty stock standard. I think we saw a little bit what we expected, some more comfort and stuff like the Camille maybe in the top side, but then still like really serious champions, right? The Shaco Hover never really got locked in. I think the Azir was great. I think draft-wise, if you look at the draft of Shell, it made a lot of sense. You have a lot of threats in your composition, but still you have enough CC, enough utility to make it work. You have the early game covered with the Kalista in the mid lane. You're never really gonna get pressured on the Azir if you look at the champion pool of the opposition. So I love the pick. Is it flashy? No. Does it work? Yeah. So that's good League of Legends, right?
We've chatted so much about like crazy things in draft, and like Azir Blue 1 is maybe the best drafting I've seen all day. It's like crazy. It's like, good job, Sal, you deserve it.
We love it, and once again, Temporal, I think you were also really invested in the compositions here, but just like we have to highlight how Shell played out their composition, we also need to talk about Hydra's not really making the most out of theirs. What do you think happened there?
Yeah, I think Zal rather smartly, hopefully intentionally, picked a front to back that has like the Kalista moves between frontline and backline as she attacks, and then you've got like Trundle up front, and you've got stuff like the Azir that's miles away. So you never hit, as the cast sort of mentioned, all three of the triple threat at once with a shockwave. Even if you line everything up, it takes too much. It's too unlikely the way Zhao will play that forwards. And with the Tristana being like sort of a slow burning carrier that like tries to like scale up over time, you have no immediate impact outside of the Renekton. And once the solo bolo came through in the top lane, I think all was said and done.
And then when this went into play, sorry, I'm just sort my okay. Oh my gosh. Okay, so then we moved on to the mid game, and we had some interesting team fights right there, Dino. We saw how Hydra picked up 3 kills out of the 4 that Shell had an advantage. So, why do we think this happened? Did Shell just, lower the defenses and we're winning this, and then?
Yeah, I think it was more the aggression of Hydra's catching Saul off guard a couple of times. I mean, I've seen a Tristana being played aggressively. I've now seen a Tristana being played like you have literally no regards for your own HP bar and no will to live. Just jumping forward, trying to get like that first kill to reset your rocket jump. It's something you don't really come up against a lot in competitive play, I think. Maybe in solo queue, but in competitive it's a bit wild. And I think it worked for Hydras for like a short while until Xal really showed up their defense and were like, oh wait, let's just not move too far forward. Let's not get caught off guard. because we're actually just winning. Like the bot side was winning, they were winning in the mid lane as well. Top lane, you had a good matchup, even though you die in the beginning of the game. You know that Camille after a while will be stronger than Renekton in the 1v1. So I think, as you said, it was a little bit more a surprise for Xal that they were a bit too complacent and that Hydras were willing to throw fists like they were.
Yeah, there was that moment of panic when some shutdowns went over, and it was just like, oh, maybe we should do this properly.
They did have, like, both teams had a few moments when we were like, Blizzard was like, why are you doing this? We saw a few dives in the top lane, especially towards the late game when Shell already had, like, some kills over Hydras, but still they chose to just, overstep there. Do we think this could be a point to improve for Hydras? What do you walk in for the next stage in order to actually win and get farther in the tournament? Let's go with you, Dino.
Yeah, I think we finally saw the Xal we maybe expected to see in the beginning of this tournament, like the first day, which is, of course, sadly for them a bit late. For Hydras, it's a bit of a wake-up call where I think they got outdrafted. I don't know how much emphasis they put on this game. They were already locked in, so maybe they were a bit complacent in draft as well. But then after the draft, they also kind of got outplayed really badly. So yeah, for them it's just look at this game and learn from the mistakes, because you still, like, even though you didn't really put maybe too much ownership on the game and maybe tried your hardest, you still make mistakes that you can learn from, and you will need to learn from them if you want to go further in the tournament.
Hopefully they'll do so. For now, I'm gonna tell you something temporal, because I haven't asked you so many questions here. I'm gonna give you the first question to be asked during the interview, which we're introducing now with Kami, coach for Shell Esports. Hello,
There he is,
Kami.
down at the bottom of the screen. Hello.
Hello, hello.
How are you doing
Hello.
after like picking up your first wins and then going 2 in a row? How does that feel?
I mean, I kind of feel sad because now we really show up our potential that we have. The first week didn't went so well. As you can see, we also made some few changes on the second week, and yeah, but overall, like the first game against JDXL was okay. We kind of played team fed badly actually, and the second and third game were actually pretty clean with some tempo misplays.
Okay, Dino, I'm gonna leave it up to you because I think there are quite a few things that we want to discuss with Kami.
Yeah, what I was wondering, you just quickly touched upon it, that the first week maybe didn't go quite as planned. I was wondering what went wrong and what you did with the players to rectify that coming into this week, because like you guys played way better this week, and I think a lot of your players also got time to shine now, looking at how the team performed. So could you give us some insight on that?
I don't give insights about what happens while we substituted some players, but in terms of what went wrong, overall, first game was pretty clean actually, I think. Like early game, mid game, then we did tempo misplay on top side. And afterwards we just got probably very cocky, I would say. That's like the best description I can give. Against like Lucent and Hydra, we were thinking, yeah, they are 3 wins, we're gonna win against them, etc. And then, yeah, we got surprised.
Does happen.
I mean, it happens even to the best teams in the world, and you performed quite well today. As a last question, I want to ask you, now, moving forward to the pre-season and the off-season and 2023, do you have any plans as a team, as a group, to move forward together and to train, prepared for the next season?
Obviously, yes. I think some people will leave, as I've already heard of. But overall, like the core will stay probably, and we're gonna move on, and we're gonna get Div 2 winners, I guess. I think that's our goal.
That's a good goal.
Well, we'll take your words for that one, and we'll see if next year, maybe it's your year finally. But thank you very much, Kami, for your interview. We'll let you go and rest this month. It has been a stressful day. Oh my gosh. So thank you, Kami.
Thank you.
Bye.
Yeah. Bye-bye.
Bye. So, I wasn't expecting him to be so serious. Like, it's clear that they took this to heart, and clearly they weren't quite happy with the performance. But I mean, you gotta learn from your mistakes, and in this case, Shell has seen quite an improvement. I think we all agree in this point. But now, moving on, we're gonna be watching Hydra's, and we've discussed what they can do to improve for the knockouts. We're gonna be watching them. But I want to know, what team out of the other groups, and Group E particularly, which is we'll be covering tomorrow, do you think could be the most similar to Hydra's? Do you have anything in mind right now? I know I put you kind in the spot. I know, I'm sorry.
Was that from Group E or the entire tournament? Because that's
that kind of came out of left field. Oh.
From Group E, most similar to Hydra's right now. Team Chaos, from the lower sort of divisions of the NLC, are in second place. They are sat right behind X7, and Eminem should be trying to play spoiler. Eminem should really be qualifying. The quality of players on that roster quite high. So eager to see that one play out tomorrow.
Okay, Dino, what do we think?
Yeah, it's a hard comparison because as I want to give a shout out to Coach Kami as well. Like, he didn't touch upon what happens with players and such, but they did, and I like it. I like him for that. But he did say like, "Hey, we got a bit complacent. We thought these were free wins." So you would expect Sal to be second seed. They kind of dropped out. If you look at the other groups, that's not really happening there. I think the best comparison might be either Viperio or Ruddy Esports, which are also two teams that came from the close qualifiers, just as Hydra's, and already have some wins and are vying for that second spot. So I think looking at the other groups, I think those would be the best like one-to-one comparisons. If you look at maybe having trouble once you get out of groups, I agree with Chaos Esports being one of those teams that are looking to get out of their group, but might have a really tall task ahead of them once they reach knockouts.
So, thank you for sharing your opinions about this unexpected question. I'm sorry once again. For now, we're going to be heading on to a break until the last game of the day. It's going by so quickly. Bye!
I feel it in my bones, a spark to lead us through the shadows. Can I fight the way before me? It's coursing through my soul, a road to guide us through the sorrow. Can I calm this storm inside me? I feel it in my bones, a spark to lead us through the shadows. Can I light the way before me? It's coursing through my soul, a road to guide us through the sorrow.
everyone, and welcome back to the last game of the day of Group A in this group stage. I'm back here with two legends. We've got here Dino and Temporal again.
Wow. Okay. Well, that's all the praise. I mean, Temporal, I don't know, like, how you feel about being called a legend.
I'm pretty old, and maybe half is true. So that.
I mean, you both are legends from my point of view. But do you know who's gonna become a legend today?
No.
I hope JDXL by going completely defeatless, because anything else at this stage would be a complete travesty.
I mean, this is what I wanted to ask you, because listen, okay, maybe they're not having the best group stage ever, you know, they haven't been popping off, but they won versus Hydras today, and I think that gives you kind of a high, you know, of like, I can beat anyone I want. And UVXL is not Hydras, but we cannot underestimate the power of Lysent now that everything seems to be lost in a way. So do we think that's gonna be giving them an edge? Like, okay, I don't have to play to win anymore. I already lost. I can do whatever I want. Temporal, what do you think?
That's a huge buff for JDXL. Like, Lucian, like, the camp's on fire, everyone's unhappy, your tent burnt down, and things aren't looking so groovy right now. JDXL have really, really high caliber players, and now they may be feeling that freedom, that pressure off. And generally, that might mean a few less great map movements, but it does mean we might see more of Dan's Lee Sin and more of their signature picks that they just want to show off on stage.
Ooh. Dino, are there any special picks, like temporarily saying that you want to stay on the Rift?
I'm not gonna make any bold predictions for draft because I got
right here.
Yeah, I got kind of disappointed last game. I don't want to disappoint the audience with being really bold. I think I loved your speech. I think it's a bit of a stretch to say we beat Hydras because they just got beaten again. Now we can beat everyone, and I think GDXL definitely isn't everyone. And as Temporal rightfully said, a 6-0 should really just be a normal thing to be gained for GDXL. Yeah.
Okay. Listen, we'll find out right now as we move on to the picks and bans with our amazing casters once again. Bye.
Hello! I actually unmuted this time. I'm proud of myself.
Go on, Duckling.
Let's go! I only take dubs today. I mean, I took the L when I forgot to unmute the first time, but now, you know, turn that L right into W. Everybody takes an L a day. Regardless, though, you know, we were discussing about what kind of game would this be. And I mean, you mentioned in the last draft, maybe we'd see some Teemos, VRs and stuff. Hopefully that's this game, because we heard in the Torek interview, if this mattered for the group, which it doesn't, they would take it seriously, but it really doesn't. So they can take it a bit more fun, depending on how Lucent want to play, of course.
Yeah, okay, of course, right? Lucent have that opportunity to try and tie 2 and 4, and then if they want to see how that ends up playing things out, they can try and go for it. But I have to, give the quick disclaimer. My people did speak to the NLC people. Unfortunately, we couldn't get Torok subbed in as the Blitzcrank jungle. NLC got back to me and said, sorry, we want the game to be at least somewhat competitive. And if Torok played Blitzcrank, then it simply wouldn't be. And you can infer that however you like, whichever way you want to take that.
I think they should have subbed me in. I mean, after all, I didn't quite complete the challenge of Torok, but I got a pretty impressive amount. I'm pretty proud of myself. I'm like middle diamond 2, and I only really stopped doing the challenge because I was busy being on the NLC, so I had other more important things.
My bad.
But I mean, I'm on the biggest ERL. I'm an LFL caster. I sit in my room with a teapot and yell at Reckless all day.
I do, and the teapot is not moved. You know what? You know what? Some of the LFL, the viewers called me. I got a nickname from the chat. It was T-set Rodders. Because I have a T-set.
That's lovely. That's actually lovely. Regardless, though, the draft opens up for the fun possibility as well, because Lee Sin is a fun champ, but that's a Graves, not a fun champ. That screams method for me.
It's fun for junglers, though. That's the important part, is that this is locked in, and Dan's gone, all right, folks, I'm having some fun, all right? I'm having a good time.
I mean, see, this, though, would be interesting.
This is your Trouble shout-out, right?
Yeah, that's the Trouble shout-out. Shout-out to Trouble for the Katarina. Doesn't work in solo queue, doesn't work in competitive, because they go for the Varus instead.
Okay. Now, there's still obviously the option of an AP Varus, which is a little bit more fun. The one-shot potential is certainly very high. but we are more likely to see a more on-hit style variant at the very least.
Oh!
Ballista!
Yeah, it's not gonna be a Blitzcrank jungle. I thought of a split second, then I realized, oh yeah, right, that's a Lee Sin actually. They locked in already.
So, do you
And
know
that's a dog.
which champion Darshan got a 1v5 pentakill on in Academy last year?
Last year?
Mm.
I mean, I'm sorry, man. I hardly even watch
So,
LCS.
that's fine, that's fine. It was Lee Sin. Lee Sin
Oh.
top with a 1v5 pentakill. Now, if I'm holding out any hope for a Blitzcrank jungle, I have to hope that DBL has studied that VOD, that clip, intensively to pivot the Lee Sin to the top lane, the Blitzcrank to the jungle. We also have a Nasus.
Yeah. We have a dog. I mean, the dog has been unleashed, the robot has been unleashed, the bands are still screaming to something more meta, but like the castle.
Okay, no, Duckling, this is our time. This is our
Yeah,
time.
go on, then go ahead. Do whatever you want.
No. This is pop quiz number 2. This is the slightly harder pop quiz.
Oh no.
Where is the Nasus going?
I mean, the Nasus is going top.
No, you're wrong. The Nasus is going
It's gonna go support because then it can control
is.
Kalista, and she won't be able to jump that far.
Why are you saying that like it's a silly idea, man?
Because
Like,
it's true, but like it's the same thought that you have with Sari, and I mean.
And it's because it's
when I
right.
saw that at Amazon European Masters, all I'm saying is the Nasus support didn't really work out.
Well, all I'm saying is FGG, he's learned from that time, okay? He was in Amazon European Masters. He was there, he was ready.
Yeah, he lost heavily.
Okay, my bad. Bro.
Regardless,
Sorry.
that is a set, and not the set that you would normally expect to see, but a CED, and ready to bring some chaos, show the world of darkness, I could say. As the hobbits are getting more and more frisky for each pick. We start off with meta, and then we're going to, this could be flexed to something different and already an interesting pick.
Duckling, that's the actual darkness, by the way. I don't know what you were talking about Zed for when Nocturne exists.
Regardless though, this strat, is that a Nocturne mid lane?
I don't know, man. I don't know.
You should know.
This is Jungle
your
Blitzcrank.
job.
Okay, this is my best guess. Jungle Blitzcrank, Lee Sin mid, Nocturne
Oh,
top,
yeah. It could
Kalista TK bot lane.
It's actually Jungle Blitzcrank.
It has to be. It has to.
Has to be.
And now we get to see Vayne top. Yes.
Oh, no, that's
Nasus
just
support. Graves
Don't
jungle. Zed
encourage
mid.
people to go range top laners. That's why you've got this all wrong.
No,
That's not okay.
I'm absolutely adoring this. I need Lucent to change around their picks. Blitzcrank cannot go support. This is not allowed.
It's not, you're not doing this, man. I saw the possibility for a Blitzcrank jungle, and then they're sending Tim Kench top instead.
Yeah, Tim Kench is not a top laner. That is not okay. Any?
My day
No?
is ruined. Do you want some analysis? What do you want from me?
My disappointment is immeasurable, and my day is indeed ruined.
Yeah, we can agree on that route at the very least. As first of all, JDXL encouraging range top laners.
Mm-hmm.
If there's one thing that is keeping my hope up, is Karush going Lee Sin mid lane.
Mm-hmm.
That's
That is
exciting.
fun.
That's fun. That's cool. Against the set as well. That's a fun matchup. Thank you, mid laners, for being good guys.
Now, you know what is a little bit concerning for both of these two teams, but actually not so much as now I think about it. So my innate reaction to both of these compositions is there's not a lot of magic damage. Now, the good thing is it's also not a lot of tanks. The Tom Kench is playing up against a Vayne, renowned for being a tank shredder. The Varus as well is going to do very well if he goes for the AP build. You have plenty of chances to go for a full AP Varus here and actually one-shot people who are 4,000 HP. My other side of the coin, the one that goes Lucent's way, so there's actually, with Blitzcrank buffs and with Everfrost changes, Everfrost Blitzcrank is not a bad selection of champions with items to go into the bot lane. If you want to one-shot somebody, Blitzcrank can do it.
I want to see someone get a one shot. I want to see chaos. I want to see
I do as well.
chaos drive. I mean, the last game of the day doesn't really matter for groups because there's no prize pool for the third, fourth place team. You get no money. You're broke. And that kind of means, in the sense, tiebreakers won't really need to be played. That it doesn't matter for the competitive integrity. That's all I'm trying to say here. So I want to see action. I want to see chaos. I want to have the opportunity to speak so much that Rude won't be talking because there will be content. There will be action constantly, and I won't be looking at a backcaster because of that. So I want action.
Oh, we're level 1ing versus Blitzcrank. I have to talk now because we're going to get some level 1 fighting. I did, by the way, make you fail your pop quiz. The Nasus did indeed go support, so we have to quickly, acknowledge your common L.
Oh yeah, that's the second one of the... Then I have 2 Ls and I can turn that into 1 W. When you really think about it.
didn't see any of them, by the way. He just walked up there and didn't see any of them.
He only...
Flash,
then again,
flash.
Marco Polo! I mean, he doesn't have a knockup, so he just flashes out. I mean, it was cool regardless. It was a fun one. As Venza trades a few auto attacks. And now they will recall ceremoniously together.
Also, the FGG Flash is the one summoner spell that does get expended. It means, Duckling, that the bot lane now raises its stonks in terms of where we can see action. Opportunity for this Blitzcrank to really try and punish to punish the Nasus, really. Pre-level 6, obviously not going to have that Fury of the Sands, won't be able to ascend into bigger beast. Of course, with this Lee Sin versus Zed matchup, I'm glad that our observers have got our attention down here. It's not one that we commonly see, it is the good old Blind Monk versus the Ninja, but it's one that can definitely have some decent interactions with all of the mobility that comes from a Lee Sin and the reliance that Zed has on his shurikens.
Funny you say it, right, Root? Because this is your job to be a color caster. Explain to me the pinpoint micro decision in this matchup that will decide how it goes.
I can if we really want to deeply dive in.
You actually can. Well, I mean, I didn't want. I was just trying to test you there, actually. And I'm just testing the waters.
The easy thing is, right, and this is going to annoy you, is that Zed literally lives and dies by whether or not he hits Shuriken. So the fact that Lee Sin has got 2 different mobility spells in his kit and then a flash as well gives a lot of maneuverability to Korosh to make sure that Miroshku doesn't really get any damage down. Now, when we get to the late game, this is a completely different factor because Zed in the late game can ult somebody, auto-attack E and kill them with the Deathmark proc, and that's not fun for an AD carry. But you have to get to that point first.
Well, that's true. You have to get to a point where that can really happen. And talking about someone having to reach a point, the Vayne needs a couple items to really start popping off in the game. Obviously, though, you are playing a ranged in a melee matchup, so you are a douchebag regardless of the outcome. As Christ will take 1-0 in that instance. Hopefully, though, he can take a W in the game. And this is my fair warning to all of you guys out there. Don't play ranged top, says Karush. Will now get the gank on the bot lane. Cosplaying a jungler here, as you won't be successful in finding anything, though. We'll just put some pressure down there. Now, though, Marco walks up, knows there's no flash in FGG, locks him up for a while. Exhaust yet to be expended. There it goes, but it's not gonna be enough. First blood secured for Lucian. Dando here to try and pick up some kills for himself and get that shotgun really rolling. Flash available. Double buff is there as well. Flash forward 2v3 actually. Rotation though coming through from Marosku, so he can't really connect on anything. Hasn't gone in yet. Hasn't expended the abilities, and as they connect, they don't deal enough damage. It's a 1-for-1.
Alrighty. Nice little bit of scrapping down on the bot side. We get our early 4v4. It's a 1-for-1 overall, so not too overall game changing yet for either of our teams. It is a kill onto the Kalista versus a kill onto the Graves. So Dan once again continuing with this. I'm going to have a lot of fun, team be damned, but the Kalista getting an early kill and starting that snowball early is exactly what you would like if you are a Lucent supporter, if you are a Lucent player. Particularly since you're looking at this top side, you know that this Vayne is going to have a lot of time to herself and a lot of time to just annoy the top side for Lucent.
Look at DPL, man. He's miserable. Yeah. How is he supposed to have fun with this? And then again, like if he was playing a normal top lane in that sense, I would feel worse for him. But he's playing Temkinch. Temkinch is a bit of a douchebag as well in the top lane. So kind of this shows what's happening to him. It's a very weird matchup up here in the top lane. It's the double douchebags. I don't know how to phrase it differently. As they're both probably nice guys, it's just that champions in their lane.
Well, I think that Kryze is now assuming that we see JDXL win this game. Kryze hasn't yet been for an interview and was one of the people listed. So you can have a word with the analyst desk, have a word with Kryze, and see if you can get some strong words in for this pick. Oh
my God, Marco Polo! How do you connect that one? As he found something in the dark, though, it's gonna lead to the
killed his AD carry. That's what happened.
That's my kind of Blitzcrank. That's what I like to see.
Marco walks up, pulls the engage closer to the ADC. The engage happens. And he dies.
I mean, I actually thought he could take the trade, but the tongue lash not available, so can't connect on the stun. That means Kryze
He's getting excited over the Tom Kench Vayne trades.
I'm just enjoying my job. I'm such a bad guy. Thank you.
Yeah, true. Well done.
True. Any truest in chat, guys? Says JD so will never going in the bot lane. I'm really not excited about this. I hate my job. Well, he's dead. Yeah, I see you audibly laughing. Laugh on her. Don't look stupid. That's Marco connects on as well.
Him.
The fight continues. It's a double kill for Flawless. Dan, though, looks to trade back. Good damage, but not enough, as he's in a 1v4. I mean, he could look for the hero moment, but he would likely become Zero instead.
That is indeed the case. Duckling a 2-for-0 down on the bot side this time out, as it is at Lucent, starting to cut back a little bit on that bot side. Double kill over to the Nocturne, pre-level 6 as well, so Flawless, when he hits that 6 marker, going to have a little bit more spice in the Paranoia, going to do a little more damage, provided he does get to recall prior to that 6 marker coming on through. Looks like he's got no camps to clear. We'll finish off those Krugs. Should back to base, we'll see. Iron Spike Whip, or is it going to be full lethality Nocturne? Stridebreaker has been a favourite of Nocturne's for a few patches now, so we'll have to wait and see where that build path goes. Oh, it's lethality based. Flawless,
that is ballsy. That is ballsy.
Axiom Arc Rush, anyone?
Oh, I mean, he could, theoretically speaking, but would it be the right decision overall?
Yes.
I mean, to be honest, they're all squishes except for FGG, so might as well just go for it.
Axiom Arc is so good on Nocturne. It's so annoying to play against because it's one of those ultis that has a fairly low cooldown anyway. You just add Axiom Arc and you're like, oh, I can farm this wave because he ulted on the last wave, but no, you cannot.
And Karush, not quite hitting level 6 yet. I'm wondering when he will hit that point because I feel like he has some potential in this matchup. It's like, how is this not happening? This minion should do it, right? Yeah, there we go. He goes in. Now, though, he's a whole level down. The rotations here are now being punished in the sense that he is behind in XP. And I once remember a wise Bippo said, 1 level is around 600 gold, but that does not stop Karush for taking a trade in the mid lane. Though Dan is in the area, so he has to be careful here, Karush. Doesn't want to overextend, as Dan will be able to spot the scuttle being taken, or has already been taken, so we'll walk back to his Raptors. The mid lane threat has disappeared. Karush, though, still pushed underneath his own turret.
And this is one of those matchups as well where if you ult first, you tend to lose. It's a weird one where if you find the engage, you're not going to have too good a time. Basically, for Moroshko, as soon as he presses R on the Lee Sin, he expects Karush to instantly Dragon's Rage, and then you get a free Q, and you can dodge out a lot on the skill shots that come through from the Zed as well if you have some tool to get away.
Oh, darkness has been called, and they will not get the kill. Moroshko with the outplay, showing why he's a beast and assassin.
Yeah, engaging first and losing, kind of how this matchup is going to play out. The ability for Zed to dodge out on all of those skill shots.
As a full engage is happening here in the top lane as well. DBL trying to run Kryze down, but forgetting that he has a ghost to himself as well. So I now want to talk about Kryze here, because look at his build. I will not be allowed to elaborate because apparently Dan is looking for some kills down here in the bot lane.
Are you gonna pop quiz me on the mythic, or am I gonna pop quiz you on the mythic?
No, it's the Rift Maker. We know that, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Well done,
I've seen the Twitter videos of one random guy playing it, and it looks disgusting. It's like some bruisery healing, disgusting true damagey build from the side of Kryze that will be coming through. So, playing Vayne top, that's bad. This is really bad. I mean, the build looks fun. I'm gonna be honest with you. I want to try it myself. So, like, I kind of understand his sudden urge here, but still, gonna be disgusting when we watch it in the late game. Just wait and see, guys. He's gonna be dealing damage, true damage as well, even more than he already does, and healing in the meantime. It's a mixture of.
My favorite part of this is that Vayne is one of the few. Okay. Vayne is one of the few champions that has literally 0 magic damage or AP scalings whatsoever. And the notion of a champion with that skill diversity, building an AP mythic, always makes me happy. And it's still being good. That's how you know it's a little busted.
Yeah. I mean, if you're allowed to buy AP, you're legit wasting gold buying AP. You get nothing out of it except for a good book to read. I'm happy to see a smile room.
Yes.
With my success. Down in the bot lane, a fight is breaking out. And that's a very good adventure. FGG doesn't have any stacks, doesn't have any way out, gets thrown around the ring for a few seconds until Mirai picks up the kill.
Okay, so Lucent, really trying to scrap in this game. The issue is that even though they have this kill lead, they don't have a gold lead. And I dare say that a large portion of that is actually coming from the top side of the map, where we see The cull has already been finished for Kryze, and a distinct CS disparity between DBL and Kryze as well. He's managed to whittle down 2 plates against this Tahm Kench, managed to get himself the tier 2 boots already, which is the first item breakpoint that both Kalista, funnily enough, and Vayne really enjoy.
They're just dancing around Karush. He will be able to walk out. Not enough damage with the ultimate in the end, so no assassination from Morasco, who will be able to take maybe another play here for himself, as the full bot lane turret did die thanks to the Herald.
And you get to see right there, if Morasco misses out on those shurikens, that doesn't do a lot of damage. If, however, he manages to land those, he's able to kind of montage on people. And Zed, I think, has maybe a bit of a shroud around actually how good this champion is in the late game. He scales incredibly because of all of the outplays that you can do with resetting your shadow cooldown, resetting just your mobility. You can make some crazy things happen in a late game situation with ability haste, with good Zed mechanics. This champ is actually absurd.
I think, it's about being good enough to push a champion to their limits, and someone who I trust on Assassins is Morasco, and someone who I trust on AD character is Venza. He hits the ultimate, doesn't quite have enough damage, FGG. Slowly but surely taking down the wall. Will he get some stacks as well? No, he will not.
He hasn't leveled Q.
Oh, wow. Karush, though, he's still not dead. He's just walking out of every single situation. He got dove before as well in the mid lane. Didn't care. Walked out.
Listen, baby, you're buying wards as your escape tools. That's just all it is. Manages to control ward out of the virus engage, manages to Dragon's Rage out of the engagement from Dan, who has completed that Umbral Glaive.
Every time I see Marco step up, I get excited. I get my heartbeat starts racing like,
that's
this could be action.
That's the action that Blitzcrank brings every single time.
He should be meta. Why aren't they buffing him some mods for the meta?
He is better. We're just not seeing it. The sad thing is as well,
Oh yeah, he's being danced around at the moment like a Christmas tree, but he won't fall down. A good shield to save him, and now Morasco gets it all turned around on him, but he's able yet again to trade a 1-for-1.
Nocturne ulti in there as well, so that's a lot of commitment from Lucent that at the end of the day just yields, as you mentioned, that 1-for-1. Morasco able to turn around a 2v, 3v1 essentially. If you're thinking about it, the outplay potential that the Zed has got certainly starting to come to fruition. That was with as well the exhaust being used by Marco, so a lot of cooldowns expended, and ultimately a great win for the JDXL mid laner already. I don't want to draw your attention to the CS numbers too badly, Duckling, but if we look at the mid lane, it doesn't make a pretty reading for Karush.
Yeah, and with that, I want to talk about Kryze a bit. I want to look at the gold here, because as he's about to take his 4th plate up in the top lane, he's not only about 50 CS ahead. If we could go over to the gold observers, I would very much enjoy it. Regardless though, if we can, I'm happy enough just to look at that, because we can see when he backs, he's gonna have his pockets filled. Let's just say it like that. He will definitely have enough gold to expend, as I have lost route to something that doesn't sound too good.
I'm still here. It's okay.
Okay. It's not a fire alarm, right?
Kinda.
It's something in the oven, as Kryze gets put into the oven of DBL. Will be spit it out. He was overcooked.
Oh yeah, that's what set it off actually. He set himself up for failure, unfortunately. Gone into a 2v1.
Yeah, but look at that though. Look at Kryze's build. He deserves it.
You just have a hatred, an absolute hatred. We need
but it's very weird
because
I know why Kryze wants to play this. I want to play this so badly as well. But it's a ranged top tanky blah build. It's like it's like Sari back in the day when she was playing Brucey when she wasn't allowed to. And it's kind of like it just doesn't feel right, even though you want to try it because it looks fun as frick. And Karush will be taken down. Fun as frick.
Oh, okay.
I am family friendly. I've never said a bad word in my life. I've never even said the bad word for poop.
Wow, and that is something. Well,
Marco. Oh, no way! You beauty! Oh my! Marco!
Okay, this man was a Vel'Koz main in his past.
That is
life.
nutty! That is so nutty! Call it Mr. Hanky.
Okay. You've lost me on that reference, but Marco gets to.
Yeah, he gets him. Oh, this guy's too good. Can someone please sign him on the NLC instantly? I want to see this guy play Blitzcrank only next year.
Yeah, just And you know what? Versus this kind of a squishy team composition as well, it's actually a very powerful pick because you hook somebody, the odds are they're kind of just gonna die if you've got the damage to follow up. The damage that they have got, though, is unfortunately in some fairly weird places because it's Flawless who's got the majority of the kills for Lucent, and then, of course, Mirai, who is going to be the focus of a lot of attention, rather, from JDXL. We've got 2 assassins in the Graves and the Zed. We've got a Vayne who can kill pretty much anybody when we hit that 3-item marker, and Venza who will be able to destroy the front line. So, with the Chain of Corruption potentially spreading throughout the team fight as well, that's just an added layer of protection.
If he doesn't get one-shot himself, and he does.
Oh, this is why Lethality Nocturne is also.
Oh, blimey. That wasn't really the expected result out of this exchange. Regardless, though, they will now move towards the Drake.
Okay, my takeaway from this is that your British accent sucks.
Yeah, I mean, it does. It does. I mean, I don't even know what my accent is overall. It's kind of like a mix. There's some Danish in there every now and then. There's a lot of things. It's like, you know, it's like a good one pot. You just take in a lot of stuff and then just throw it together. And then that's my English.
Okay. You know what? You're allowed. You're allowed. The fact that you speak English better than I speak Danish is always my counterpoint. To, like, if people ever
go on, I mean, we can cast the Danish. Go on.
Yay?
It's fun.
That's the one word I know, and it's like
you just said I.
Yeah, exactly.
Sounded like you gotta sing Despacito regardless, though. I will be taken down.
Okay, we're moving on because it's only going to go badly. Nice pick in the top side for Lucent, and this is what their composition does really well. They have got Flawless, who is, as advertised, as mentioned, very, very fed against some very squishy members. The sum total of armor equates to a Frozen Heart on FGG, and if we see Flawless ult FGG, I'm going to be very sad. And then some plated steel caps and a single cloth armor on Mirashku.
What is Christ doing here, by the way? Can you explain to me? Does he need more crit in the build? Is he buying a Phantom Dance before he buys Riftmaker? Like, when does Riftmaker come into the equation?
I thought it would come in now, but maybe Kryze is just listening and was like, no, I'm not going to give them the satisfaction.
I'm going to give him the satisfaction of being unsatisfied with my build. So instead he's starting to build a more human build. Is that what
Which
I'm
is
hearing?
even worse, because he's then just playing Vayne top normally.
Yeah, and that's also bad. Regardless though, someone who makes up for it is Venza with his AP build. That is fun. It's cool. I like it. And I mean, Marco is making up for every bit of disappointment I had of working with you, Root, because this guy is fun to watch.
Not every bit. He didn't go AP Blitzcrank.
That's true. But he gets a pass. His hooks have been phenomenal.
Yeah, he does get a pass because he's playing Blitzcrank anyway. It's like he would have got extra brownie points, you know?
Extra brownie points. What are you gonna do then? Are you gonna bake him a brownie? I mean, it's a.
Have you not heard the term brownie points before?
Yeah, it's a term I'm unfamiliar with.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, brownie points is just like, you know, we
like-
appreciate
it's like
this, but we
nothing.
can't give you anything for it.
Oh, so it's like when you're told in an exam, it's like, yeah, you did pretty alright, but we can't give you the best grade. Instead, we give you a mediocre grade with a lot of brownie points.
Yeah, sure. Those never happened to me in exams. I got what I got, but
Yeah, I mean, you're not gonna mention what you got, I guess.
I mean, I can, but I just don't want to embarrass
Don't
people.
want to. Oh yeah, don't want to make yourself look too good here on broadcast. That's Morale too. We'll
There's
try
a
and make
time
him
and place.
look wonderful here. It's in a 1v2, but they're all jumping away from him, as DBL will instead find the mini wave too devious to not lick it. Ah, that's a bummer, and that's a bummer as well. And we act like nothing happened there.
A lot of skill shots were used, no kills were found.
I wonder if FGG has fun.
I wonder that too, you know.
Do you think
doesn't
Massive
seem-
Support is fun? No stacking, just going in, pressing W, and then poking for 50 damage in the late
Analyst
game.
desk. Analyst desk, I'm speaking directly to you right now. If JDXL win and they send somebody for an interview, ask them if FGG had any fun this game. Thank you. That's my bit.
That's all he does. Christ, though, he wants to make his highlight moment known. Put him in the next go-to daily montage, as he will poke out Flawless, just with. I mean, that's a good amount of damage, to be fair to him. And look, that's the problem with Vayne top when you're building the Titanic Hydra thing. You're actually pretty tanky. His HP bar looks pretty big.
The analyst desk
His
says
okay.
maybe.
Maybe. Okay, the analyst desk with the ominous voice from downtown.
Sounds like
You get a
some,
maybe.
voiceover stuff from the documentary. As DBL will be able to jump out of that one. In the end, though, the mid lane turret will still fall. Headbutt! As it connects from Shirley. We'll be able to take that down. Marco stepping up now, looking for something, fishing for action. Would like to see him connect with something. Maybe playing Connect 4 in the meantime because he hasn't been actively hooking for ages.
And anyway, he just goes in and almost gets one shot.
Oh, yeah.
On half HP, it's worth saying. But now hooking becomes a little more dangerous, because if you miss, you're just going to get killed.
Well, that's when it gets fun. Because this is playing a dangerous game. Like, what's the fun if there's no risk? Look, he's face tanking still. Gets pulled down. It's like watching Trippy. Back in he goes. Knocks up, slows, exhausts, and he's dead. Regardless, though, the fight's still going. Lucen get one Mirai jumping around, and a 1v3 will get taken down. And they've already lost Karush. Marco, we saw fall on our screens. Now DBL, the only one left running as Flawless. That's already just, started recalling.
Yeah, unfortunately, if Flawless doesn't ult, then the odds of Lucent winning become way lower, and DBL should just be fine to get away. There's no CC.
Jumps like half a meter. And now this is the 1v3 point for Flawless. He's invisible for a second here. Doesn't go back in. Again, though, I will reiterate my question. Does FGG have any fun?
and I still maintain no. Like, there cannot be fun had. With this.
Really?
We do get a little look though, and you'll see one of the drawbacks here of Lucent's composition is all JDXL need to do to make this game very difficult is group as 5, because if one thing that this squishy Nocturne hates doing, it's jumping into all 5 members. And you can see they even managed to bounce Venza around. They get the Lee Sin kick into the knockup from Fate's Call, and that's barely enough to manage to take down the Varus on the back end of things. But without Nocturne ulting, without having your Tom Kench actually acts as a front line, it becomes really very difficult for Lucent to try and play these team fights out. And this is sort of a double-edged sword as well. It makes Cries kind of sad to play this Vayne top game, because if he goes into a side lane, he might get 1v1 by the Nocturne, but if he groups his 5, which is what no Vayne actually wants to do, then they're just going to be fine.
And let's see what Cries does, because he hasn't bought anything yet, as after that Dan.
Okay. That could be Baron.
Honestly. Yeah, I mean, honestly, it could. Let's see if they'll go for it as... Now, it's a Runan's Hurricane for Cries. Honestly, if Lucent decide to go for this Baron, someone is gonna go for a Gosu play. It's gonna be Cries, and then Marasco will be making a faker play. As FGG, still not having any fun here, gets taken down. 3v5. Let's actually see what Lucent can do here. I'm excited now. I'm on the edge of my seat. Moving forward.
Titanic procs. Oh,
they get Venture. It's a 2v5. Marco. Can the mechanical players actually go for this?
I think that's too
Cries is giving up.
Yeah. With a third, they could have maybe.
Oh wait! Oh, how? Back in my chair. Morosco, what was that? Morosco with a huge something to steal the Baron.
That's actually just won them the game, I think. Okay, FGG's dead again. This is... that was making the replay. That was the replay. We got baited. It's fine. Is Kurosh dead? Oh no. Oh,
he can pop like a pimple. And then now
Cries will
run forward. Let's see, Cries though, with the Gosu outplay moment. 1v3, kiting around, doing damage exalted, and he's dead. Put that in your montage, Gosu, as now Mirai will be falling as well. Marasco with a triple kill. Could look for the Penta. Maybe actually a faker. What was that moment? DBL though will try and Devious lick his support out of that. Marco will not say Polo back, so Marasco will leave him be for now. The Ignite's still ticking. They won't take him down. I think the pentakill situation is done. It's a godlike instead. That's a feels bad man. He stole the Baron into a penta. Would have been insane.
That would have been insane. That would have been worthy of the highlight. But the Ignites tick not quite enough to finish off Marco and secure himself either a penta unofficial or otherwise. But the fact that Baron gets stolen away really does just open up JDXL to take the game by storm. That Baron for Lucent was going to be the way to potentially get back into the game. It didn't give them the outright victory. And off the back of Marco here, flash hooking Benza in. Really nice. You're thinking 2v5. Surely there's just no way that JDXL can do anything. And they agree. They don't even bother going for this. But it's the Shadow into just a YOLO Q.
It's just a random Q. Oh, there's no way, man. I mean, he might as well play the lottery because he would have won billions. That is insane. I mean, I once heard Captain Flower say water only turns into wine that many times. And that's a dead Cries. The fight though still happening, Mirai pretty much dead. Let's see the one. Oh my god, that's a shotgun. As Dan will take down someone, that's Karush. Now running for the hills. Wow, he just gets absolutely one-shotted. Yeah, you said it. That Baron that won them the game.
It's going to be very difficult now for Lucent, let's be honest. They're scaling not necessarily the greatest with Lee Sin, Callista as your damage tallies, and Nocturne as well. We've already mentioned the drawbacks of Nocturne as the game gets later and later. Marco has done a great job at trying to pick people off and, you know, collecting some targets as and when possible, but the time for Blitzcrank is almost up. As this 1v1 in the top side, it's not a particularly squishy focused build either from Moroshku. He can deal with this Tom Kench.
Someone say Polo back, they will. Oh, they tried
They
and they did. Well, hey man, take it back to 2015 double lift Afro move, as they will still lose. Marco Mirai though will try to take them into kiting around, juking the abilities, and the Ren secures the double kill. Now the Moroshku could look for his what was that moment, and what was that? He misses the shuriken. He's just gonna be dead. Karush locks him up. Flawless there. No, he's back in. Mirai very low now. DBL though connects on the tongue. And that's the kill secured. Now Flawless running and will not make it out. The good shotgun shot there. And now though Cries. He had been adequately punished for playing Vayne top, but now he will finally have some fun as he takes down 2.
Oh, Titanic Hydra, he actually hits the ward for the final attack, but the Titanic Hydra procs and it kills the Lee Sin through the ward. Cries comes in with the final late game Vayne potential that we've got to see. Not quite Riftmakered up just yet, so we're probably going to get another instance of this. But JDXL playing with their food a little bit here. They are 10k up, even though they are down in kills. Marco is here. He has got DBL at his side. 2 tanks. Can they deal with a Vayne?
No. I mean, maybe DBL can, honestly. Christ, though, he's lawnmowing through the HP badges. Cutting it like it was grass. Yeah, I stole the one from Analyst. Thank you very much, guys. As Cries will make himself on a killing spree. He was 0-4 before. But now it's his time to pop off. Doesn't have the final hour, and maybe it's his final hour. The exhaust is giga broken, and now it's just JDXL running amok. Maybe if GG has some fun as he gets a kill for himself. Esmir right now dreaming of the 1v3, but yeah, that's the fun button being pressed, and now though he's just gonna be dead. Christ, oh my god, the turret. Oh, Jesus, I wish you would have died there.
Leeching Leah diff. If that's a noon quiver, Christ is dead.
Yeah, that's true actually. That's why you built AP on it. It's the extra HP. Yeah, JDXL, it was a fun game. It was one that had its up and downs. Regardless though, the 6-0 always in their sights. 28 minutes on the clock. A couple more autos, a couple more waves, and maybe a couple more kills is all they need to lock it out.
And they're just going to hurt you like we've seen so frequently throughout this game. Play with the food, have a little fun in the fight. One final 5v5 per chance to, you know, full glory for them. They're not quite going for the end just yet, but the minions may well look to do it.
I mean, Moroshku could look to backdoor. He's dancing around the Nexus. Guys, someone is hitting your Nexus. Flawless, I do not care about your final hour. Oh, Moroshku with the backdoor. One more auto needed. No, he has quickly blow it up. There's still 1 HP on it. It's not quite taken down. Oh, he just one-shot someone before he himself goes into the resurrection. Penta kill for Dan. How does that happen? And that's the game.
Dan was maybe the quietest member of JDXL this game.
See that
until the end.
That is big League of Legends, and it comes from JDXL. I don't know what to say. How did he just get a pent out of nowhere?
I don't think there's too much for us to say, to be honest, Duckling. You asked for me to not really be able to talk too much this game. We had 49 kills for this match. So you got your wish. JDXL got their 6-0. Dan got a pentakill. Moroshku almost got one. He also got a Baron steal.
Yeah. But
what more do people want from League, honestly?
Did FGG have fun? I'm still waiting on my answer.
Yeah,
Maybe we'll find out in the interview. I don't know. I'm honestly at a loss for word. I really didn't see a point where Dan could get the penta, but he did, and congratulations to him. Let's celebrate that emphatic victory from JDXL over on our analyst desk. See you then.
Hi. How are we doing?
I'm doing so great right now. I am fantastic. How are you guys?
Yeah, I exist. That's good enough for now, I guess. Dino.
Oh no, Dino!
No. This is a perfect cherry on the top.
I don't know what to say. I'm just not gonna say anything. Like, I don't need my mic.
It's just, oh man, the chaos in that game was insane. That's all. Like, I'm just gonna, for the rest of this disc, I'm just gonna sit back and enjoy you guys talking.
We need to know many things because I was reading Temporal's notes and I need to quote him on this. Okay, get ready.
Okay.
Draft devolves into a watercolor of disaster.
Yeah.
Please explain.
All right, so Lucent decide they want to deny Dan the Lee Sin blue one. That's quite nice because Lee Sin coming through an R2 normally really high synergy means you can R1 something risky, something that plays with it. And then Lucent proceed to not draft at all. For the rest of it, B 2 and 3 make no sense. Ballista into Graves and Varus is not really done. It makes little sense, and it didn't get any better.
I mean, the fact that you're looking at that particular pick not making sense out of the entire thing is quite interesting.
Oh.
But you know.
That was when the car left the road. What it did after the road.
It definitely did not have a 4x4 drive because, yeah, I don't know what I just witnessed. I'll be honest. How do we end up with Tam Kench against Vayne top when you already know? I
feel so bad for DBL.
Yeah.
Fun game. I think these teams will play competitively on a competitive stage for a long time. Guy to play Tam Kench. Oh.
Against Lawnmower Vayne.
That gives you kind of like,
Hey,
you know,
like
a little bit of...
the Nocturne had a great game, flawless. I'm sure had the time of his life till his opponent started turning around and hitting him. You know, it looked like tons of fun, but yeah, not quite as effective as maybe imagined.
Right, moment, but I think you're right. It was
Excel for a second or two.
I honestly believed Lucent was about to win versus JDXL, and I think JDXL kind of got a little bit afraid there. They were like, okay, let's play for fun, and suddenly they see a couple team fights rather in favor of the... Okay, let's retcon this entire thing. No.
You're right, there was a phase in the middle there where it was really like, ooh, hang on, Lucent are scoring nearly as many kills as we are.
Exactly, it's 49 kills. 49! That's a lot.
It was a game, and it was a bloody game. That's what we saw on our screen. I think we arrived at a point where a macro was just thrown out of the window, and I love every second of it. I just have to point out there was no way Lucent was beating GDXL. No way.
Oh, Dino.
Because GDXL skin synergy was so through the roof that comp was unbeatable.
You got me there. You got me.
You could say it was the project all along.
I mean, I literally had to look up, like, is that Grave skin a project skin? Because it looks so much like a project skin. Like, does it, like, fit in the skin line? Is Praetorian Graves a project skin or not? I still have no clue. I didn't find a conclusive answer. Neither did I find an answer if FGT actually had fun this game. So, yeah.
Well, to reply to that, I'm pretty sure someone has the answer to the question. Benzer is joining us from JDXL.
Hello.
Benzer.
Hi.
Hello. First of all, congratulations or something for that victory. Yay! So, Benzer, shall I ask you how that game went? What was that draft? What was that early game?
They've put you up to this, haven't they, Benzo?
Don't ask me what the game was. I was just sitting there tanking ganks. That was my job.
Okay. Yeah. Next question, Temporal, please.
This is a two-parter. Did FGG have fun that game? This one's a request of the casters.
I mean, I think he had fun.
He had fun. He
just pulling out the random support Nasus, pressing W on Callisto, dying a lot. I think it's pretty fun.
Powerful. My second question comes in the form of why level 3?
Wait, did I die level 3 again this game?
I think you did. I'm gonna
Maybe
be
I
honest.
did. I don't remember.
My memory isn't as good as when the game started for various reasons.
I don't know.
I
just have a passion for dying level 3.
3 can be the magic number.
You can't imagine the comedy point here for Temporal, as he said, I'm quoting, Benzer dying early.
I'm getting out of here. My notes are quite.
That is a funny joke. It's very original.
I think it would land a lot less if you just didn't win the rest of the games. Nearly always, it's always the dichotomy. It's happening again, but we're gonna win. So it's cool.
Yeah, exactly. For the one time you seem like you're going to lose, we need to make a little bit of fun about you. But Dino, I'm pretty sure you have like the best question here in the entire desk.
Really? Oh, I actually didn't like. The only thing that's really still going through my mind is, did you realize after the draft, or was it the project all along to just all lock in project skins? And why did Dan not play a project in the jungle?
Yes, it was a plan to all play project skins, and I think he didn't play a project skin because Graves doesn't have one.
Yeah.
Does he? I don't think Graves has a project skin.
So where did that go wrong? Like in the draft, we're all gonna play project champions. And
Oh no,
Dan
it was after the draft.
Oh,
when we
okay.
realized we all have project skins.
Aww.
Oh, that makes me kind of sad.
I mean, honestly, the only reason we win games is because of Skinergy. We just always pick matching skins.
Aww. Oh, that's amazing. Actually, that's so nice and heartwarming. Not like the game though. So, Benzer, again, congratulations for making it to the next stage, and I want you to tell me, yes, simple answer. Who do you think is your biggest rival? And don't tell me no one. Just give me a name, please.
It's Torok with the drafts. I'm joking.
Okay,
Torok for legal reasons. That's a joke.
Okay, thank you very much, Benzer. We'll have to ask Torok in the next interview if we have one. But for now, thank you very much. You deserve to rest now after such a fun day. And yeah, goodbye.
Bye.
Bye.
I feel bad. I feel like I should have thrown a serious question. Benzer definitely got put up to that by the rest of the
yeah, I don't.
You did that like a champ.
He took everything like a champ. I think the guy realized as well during the game, as they said, like, I'm just here to take ganks, but they were never really in doubt of winning. So I don't think the game was that serious for them, anyways. I'm wondering if it's definitely the first pent I've ever seen from Dan, personally, if I can recall correctly. Is it his first competitive penta though? That's a big question, because as a jungler, that's pretty hard, and he just got one on Graves.
Wow,
Just
that's a good
from
question,
memory,
actually.
there have been some large multi-kills for Dan on the Fnatic lineup. That's one for the history books. We'll check that out.
That will have been a good question for him, though. But, okay, so for now, I think we're gonna be about to say goodbye. Producer, please kind of repeat. I want to hear your beautiful voice. Okay, so we all want to see the results for today. Let's check out what happened. So, just to recap, Hydra won, Hydra lost, Hydra lost, Lucent lost, Lucent lost, Lucent lost, basically in every single game, as far as I can see. Shell Esports had an interesting day today, managing to get that one win versus Hydras, but it just wasn't enough. Things were already decided. And then GDXL, last game was kind of close, but for the rest of them, it was pretty clear, at least from today's results, that they were going to make it on the top of the group, which is when it happening, which means that JDXL and Hydras qualify for the next round. So, I mean, a team from the close qualifier, a team from the first division. We've got a little bit of everything here. It's interesting watching these teams face each other. Remember that tomorrow we'll have Group E, and we'll see once again who makes it out alive. But yeah, it's been a pleasure walking with you guys.
It's been a while, right? I think the last two games were interesting to say the least. I just want to give a shout out to Hydras coming from the close qualifier and actually making knockouts is pretty huge. Because yeah, you're just signing up for some qualification games for this Aurora Open. You get drafted into this group where Excel actually maybe looked like a bigger favorite than you, and they actually made it. So let's see what they can do in the knockout stage.
Yeah, really proud of Hydras. Even with substitutions, it really wasn't that much of an issue for them to get up here to an even game score. And behind JDXL, sweeping up victories, that is more than enough to get you into second and get you into the playoffs.
Oh, Hydras and Shell were just one win away from almost having the positions exchanged. That kind of it makes me wish we had another day of competition for this room and see what happened.
Maybe in another universe, we were that close to Rudude's like wish of the EU
Another
tiebreaker.
EUniverse?
Yeah.
Maybe. Okay, so those are the standings for this group. Group A. Remember, you can watch all the groups being streamed. Tomorrow we'll have Group A once again. I'm very invested in that one. I wonder if it have the same ending as for today. And I think this might be the ending for
Yeah.
us today.
Or the last game was the ending, but let's start rounding it up.
It was great fun. Thank you so much for having me both. It was great casting, and we got to see the sort of next step for Europe over this winter, and Northern Europe especially.
We did. We certainly did. So with that being said, thank you very much to you both and to everyone who's come here to the analyst desk and has been casting for today. I think we'll have more action tomorrow, but for now, we're going to say goodbye. So thank you. Have a good night. Bye-bye.